Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to NECC Sports here. We've got some great games prepared for you today, but most importantly, we're working through Series 1 here. King's College versus Lee's McRae. I, of course, am joined here on the desk by my absolute favorite human on earth, Beatdown Boulevard. He doesn't know that except for right now where he just found out.
That's true. I'm elated, in fact. Thank you, Zephyr. That's very kind. And you're my favorite co-caster who's working outside of a mental ward because
is it padded walls? Do you see this? I could kill myself at any time, Beatdown. I could make it happen.
Okay, right? Fair enough. I don't know what happened. I always knew you were a wild guy, but I didn't think you'd end up in like jail or something. That's why. What happened? What did you do?
I threatened too many co-casters on Excellency with a hammer while I was teaching them, of course.
Of course. I might have to confirm those stories. But anyways, we're not here to talk about Excellency or Zephyr's violent tendencies. We have quite a hot matchup, don't we, Zephyr? It's Lee's McRae versus King's College. One fighting for their playoff lives. Another just looking to play spoiler.
Right, absolutely. And finding that one win would be absolutely just something great to finish the season off here if we talk about King's College, if they were able to shore that up. And being that wild card that tends to throw things into a mix is always fun. You let all the other people that you play against spite you for the rest of the night here. So Lee's McRae, I would say, are more close than confirmed, but if they do take 2 losses here coming into this week and our final week, then that's actually more tight than they would expect.
Absolutely. And that's why this is even talking to them. We both got similar answers where it's like they're just looking to basically get their wins tonight, make sure nothing gets awry. And especially if you're looking at King's College from an opponent standpoint, where it's like, okay, these guys have lost every game. This is not the team we want to lose for, to throw a wrench into our playoff goals. So I think that's why they're definitely looking to focus up tonight. Just get this win as cleanly as they can. And like you're saying, just make it so that they don't have to worry about what's going to happen next week when it comes to playoff contention.
So if we want to talk about or go in more in depth to how these teams particularly like to play and who we should start watching out for here, King's College, while they haven't had much success thus far, are still a top in jungle-oriented team, so look up there. But they've got the counter matchup this time around. It's the bot strength that has carried what is LMC to the few victories that they have been able to find here at the NECC. They aren't unfallible. They're currently I'm going to say 3-2. We have some records that say they're 3-3. But okay, we are confirmed. They are 3-3. So they are tied straight halfway across the middle out of this division.
They are. And it's interesting too when you talk about the strengths and the strengths of these teams and how opposite they are. Not the weaknesses, but just how different they are. Because it's true, King's College, they play through the top of the jungle. And when you think about how teams play at the highest level, that is actually the popular strategy right now. You look at Worlds, that's what people are doing. But interestingly enough, and we've actually seen King's College fall prey to these sort of things, so these bot-focused teams can also come out on top, because let's be real, we're not at the world's level of play. So at this kind of level of organized play here in collegiate, it's not so bad to have one of your big strengths be that bottom lane, especially because you've mentioned it, we talked about it, how they getting that control over the bottom side of the map does allow you to stack a lot of those really important objectives. The Dragon Soul being a very good win condition, especially here, because of how much impact it can have for either one of these teams.
Well, I mean, you speak about Drakes, and that's literally what Lee's McRae likes to do. Instead of trying to pick fights at any other given point, they particularly wait to show up around that Drake, and that's when they find their success, because they, just like King College, like to play team fights, but the fact that they have the bot lane being their priority allows for them to take that and then convert that to a sustained lead there on the map. So, you know, I would say it's pretty one-dimensional, but if it works, and if it's pushed them this far, it will hopefully work again.
Yeah, ideally. And that's why I'm interested in to see what is going on with the draft and boom, right? As I ask for it, we're getting taken into the draft. I never look at those. I know. I never look at the pro draft links or anything like that. I always like to be surprised in the moment. And I want to just like kind of react to things as they're happening here. Okay, that's upsetting. Come on, man. Why do we have to ban Nunu? What did he do?
You didn't do a darn thing. I just want to touch before you walk away from it. The fact that you don't look at the pro draft, I can feel the curdling blood of several other co-casters I've had to deal with in the past losing their minds right now. RMC. But other than that crazy thought, to finish this one off, of course, bot lane priority, bans all the way, Draven, Xayah here, the misfortune as well. Not too much left up.
I mean, it makes sense, especially with you got to imagine Nunu is definitely a country-based ban, so they just want to get that one out of the way and not actually, yeah.
Oh,
so
yes. My apologies. I thought we were discussing literal countries here for a second.
No. I don't know if there's any country on Runeterra that we can kind of relate to the real world. So anyways, rolling right past that, the AD carry ban priority makes a lot of sense too because of, the how bot lane focused these McCray are, like you were talking about, Zephyr. So now I'm curious with the pool that we have left, what are we going to look at in terms of AD carry pool?
Well, it looks like they did pick it first pick, if I'm going to make some assumptions regarding draft, because those final bans coming through are highly targeted towards that mid, which inevitably worked out to be Saturday on that Orianna here. But I think that's pretty interesting. You throw in the Tristana as your main carry to play into that Sivir there, and that's looking for a level of aggression that says, I can take this fight more than you're willing to bet.
And I like that. That's what I like about Tristana, like with the Hail of Blades, with how strong she is in the early game. Especially you pair it with something like Thresh. You have a lot of early game pressure here, which is interesting because of what we know of Lise McCray and how they like to play through the bot lane. I'm curious to see whether or not Country Base is going to be spending a lot of time in that bot lane. I mean, we see Mike the OG playing the Malphite. It's not a great matchup, but overall, this is just kind of what you expect when you pick this champion. You are an Archie at this point in these team fights. So I imagine Country Base is going to be spending a lot of time trying to help out Don Krieg and Sam I Am in that bottom side of the lane, so Link Brothers never takes off. The other thing we didn't talk about just yet, Never Zever is playing Diana mid, and I don't see that a lot. That one's a really interesting one.
Yeah, it hasn't popped back up for quite some time here. It's going to exude maybe some pressure in terms of giving you that level to kind of commit to the backline at any given point here. But I also think due to the fact that they have such a wombo, you already bring up Malphite being that press R, but from literally top down, it is all the press R comp for maybe the exception of what is Don Krieg on that Sivir there. So even if you find yourself deep and on to say something like that Sivir, there's not going to be much garnered for you in terms of what you can actually work out unless that composition is spaced.
And I'm really interested to see how you're going to be trying to contest for Dragon priority as well. With Sivir is that kind of AD carry where, look, man, you're waiting for 2 items before she's actually a champion. And it's not a joke. Like, you could be going this poke lethality Sivir build if you want to. Yeah. Oh, you actually know better than most now that I think about it. You're like, so you're like to Sivir what Nunu is for me.
Yeah. I think it's going to be difficult. You have to scale up for what is maybe those 2-3 items here. And if King's College is laying out the aggression that they've already provided in picking that Tristana Thresh, which is interesting given that they said they don't play through the bot lane. But hey, this is where you mix it up. You're 0-6. Yeah. Go for it. There's nothing else you could possibly lose at this point. You've already made your way out of playoffs. All right. So if you want to test someone's girdle here, this is your chance to do so. The Sivir and Seraphine definitely going to be able to play into sustaining that lane. They've got a healthy amount of poke to keep that Tristan Thresh off them at any given point, but they can, as you have mentioned, be capitalized in that early game. I would hope that we do see Country Base come through there on that Amu to maybe even shadow or keep them in a position where they can get to their spikes. But overall, I don't know. Level of aggression, it's going to be a test.
It is, and I think the test is going to be on King's College, simply because when you look at a lot of the champions Lise McCray have, even though we talk about Sivir and how she's needing to scale, needs time to get into the game, well, a lot of the other champions can have a lot of impact around that level 6 mark. We talk about Malphite, how he's an Archie. You have things like the Orianna, the Amumu. That is a lot. Literally, if one of those things land, it's just you just take your hands off the keyboard. You're not actually playing anymore. You're going to the gray screen. And I imagine as long as these timers are managed correctly by Lise McCray, Contesting for these objectives is going to be pretty terrible unless King's College is going to be really good at keeping an eye on these very crucial abilities.
So I would say I look towards that bot lane, but I also kind of want to watch out on that Trundle. We haven't really discussed it yet, and it looks like
True.
it was a counter pick into some of the tanky orientation that was provided for that team. We talk about a Moo and Malphite being two major pillars that you're going to have to fight your way through. So the subjugate being an absolute blessing here for King's College to make its impact at any given point. What I do want to see is we talk about level 6 windows. I think Trundle can definitely make his impact, say, onto that bot lane way before that becomes an issue. And if he puts them into a place where they can find a lead, that'd be great.
It's true. But you have Camille on the top side. This first clear is definitely going to be a really interesting one to me. You want to, especially with that winning matchup, I think in some instances you want to spend a lot of time in that top side of the map. If you're Tristana, your Thresh can play safely enough, keep an eye on really specific timers, and if they can get early enough information so they can track the jungler of Lise McRae, maybe they don't have to necessarily have this Trundle show up bot, because I think there's a lot of dive potential top lane, especially because of how uninteractive Malphite into Camille can be and most likely will be in the series, especially because King's College, they play through top. Their top laner, he lives on this kind of stuff. So I imagine this one, you're going to set this rock very far behind.
And you should be able to do just that. But for us here, we introduce everyone towards the Rift for maybe your first or the several of times that you've been here on Runeterra. We're taking out Lise McRae College versus King's College here as we make our way through game 1.
Already we're seeing a level 1 play, maybe? Or it's just the defensive one. A lot of teams do like to invade through the bottom side.
Yeah,
especially Trundle start pillar. You have Thresh. There's a lot of ways that you can force some summoner spells out. So a nasty surprise would have been waiting for them here.
Sadly, you're not going to see really much out of King's College. They don't have that kind of information that basically says it's free on the board if you want to walk forward right now. So maybe a fault towards them for playing maybe as passively as they are, not really trying to feel things out here on the map as early, because if they had the opportunity, or they currently do have the opportunity to walk forward, get some extra vision, play around what is knowing that blue side is what it will be here. When you see country-based inevitably rotate up, right? But instead, they opt for what is those tri-bush wards. Or my apologies, the pixel brush wards.
Right, and that is interesting. Just defensive, worrying about the invade on their end, I think is the interesting thing there. And at this point, Saturday, I think in this matchup, probably want to use autospace as best as you can and get that level 2 first. Because I think you want to make sure Never's Ever also is not going to be a problem later on. Because you talk about getting through the front line. Diana is actually pretty interesting in how she can bypass the front line in some instances, especially with the reset on her dash if she lands her Q. Meaning you can dash and then dash again to the back line, get an ult off, stopwatch, like Diana players often do. There's a lot of options here for King's College to play through. And we are seeing Christian go bottom to top, so it's looking like he is going to be playing through that top side. I wouldn't be surprised to see an early gank on Mike the OG.
Right, but Lise McRae, they've got the same concept. They're playing to the same degree. You've got country base rotating up towards that top side, and actually at a much more accelerated rate due to the fact that a Moo clears in a much quicker fashion, of course, compared to that Trundle there. So if there is the inevitable gank that comes through here on the top side, I would be expecting it to be more of that 2v2 here. Now, PMC, though, isn't really setting... I mean, it'll bounce back, hopefully, by the time that he clears what is the red and that blue, pops up there. But for now, it is pushed far more forward than what King's College could probably work with.
It's possible they could go for a dive on that crashing the next wave. I am interested. I'd really like to see it, but maybe the timing, Christian, I think, is just opting for the full clear. Maybe you could crash on wave 4 or something along those lines. But regardless, it's interesting that we have country base, like you're saying, going the same pathing. They're actually going to meet here. Maybe they're just expecting this to be the pathing of Christian, or you just want the bot leash.
Ooh, for now, though. Nice poke found there on that bot side. I know we discussed the Seraphine and Sivir having the tools available to keep both Tristana and Thresh here on the edge at all times, and they're doing just that, which goes to show, of course, why we see Lise McRae play through this bot side. Sivir is not an easy champ to lane early with and can be easily taken advantage of. So I also want to give credit to Sam there. PMC, though, deep dive towards that top side and unable to find that last auto. Instead, King's College now looking for something more here in the mid lane. Saturday, of course, forced to flash. So some good finds across the map if we talk about summoners.
Yeah, summoners are blown. Link might have to blow his pretty soon. Nope, it's looking like, oh yeah, we got a fight going on here. Christian?
Slow? I'd be curious. Can they lock down? There's the bandage toss.
More
Follow
auto.
up with the
Chomp.
boomerang. A quick auto. Wanted to make sure he got the scuttle at the expense of his life there.
I mean, that's fair enough, I suppose. He really wanted that one. PMC also not respecting the teleport from Mike the OG either. Definitely a little unlucky there from King's College. But I mean, you get the fast reset if you're Christian, so there's that. He's already coming out with Pick-Ass, PMC with the Sheen, which is actually a big back for Camille too. So I imagine these trades are just going to be more oppressive for Mike the OG.
You do funnel a little bit of gold there, of course, towards your bot side, which is a nice pickup. I know it's just the single assist, but
Still.
Heavy gold is something that Sivir does have to worry about, so every little cent counts here.
Does.
For now, though, I will say King's College, for the fact that they've been 0-6 recently, they are sustaining what is a minor lead here across the board in terms of the CS. It's not fully realized, though, because that bot lane assumes so much, though, in response.
Right, so far King's College not too active. Well, they have done some activity here, and they are going to be the ones to secure this first Drake of the game. It's already something with we kind of expected based on the matchups in the bottom side of the map. We get a matchups, PMC.
Wow.
Nice.
Not going to be it. It's going to be a force back there.
Still that pressure. That's just a Sheen, bro.
Sheen's enough. That Malphite does not have anything to work with right now. I'm sorry. Dorn's shield is not a defense.
What about boots? Come on, man. It's pretty good.
Well,
It's
maybe
faster.
that cloth armor has something to say about
There
it.
you
We
go,
can start
there you
talking
go.
about that.
But I mean, also true damage, so how much can we say?
Enough. We can say
Okay.
enough here. Maybe
Oh?
not enough to save Saturday's life. It's a good shockwave.
Unless-
Prevents it. That could be an auto reset dive, but they do get a whiff of country base there. So I like the restraint.
Right, and they get the Moonfall out from Never Ever. Doesn't actually end up finding the kill, but you can tell that Never has been getting a lot of pressure in this mid lane. Still, he's up 6 CS. You can see because Saturday was forced to use the flash, he does have to play more defensively because if you don't have eyes on... Oh,
Ooh.
wait a minute.
Good route there. Can't even catch
Okay.
him on the link. Let's see if he can walk. No, can't quite dive it like that there, but I'd be waiting for that reset. Yeah, you have to walk away. Carbon physics can't stay in that lane.
No, he doesn't. I think you can see it. He's backing a little further away. We have Trace
choice.
going back top lane. Guess who's on his way up, Zephyr? He's spotted on a ward, but maybe that doesn't even matter. Christian could very well just be hanging out until it's dive time.
You see that rotation, though. Not just country-based. No, it is just country-based. For a second, we saw a little bit of Saturday on his way up. But for now, 2v2 Shadow immediately going to be spotted out here by this control ward. The
Flash.
Hextech Ultimatum going to keep Mike the OG in place. And I don't even think Christian might be necessary here, but woo! A tight one. Surprisingly, the autos might have done the job there if the pillar and the rest of the force hadn't come through there from Christian.
There it is. No TP in a few seconds to come back to spawn. Means that's going to be a good amount of gold and XP lost for Mike the OG. He still isn't even level 6 to PMC's level 7. Level 7 Never Ever is in a little bit of trouble.
Forced to blow the flash. That's good.
Yeah, that is something. I mean, being a melee champion, if you get Diana to all in you in a situation where she doesn't have flash, she has no way out, you can potentially get the kill onto her. But Carbon Physician is in the vicinity just to cover a little bit in case we see Sam I Am come back again.
Feel bad for country based here. Has not been able to do jack squat of anything. You've seen him hover here recently, more notably around Saturday, but was towards that top side when we did see the kill come through there from PMC. But since then, nothing else, has just been waiting for that scuttle to pop up.
Right,
He's gonna
he's
go for
not-
ripped.
And it's interesting, too, because despite the activity Christian has shown across the map so far with some of these ganks, he's still up in farm. He's still clearing camps out. He's still keeping up in that gold and XP
Oh, they
level.
know.
Oh,
They
no. He's level 6.
know.
He's dead.
He's more than dead there. Oh, nice pillar to wrap that one up. A shockwave to defend, but yep. Follow through on the dash there from Never Zephyr to secure that one out.
I wanted to believe Zephyr.
I wanted to
believe he was out, but...
Whoa, hold on. No, you did not. For a second, I could have sworn, you folks can replay it yourself if you're on Twitch there. He quite literally said, oh, nah, man, he's dead. there was no belief.
Except I said I wanted to believe, not that I believe. I thought it was over, much like I said. So there you go. Beatdown 1, Zephyr nada.
You speak with too many words and you leave me starstruck and confused, so I can't come back at any point to rebuke. But I know you're wrong. I know you are. Someone smarter has to defend me here. I need like a lawyer.
I think the first thing they tell you to do is not say anything here, and I would be telling Mike OG not to fight.
Oh, Mike OG should have that in a steel stone there. That's not even words to work with.
It is if you read Mistborn.
Yeah, either way, he has the full steel plated. Is it that? Is it steel plated?
Plated steel caps.
Plated steel caps, thank you. I always backwards that one up. Either way.
To me, it's still Ninja Tabbies.
Yeah, it's Ninja Tabbies in my eyes. Either way, it's not enough to prevent the dive.
Nope.
It's not anything.
No, it's not. True damage is very cool, in case anybody wasn't sure.
Yes.
And to be fair, PMC is like way up. We're talking 40 CS, 2 levels. That was inevitable. I don't know if he's allowed to be in lane anymore at this point. It's just really painful. And at this point, Lee's McRae, all they're trying to do is set up for this dragon that is coming up soon. But Never Zephyr, he's looking.
Nice moonfall there. Couldn't quite pull him where you wanted. King's College wasn't ready for the setup, but nice to see.
Country Base does have the Curse of the Sad Mummy. He could just queue over the wall, go for the dragon if he wants to. They're looking for something.
On the hunt down.
Yeah.
Possible chase. They're just putting pressure down. Mike OG, though, with that TP in. Knock up Shockwave. The Wombo. Christian Flash with the wall. Smite to give himself a little bit of healing, but the root actually falls through here on Link Brothers.
Wow.
A nice leap to find its way out of the Encore. And Never Zephyr on the back end. Taking out Country Base. Getting a little bit too tight for his britches there. Far too early on the Dragon, but they can't step up. It still goes their way.
That's still a nice find from Never Zephyr, and good of Christian to be able to survive using Flash, Smite, Subjugate, all that healing.
Anything.
From Trundle, just whatever he got, everything in the kitchen sink. So now, does mean Link Brothers gets to just happily farm, even though he is down about exactly 20 CS, actually, at this point. You can see Don Krieg has been doing a real good job on this Sivir pick. Say again? Oh,
I was about to say that given the teleport that we just saw there from Mike the OG and the fact that he sat in that mid lane here, you're leaving a lot of gold up on the board for PMC. I think that's a full clear of that entire turret once this wave crashes here. But for now, play box down. Link, of course, taking advantage of it. Just a few autos for Don Krieg there, and just barely, we don't see the boomerang comb out here, but for what was supposed to be maybe just a little bit of respite here for this bot lane is a kill there. And now Mike the OG might just be next. MC looks slow, but you have to remember the damage will change the pace super quickly here. Sir. One quick repel. Flash forward. Double flash.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
He had the hook shot. It was over. Speaking of over, I think Don Krieg is over. Oh, speaking of over again.
It's a teleport. Coming through there, but Mike the OG here. Christian now over on this blue side, easily going to pick this one up. Saturday, of course, on the roam. We just saw him come through here with that TP. A shockwave to pull Never Zephyr back there. A bandage toss to lock this one down, but not quite enough damage.
Look who's here.
PMC here, though, on this backline. A big flash from Sam I Am's. Not going to save the day for the Seraphine. Hextech Ultimatum directly ahead. A good flay to pull this squad back as the autos continue to come through. Death sentence from the corner here onto Country Base, but this Amumu's just too tanky. Link Brothers doesn't care, though. A flash forward and no kill secured.
Man, I thought he flashed for the W reset, but he decides not to go through with it. But all in all, very successful play from King's College here off PMC's teleport. No world where Mike the OG can join and have any sort of impact here. And man, it's just unreal. He's up 70 CS. He's getting real close to Flame Horizoning. And I'm pretty sure he's going to back for that Divine Sunder. Like, there it is. This Camille is a problem, going to be a problem, and potentially for the rest of the game, is still just going to be a problem here.
Right,
also,
a problem.
Can I just say real quick, Carbon Physician, I think he's been playing really well so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Most of these kills have been sustained due to mispositioning here, more than anything, maybe being a little bit on the ego end and not recognizing the damage and poke that could come through here in response. But a lot of those weaknesses have been shored up by Carbon Physician. I will say, in those team fights too, he was the major setup for keeping that one alive, even if the damage wasn't quite there to follow up. Now, my apologies. You did just bring up PMC and the impacts found in that team fight. Most notably is the impacts that carry forward from it. I know this turret's going to fall, and maybe not just the turret, Link Brothers too, once again, not respecting that one out. Never looking to follow up here. The dash to be found. A moonfall into Sam I Am. A stun comes back here to prevent the onslaught, but NECC is just pumping it out. Carbon Physician lantern forward. They're looking for the death sentence to lock this one in place, but it's easily dodged. A flay, the box, they're down. It's some spacing. Gives King College some time to just walk away.
Yeah, wow. Really nicely played. You understand why this is the bottom lane that Lees McRae likes to play through. That ward will spot out Saturday. I think the real problem is the country base has been spout out, and much like country music, he's just going to roll over and die.
Hey, Beatdown, where am I from?
Missouri?
Texas.
Damn it.
Either way, you were on the right track.
Was I? I don't know anything about American geography. But also, I'm very sorry for your loss.
Small rant incoming. Let's go.
Let me hear it.
I will agree with you to a point. Country music is absolutely phenomenal, but it has been on the low end. I'm sick of that country pop BS that I've had to listen to here for the past 10 to 15 years, all right? You want to bring Waylon, Cash, a little bit of maybe some Hank Jr. in the mix? All right, you've got me. But that new stuff, it just ain't good.
No.
That's enough.
Wait, Zephyr, how old are you?
I'm 20.
Why do you always talk like a 40-year-old? Talking like back in my day.
I am a 40-year-old. I'm an old soul. This is known.
It is, but it still astonishes me every time. It just somehow, like, I'm supposed to be the old one here. I'm supposed to be the decrepit esports boomer, but somehow you just outshine me every time. I actually thank you for it.
You said it was going to be a fun cast, by the way, and instead he chooses every single chance to insult me. He's a good guy, like, behind the scenes. It's when you get him on camera, when you get him live, that's when he starts to shake things up. We can shake things up. Never's ever in big, but a great encore stops King College in their tracks. The follow-up is massive. They find that first kill there on Never's ever, and the follow-through from behind. Mike the OG with the massive slam there, finding 3. And now, possibly Christian on his way out as well. The chase ensues here. Not quite able to find the route where they wanted, but unnecessary. That's the goodie bag at the end of the party. The main prize here being the dragon.
It is, and that is just a great team fight coming through from Lees McRae. Nice. I mean, it's all Mike the OG was building towards. 60 CS down, irrelevant. 2 levels down, who even asked? It's all about the R key. And like we said, it just comes up so clutch. Like, he found an insane team fight angle, and then the wombo combo just falls in from there. And I think the biggest thing about that, too, is that Don Krieg, the Sivir, like you said, every cent counts, got a giant shutdown off PMC.
Yeah, massive shutdown. We'll have to see how that converts on the next back here, but I don't even think it matters as it stands currently here. Don Krieg is pressuring super hard for 17 minutes with this Sivir. I would say very much accelerated, sitting now 5-0 here. So those win conditions that we discussed before we even got into game 1 have come through full fruition. I mean, these teams will tell us, yeah, we play through our top side. Yeah, we play through our bot side. in both squads here. That has been reflected immaculately in both PMC and Don Craig.
Lees McRae, they end up almost evening out everything in terms of gold. But truthfully, a lot of that gold difference, actually, that entire gold difference is more than likely on PMC and a bit on Never Ever. So it is worth noting. The PMC...
Ooh, good stop.
Oh, actually, wait.
Hextech Ultimatum falls through right over the wall, but a response into the wombo there. Shockwave down, and Encore to slow this one in its tracks. The box
PMC clutches this.
It's enough to slow for a bit, but it's just the two. Sam here, Country Base, they're going to be able to walk away, but the 2 kills have already been secured, and the pressure allowed forward now that those members are off the map garners them the turret in the mid.
Right, and PMC so far ahead right now. You can see it. He's up. Look at that Zephyr. That almost 4,000 gold on Mike the OG. And it's worth noting too. It's looking, the Hearthbound Axe means it's looking like he's gonna build the Wit's End. So get that attack speed, get the MR. Like he's just looking to side lane. He's looking to duel. If Saturday walks up, no problem. If Mike the OG walks up, no problem. He will 1v1, actually probably 2v1 any 2 members of Lees McRae more than likely.
Now, what's more surprising coming off of that gold impact there is Christian. Christian finding himself on even footing here with PMC, only what was maybe the few hundred away from where PMC currently leads the board here. So much more impact than we expected. I know we predicted that we thought it was Never Zephyr finding some of those initial kills and the sustained advantage in the CS there, but it's actually this massive gap here between country-based.
That's true, yeah, because again, like country-based hasn't been able to find
very
many angles, yeah.
Ooh, and Christian, though, he's able to do whatever he wants, carrying this one forward. Enough to pull back the root. Craig there, a good spell shield to prevent the death sentence, and is going to garner him one of those kills there on the other side of the map. PMC doing what PMC does best. Putting more caskets.
Yeah, I mean, he's about to pick up 4 more. Look at him. He's just walking. There's no vision. They don't spot him. Here comes the hook shot.
Big Hextech Ultimatum straight onto Saturday there, but there's no damage. Fall through Mike the OJ with a quick knock up, and a Moonfall might have come through, but didn't have the health to secure it all the way out. 3 kills on the board, straight under turret in the mid.
All right, Sever is basically online, Zephyr. 2 items already, and just picked up a ton of shutdown gold to pair it up. You get the Baron. You have caught up if you are Lees McRae College. And now Kings, I don't know how they're going to be able to find the way back into the game when it comes to team fighting. I mean, it was never really going to be their strong suit with this composition, but now they have to really hard to commit to playing the sides. And right now, Christian, he has to go for the steal.
Right over the wall, and it's actually Link as well. They're able to find the steal. It's going to be at the expense of the both of them here. That teleport, is safe. PMC's not quite going to go down, but hey, keeping King's College alive that much longer.
It is. They get a nice injection of gold into all of their members, and they get to hold on to that Baron buff. It's not going to go through. You prevent the snowball. Lees McRae were just on the cusp of actually beginning. So now you manage to hold on. And like I was saying, you still don't want a team fight if you're King's College. You got to play the sides. You got to play 2 P and C. You're insanely, incredibly, astonishingly fed Camille, because that's how you're going to win this game. It is not playing front to back against 9-0 Sivir. Hot take, I know.
It's hard, though. You talk about that Sivir, and right off the bat, she is secured, tightly wound in that fortress that is Lees McRae right now. And every side of them has all the tools available to keep this Sivir rolling, whether it's the Encore, the Shockwave, Curse of the Sad Mummy, the Unstoppable Force. All of them are enough to put anyone, including, and of course, PMC, dead in the water there. So what might be an obvious move for King's College is remarkably hard to pull off unless you have Don Craig out of position, kind of like right there.
Yeah, that would have been really scary. It could be a bait, though, because Mike, the OG, is in the area, has flash, has ult, really don't want to be grouping up too much. Wait, I like this from PMC, though.
It's a good pick. It's definitely a find that they can work with here, but I don't want them taking this fight without PMC.
It really grew.
Right there. And it's more than really goop. It's enough to end it before it even starts. PMC's in, but the curse of the sad money once again prevents him from going that much deeper. Yes, they're able to find the 1 there, maybe the 2. Oh, a big flash prevents Don Krieg from going down. It's 2-2 here. PMC looking to walk back in. A little bit of the honey fruit keeping them that much more stable. Has the repel available here, but a root from the Christian. No, he's still alive, and now the Shiver paying the price, stepping too far forward, and Sam's out of the books as well. Just had to wait for the cooldown to come back online. For that, they reward themselves a Cloud Drake.
And honestly, it all starts from an insane pick from PMC. No!
This just happened!
No, okay, he's not okay. He's gonna walk away. Wow, that would have been really sad to just teleport to your death there. But PMC finds that incredible pick onto Saturday. That shockwave we just saw, how much better suited would it have been to that team fight we were just watching, Zephyr? I think magnificently, and I'm sure you'd agree. So because PMC gets that incredible find, it does mean that despite all the big team fighting tools that were left, oh my god. something, good fight from King's College, whatever.
Either way, I do find it remarkable that I do bring up this whole fact regarding, yeah, you're dead in the water, curse the sad money, etc. PMC goes in there and still gets hit by these major ultimates.
Yeah.
But pulls back super duper well. And most of the forward damage out of, say, Don Krieg doesn't actually find its way there. And PMC, my apologies, is able to, secure that 1 and 2 there onto Mike the OG and Country Base. And once those front lines were dead, it literally was just waiting for that repel to come off cooldown to finish the job. Now, I would have loved to see Don Krieg maybe find a way to step forward there, but they also had to worry about the fact that Christian's standing on that side, and he can easily pump it out just as low there.
And now we find ourselves in a very King's College favored game state where, again, you just have your 10-2 Camille up ADCS and incredibly strong at the moment. So no one can really do anything about it. You can see Mike the OG, if you're looking at the minimap, had to flash away because the second PMC gets on top of pretty much anybody, they're actually dead. Right. Any 2 people, in fact. And that's kind of why you want to play to the split like King's College is doing, because look at the response that is required. So many members to deal with just the 1.
This is so quick there. They're going to find the sustained kill here on a Saturday, but it's at the expense of Christian and potentially, and yeah, PMC down as well here. A quick group from Lees McRae saves the day.
It does. You pick up a lot of those shutdowns, and now you get a lot more gold onto Don Krieg. What are we getting from it if we're King's College? And that's what I want to be seeing, and that's what it means to play from side when you have that insanely overblown answer to a really strong member. What are you doing on the other side of the map? It doesn't look like a whole lot is gained. You actually lose mid-priority because they tried to catch someone out on the bottom side jungle. All they're really going to be able to do is push out the bot lane, and they're actually losing the top turret. So it's a desperate play from Lees, but it works.
It's a big win from Lees, and you find PMC capitalized on the fact that this Camille is hunting for those picks there. And yeah, Saturday goes down. But it's totally worth it. Saturday's been going down the whole game here.
Sure has.
If you're going to catch a big fish, you need big bait.
That's true. And honestly, it's like you said, getting onto Don Krieg is very hard. He's only died 1 time, and it's because of the quote, fortress that he's surrounded by. And it's aptly named because of how many big beefy members with some big annoying ultimates are protecting this AD carry. You can see it. Don Krieg is actually tied for second highest level in the game, despite being an AD carry, which is AD carry's dream at this point here. Still has to be careful about how some of these fights go. If PMC finds the flank, whether TP or by walk-in, she's still going to disappear, 4 items or not.
4 items or not. And the fortress hopefully will save the day, but I currently think it's more like an armada. Because right now it's a little bit of a split here on the ocean that is the rift, and you've got main force boat here, commander Saturday, sometimes a little bit too far forward, maybe a bit out of position, maybe lagging behind. As sad as that may be, that's something that PMC is able to capitalize on as well. So I would like, Bowser's Castle from the end of the Nintendo DS variant of New Super Mario Bros. Absolutely massive, sturdy, a fortress suspended on lava. That's what I want from Louise McRae.
What I want from, oh my god, okay.
Yeah. The follow-up. It's enough damage to pump out more than the finish here. And PMC walking away is going to get
the stopwatch
destroyed. Yeah, stopwatch saves it for a little bit longer, and a repel over the wall keeps PMC alive. Link Brothers with a heal, unable to find its way there, but they do secure their kill onto Don Krieg, which is the most important part.
A supremely valuable stopwatch from PMC. Even though you get Carbon position, he wants to go in for this play. Him being Don Krieg, he wants to pick up that kill onto PMC because that means that Baron that's on the Rift is yours along with this dragon. But because he overcommits and PMC buys time, he gets deleted. And there's just no world where you can actually steal this dragon, but they want to go for it anyway.
At this point, I would not agree with that statement. And Bandage Tosh, I think, surprisingly misses.
Oh, okay.
Due to the Zonias there.
Okay. Then that makes sense. I thought it was just a misclick, but I didn't see the bandage toss. And there you go. I mean, you get all these extra kills. You pick up that shutdown on a Don Krieg. All they've really gotten on the side of Louise McRae is that top lane push. And let's be real, PMC is walking up, so we all know what's about to happen. First, Mike VOG dies. Second, well, they're going to push out the top wave. Like, look at this.
This is insane, by the way. He's like playing with his food too, to a degree.
Yeah.
Well, no, maybe I'm being a little bit too much there. He's definitely not. It's maybe if playing with your food was just simply eating it, then yeah.
Yeah, true. I mean, I think PMC just dispatched him as quickly as possible. I think Mike the OG not immediately ulting away was the issue, but maybe he just felt he's going to get chased down.
Yeah, there's no way. Secure save the ultimate for when it really matters. 20 seconds on the board really isn't anything. He's got the TP up and available. Major team fights, we've seen what happens when that ultimate comes through.
Yeah, the wombo, and that's a really good point too. That's still available to you. If you can get this play, Mike the OG has the teleport. If you get into the pit, they're all grouped up, and you layer all these ultimates.
Oh, it's
that's
perfect.
A winning
Look at
team
the ward.
Fight. Oh wait, they don't.
They don't know.
Oh my god.
No setup, no idea, and it's just a Baron. Swiftly handed over to King's College.
That's unlucky. Like, that could have been a great fight for Louise McRae. Like, they could have taken that one with all the team fight power they have and have potentially gotten the team wipe, but they don't go for it. All they're really settling for is this prio in the mid lane. I mean, look at Don Krieg's crits. If they can somehow just front to back this, it's still super winnable.
6 items, by the way.
Yeah, Don Krieg is full build. Look at that. Link Brothers has 2 items. No one is full build in this game except for Don Krieg. And it's just unreal how much damage this Sivert is going to do. And if you somehow get this Cloud Soul, using your ultimate will just get you that much more move speed. And it's gross.
Look at that. A Baron empowered wave is nothing.
Just see ya.
Nothing compared to a full build Sivert, right? Watch this. Watch how this next one crashes. Throw the boomerang, a little bit of the ricochet, bam, it's gone. PMC, though, making things gone in their own right here. It's going to be Saturday. A Hextech Ultimatum is expended to secure that kill, but we've seen what happens when you get rid of Saturday before major fights.
All right, PMC is saying, it's Friday, buddy, sorry. Today is certainly not your day. And again, this Strong Camille is pulling the presence of Louise McRae members to the other side of the map. You got mid pushing, you got top pushing. There's just no way to play without all of your team fight tools available. And that's why I think at this point, you don't want, except for clearing some side lanes close to your base, I don't think you want to be playing decides the way Louise McRae have been. Just group, try and find a fight. It's your only way back in this game.
Well, that is definitely not the route. That right there, pulling all 4 members, and of course, PMC walks away. You're not going to catch Camille there on that side, like you said, and as a result, you lose. Saturday going to be back up here now, but already King's College, they know this. They have those death timers on the mind, and they're pulling away. 1 minute.
Yeah, I'm surprised, especially with Mike the OG holding on to his ult from that last fight, that he doesn't try and flash commit and just look for something. Because like, you're really running out of time to be able to find these openings. If you're tracking PMC's teleport, you would know it wasn't available. So there are just
if you know PMC's top side, you would know PMC's not available.
I mean, that's the big one too. Yeah, like he's not there. even the 4v4 looks really good because you have, I must repeat, 6 items Sivir.
And the scary thing is, it's really strong right now, and it will continue to be strong for what will probably work out maybe the next 7 minutes or so. But once Link Brothers sits around, what is that, 16 mark, and is secured at least that 4th and maybe half of that 5th item, you're no longer such an empowered front that you're like this win condition for the team anymore. Sivir doesn't have that opportunity. Right. I mean, Sivir has very low accessibility when it comes to these team fights and can be easily collapsed upon once you have that survivability in your favor. Not Christian's favor, though. Definitely not looking as survivable as some of these others. It's a forced flash. So
wow.
That's something at least, but a lot expended there.
Yeah, and carbon position is a little bit... Nope. Okay, we're just backing up. I mean,
there?
This time around, you got to know. Dragon's not yours.
PMC.
It's not your... Yeah, PMC is fighting for the inhib. He's got a TP into this. Can he actually stop?
This would be really funny if he pulls inhib. By the way, gonna easily kill Mike the OG here. Now they don't secure the Drake, so that's gonna sustain into what will be another contest for the next one. For now, though, it's quick cleanup.
PMC's just pushing.
It's such quick cleanup for Liz McRae. But you're right. PMC is just pushing. More than easy gonna be able to find, hopefully, the Nexus turret?
Probably not with Country
Probably
Base
not.
blocking in.
Country Base, bandage toss, stun in, Curse of the Sad Mummy throwing out everything and anything there, and it's just a handful of autos necessary, but a forced flash will do.
It's something, but you did lose that top inhibitor for that Cloud Drake, and that's what I wanted to see from King's College. I didn't want them to... I didn't think they should posture around the Drake. Yeah, don't fight. Like, you have Camille on the split. If you can stop recalls, it's really the only thing you got to look to do. But overall, still very positive. A lot more gold. You have top lane permanently pushing in, which is great because the next thing you're looking at is this Baron in a minute 20s effort. At this point, all they have to do is focus mid, focus bot, and make it so Liz McRae can't walk out of their base anymore. And I mean, it already feels like the case, because I wouldn't want to walk out unless I knew where Camille was.
And the sad thing is, Liz McRae looks really good when you just take PMC out of the equation right now.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, absolutely phenomenal. Wiped through that fight. King's College didn't look like they had half a boot to work with here. I mean, quite literally barefoot on the trail.
It's a good way to put it. As a
little bit of action there, just for a second. Hopefully, we can get the rift back up in just a second. But for now, there we go. I was about to start making rift noises.
Dude, thank God, because I wasn't sure what I was gonna do or say. Honestly, but
you want to hear my best Krugs impression?
Wait, I actually do.
Okay, here you go. Did that come through the mic?
No.
Okay, then never mind.
Oh, really? I didn't hear. Oh, well.
Sadly, Beatdown didn't get to hear, but hopefully the audience did. Either way, a massive knock-up, unstoppable force. Christian's going to secure the one onto Sam I Am, but a quick kite back here is going to make sure it's more than able. Don Creek pulls out of that fight super early, and as a result, the 2 to fall.
Has to respect the teleport from the Camille. Doesn't have flash at the moment, too, so if he gets on top of you, spell shield or no spell shield, you were dead because of that Hextech ultimatum.
Oh my
so
gosh,
you go 2 for 2 in this one. Yeah, top wave is pushing. Every wave is basically pushing towards Liz McRae. And now, whoa, that's a big kill. Oh,
it's a massive kill, but that one's even bigger. Don Creek down. Let's see if they can find the respawn onto PMC. A lantern saves the day. A response, repel back in. The death sentence, maybe not enough damage, but that's a scary take to have here.
Woo! And all that, you still haven't popped the Guardian Angel from this Camille, who also has a dead man's plate, by the way, in case you didn't know, Zephyr. That extra bit of armor, the move speed, so it's easier to stay on top of Don Creek and try and reduce whatever damage. Yeah, there you go. We have our second champion at 6 items as well. And I just want it known, PMC is not recalled. If you all remember how much HP he had when the fight ended, now he's basically back to full, and he's probably going to go kill Mike the OG.
Yeah, more than likely.
Really?
He got lucky.
Yeah, I guess he wasn't sure where everybody is. He's like, just in case they move his 5, he doesn't want to get shut down.
Okay, he's not going to be as lucky this time around. You've got the full rotation coming through from the entirety of King's College. You don't need the full... I mean, okay, understandable. They're pulling bot turret. They're getting the tier 2. They're going to work this one in, take pressure, maybe even the inhib. Look at how out of position Lise McRae is. I mean, it's perfect. They know they're clearing those wards, so they know exactly where they were.
Right, and the only thing to really look for now is potentially some dragon setup. I think King's College could easily just go for just set up some dark vision and try to make a play. What did PMC do?
Absolutely. The minute Christian spots out Country Base and Saturday, they know the rotations come through from 3 here, but it's a fast one in response, though. This bot lane, it's a destruction of Dawn Creek, but it is at the expense of Christian. PMC, though, keeping the fight alive, misses the rappel on that hook shot, unable to go as deep as PMC wants. They are on to Sam, but the job is done. Silver's out. Baron's free on the board.
PMC is just going to go for this push and is hopefully going to walk away. Baron is not necessarily on the board because you lost your jungle, but you know what's on the board? Sam I am. As an easy kill for this Camille. At this point, you got your mid and jungle just now recalling too.
Just go
and
for
like, you're going to lose so much.
Go
for drag. They could end the game.
Yeah, they could. 20 seconds sitting on Dawn Krieg. They can continue to walk this one forward here. Saturday, Mike the OG, they've got plenty of sustain to work this one out. No, yeah, pull back.
Really? I just think, like, PMC is so strong. Dawn Creek isn't here. Just crunch them. But they're going to go for the Baron, which is a safe call. Guaranteed.
Safe call.
I really can't imagine they end up losing this one, even though top and hit hasn't spawned. Respawn, rather. We watched them take the mid one, too. King's College have this game just about wrapped up. We're just waiting for the curtain to fall, the fat lady to sing, if you will. The
Adele?
Truth, the Nexus to
not
explode.
anymore.
Not anymore, sorry.
She used to be.
They used to be, but...
Aretha Franklin?
I don't know who that is. I'm going to take your word on that.
What?! Sorry, that's the most shocking thing I've seen or heard today.
Oh man, I'm
You're
glad.
making me feel
I
my age now, my 40-year-old age. 50,
yeah, I was
60.
gonna say, what is? I don't know what is happening. Is Aretha Franklin like an artist from?
Oh my God, he doesn't actually know.
That wasn't a joke. What do you think I listened to?
Anime openings.
I mean, yeah. Do you not?
I don't. I listen to old music, Beatdown. I listen to the goldies of the past. Oh my gosh.
You just want to be 60, don't you? That's what it is.
I am 60.
No, like you, like physically even. You just want to.
I am physically 60.
That's
I was in the hospital. Remember that?
That's different.
No, it's not. Oh my gosh, Link Brothers. Okay, back to our regularly scheduled programming here. Link Brothers is gone. So is Christian. Dawn Krieg is in full spin here. A shockwave, a big flash has to come out of it. Okay, Lise McRae, they're not done yet.
Oh, full spin. I see what you did there. I like that. That was clever. Also, what Dawn Krieg did there scared the hell out of me. I saw Link, and then I didn't.
I did not.
Ooh, speaking of
seeing and not seeing.
Yeah, I swear Sam was there just a second ago. I don't know what happened.
Should change his name to Sam I Am Not.
Yeah,
just low-hanging fruit, but I had to.
No, it was there. I respect that. And man, okay. I know I said this game is about done, but I actually kind of changed my mind. I think Dawn Krieg
did express they don't know how to finish out games to me. That was something they brought up. They are not very good at closing games.
Yeah, I'm seeing a little bit of that, but
really,
I mean,
Soul. They lost Soul at some point.
They did. It was because they were on the other side of the map doing something else.
Something. Got it.
Definitely something. I like the Dawn Krieg. Dawn Krieg, I think he sold an item. He sold boots. Now he has Ghostblade. Jesus.
In fairness, when you have the On the Hunt available and you know that if you get locked down, you're pretty much dead, you might as well. Might as well.
Speaking of lockdown and dead.
I mean, when Country Base looks like that, right? When he gets locked down, you don't look like anything.
Yeah. It's a really good point, actually. All the armor that he has and the health doesn't matter. PMC. You can go for this.
I say but there's
Oh,
actually
wait. Big deal.
a nice engage.
He's dead.
Unstoppable onslaught. Encore doesn't quite hit there. PMC is going to keep working this one
it's
forward,
Jay.
but a nice kite keeps Don Krieg alive here. Now PMC can't even find Hook onto the wall to keep himself alive there. So that's your major carry down and out. But remember,
he's stopping back.
The backs! Christian stopping the backs. Your base is falling, and it's Link and the rest of King's College finding their way here on a Nexus and taking game 1. Oh, baby.
Wow, not how I expected this one to end. And there it is. The horrible game state Lee's McRae found themselves in, finally got capitalized on, it looks like, by King's College. I like that call. They're like, you know what?
Nice.
Why are they all here? Let's end the game. I'm sick of this. It's been 40 minutes. I'm tired. I want a snack. I want some juice. Maybe I'm projecting a little bit, but I'm sure someone there is thinking.
Someone's with you, Beatdown. They're looking for their high C and their Reese's.
Yeah,
no,
exactly.
what are those crats? Ritz. They're looking for their Ritz crackers to finish the job. And
yeah.
I like that. They put so much emphasis on PMC in that side lane. And the fact that he needs literally 5 members of the team to take him down, that's what is the capitalize. That's what happens at the end. You lose everything because of that.
Right. Right, and
so
that's
simple.
why it needed to happen. That's why that needed to happen sooner. That either you overcommit to one person or you overcommit for the team fight. But this kind of back and forth and not able to actually find any team fight angles was kind of the main problem, because you saw how strong we saw how strong Don Krieg was.
Don Krieg, yeah.
Like what he was doing to people. He was basically the task manager, just ending processes left, right, and center if he could get on top of them. But if you're losing your base for it, you're just slowly losing out on these crucial objectives on your side of the map. Doesn't matter.
Now, for now, either way, PMC, the highlight, of course, of that match, really carrying and putting King's College on their way to their own victory. Not their first one, but definitely maybe potentially their first series victory if they keep this one up. As for us, though, it's been a long one, so we're going to take a few hot seconds to, as Beatdown says, maybe get some juice, a little bit of crackers for our tum-tums, and for y'all, your own respite as we work our way into our next lobby. Stick around.
sharpening my feathers.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NECC, and as you can see, we are already live hot into that pick and ban. I, of course, am Zephyr, joined by the lovely Beatdown Boulevard, and if you are just arriving, we're coming off hot of a King's College win here against Lees McRae.
I think hot doesn't even begin to describe it. Maybe molten,
Hot?
because the fighting was just insane, Zephyr.
That's
Back
true.
and forth. Like, I've never seen a Sivir get to full build so quickly. Granted, I don't see a lot of Sivers in organized play, but my statement I still think carries a lot of weight. Also,
yeah.
if you're somehow just joining us, first of all, you got to go back and watch that game later. Second of all, you see that Camille band? Top left corner, little box. There's a very good reason
Also Trundle.
why that champion. Yes, also Trundle. But I think the Camille one is what I want to focus on. Good reason why he's taken away. PMC, Raffle stomped, Goomba clapped, absolutely on them.
Yes, absolutely. Was quite literally the reason King's College found their way to victory, because they were having some hot trouble finishing that game out there until, surprisingly, it was PMC's death and his presence alone that allowed them to win that game. Like I said, or like Beatdown said, if you haven't seen it, you have to go watch it. It's more than funny of a way to finish out game one here. But I do want to touch on it real quick because it was important. Hot on the heels of PMC was that Trundle. So to see it first banned out as well is actually something that I'm not surprised. Granted, that's like dramatic information, quite literally what is called dramatic irony that we have here that they don't. But the Trundle had heavy impact as well here. It just wasn't as impressive given the fact that Don Krieg could just step up and one-shot him as easily as well.
Right. And I think because part of the problem is you know, Sivir is, I think, fine, especially with how quickly he got to that 2-3 item mark that we talked about. But that late game impact isn't quite the same as other hyper carry champions like Tristana. Oh, I don't know. Jinx comes to mind as well. This time, if Don Krieg plays the early game like he did in game one, I think we're going to a game 3 because Jinx is a lot harder to shut down when she gets 4 items before anybody else. I'll tell you that.
Right, and if we're gonna just put it out there, Link Brothers needs to shore up the weaknesses in the bot lane dramatically here. There was so much bleeding that could have been stented to prevent what was the absolute monstrosity that came about. So, once again, on that Tristana, on that Thresh with Carbon Physician here, so they have basically roughly the same layout going into this bot lane, and hopefully the lessons that they've learned from game one will carry over now.
True. And I think there's definitely still room for King's College to absolutely just close the series out here and there.
Yes.
Looking at some of these picks we're seeing, Set, not quite Camille, but can, if you find an early lead, be that that side lane monstrosity just because of the sustain, the shield on the Haymaker and things of that such. Also, I think Carbon Physician, because of the lack of the hard engaged team fight ultimates, no unstoppable force, no curse of the sad mummy. I'm very interested to see how Carbon Physician is going to navigate some of these team fights because I think, like we talked about it during the cast, he played very well that game. Good flays, good hooks, great uses of the box. And I think it's going to be especially important here because it is going to be a little harder to get on top of Don Krieg. You don't have that Camille hook shot anymore. You don't have these insane gap closers. You do have the Syndra, though, that can offer that scatter of the weak from outside Jinx's range. I think these are some of the things I'm looking for if you want to shut down Don Krieg once again.
And then on the opposite side of the matchup, if we look towards Lees McRae here, the Mordekaiser pick is something that we'll have to really watch, given that we amp up PMC being such a hard carry on this top side. The Morg, looking to take it toe-to-toe this time, tried to play the weak side Malphite into the Camille, which should get tanky enough to survive, and it was not truly applicable there. This time around, the fight actually having a bit more of the spirit, and even if that doesn't come through, can still be that ultimate bot, pull through with the Death Realm at any given point and present what is a nice 4v4 that is hopefully more sustainable here for Lees McRae. On the opposite end, less of a wombo, but still just as much engaged with that Hecarim here instead of the Amumu. Big fear, big onslaught of shadows can come through at any point, and taking a tab here out of King's College book, it's heavy damage. Heavy, massive damage here from Vel'Koz.
Right, and I am just noticing too, I think we actually have a swap because I'm not seeing Country in the jungle role this time around. It is to Sav, I want to say. I'm
this This is their official jungler, by the way.
Ah,
That was a sub last game.
I see.
Just to fill you in.
Okay, so there you go. So he wasn't available in game 1 this time. We have the roster that is actually supposed to be playing this time around.
Yes. TSAV actually making an impression. This is something that was told to this. Sadly, I didn't tell Beatdown because I thought it would be more funny to bring up my superior knowledge here at the actual official second draft. I need those little wins as he himself gets them over me all the time. But TSAV here, hopefully going to be making much more of an impact. We talked about Christian finding his way into the limelight on that trundle there, and a lot of that was due to the fact that the Amumu's pacing last time around was not really anywhere to be seen. Right. And it came through eventually come team fight time, but needed more presence in the early game to make sure that it wasn't just the sustained fighting here from Don Krieg that led this team to victory. There was definitely some more areas for the Orianna to show up, or even that Malphite to get a little bit of respite that maybe would have put PMC in a bad position. So hopefully TSAB, being that primary jungler, having the consistency with this roster, will push us on to a game 3 here.
It's very likely, especially, I'm interested how this early game will go too, because you see things like the Hecarim, still not a champion until you get the Sheen, until you get closer to level 6. Mm-hmm. You're not going to see a whole lot of impact, and you're not as big on the wave clear as you might like. So that's why I'm interested in what is Christian going to do. I think both of these junglers do want to be farming first 2 clears, pretty uninterrupted. Trade Scuttle Crabs if you can, unless you have heavy prio in the mid lane or something along those lines. So I wonder if we're going to see any early ganks come out at all. We didn't see it from the sub jungler. Maybe TSAB will find these openings in the early game, but it's hard to say how that will actually play out here. I think it's going to be very dependent on the laners, whether or not these junglers want to be more aggressive. And I mean, Ghost on the Hecarim already tells me a bit of aggression is on the menu.
Well, same start here, and hopefully some more eyes to garner as we work our way into this second game here. If you're just joining us, of course, King's College 1-up against Lee's McRae. I'm still your play-by-play caster, Zephyr, of course, joined by my lovely color Beatdown, and doesn't look like, other than that, much has changed already.
And yeah, with that being said, still no push.
They don't know this, by the way. They still don't.
I don't know. No attempts at early vision, or rather early deep vision. It's just on the defensive end for both ends, both top rushes by King's College being warded. They just don't want to get invaded, Zephyr. They just want good, clean League of Legends. No invades, no cheese, none of that. They're lactose intolerant.
Oh God, don't. I have had my struggles with lactose intolerant issues in these last. I'm not lactose intolerant. I'm not, but the people around me are, and it is a headache. All right, they have weak genes. All right, and it makes me sad.
Are you telling me they don't? Are you telling me they don't eat lactose, like dairy? They don't eat dairy?
No, I mean okay.
I was gonna say, all I know about lactose intolerant people is that they eat dairy more than anyone else.
I was about to say they still eat dairy, even though it kicks their butt. Literally, yeah, no. It has become still a prevalent issue either way, Beatdown. So that's all you need to know. All right.
Sure. Fair enough. I will take your word for that. The new authority on lactose intolerance, Mr. Zephyrcast, right there. That's you.
Thank you. I'm sick of it. I'm getting rid of it. I'm going to Genghis Khan the world so that we can get rid of lactose intolerancy. All right.
While you're at it, can you do the whole cilantro tasting like soap thing?
Yes. Oh my God. See, he makes me happy. First he slanders me with poor information, not understanding the world around him, and then beat down. Then he comes back around. He goes, "I'm not crazy. I promise. There's some things we can agree on."
You gotta reel him back in. That's how we keep Zephyr interested. It's just this back and forth, this push and pull, hot and cold, as Katy Perry would say.
Well, I can tell you what else is hot and cold. This lane here. You see them step up, and then they have to run away. The poke is still just as prevalent this time around. Sivir may not be on the field, but Jinx can do just as much of a job. TSAV already here, making impressions all the way onto this bot side. Looking for that gank. You see the flash come out of Thresh there. You have a little bit of the trade over here as well. It's even so far, Mike the OG and PMC, but better than last time around.
You can certainly say that. It wouldn't be hard to do have a better matchup than last time. This time around, it is a lot better for Mike the OG. And we do have the Scuttle trade that I was talking about. We just have the full clears coming through, although Christian still has his perks to do. I wonder if we will see the invade, because he, at this point, hasn't seen TSAV come through. It's looking like neither jungler is actually making that effort.
Right, this is why that early information pays off here, and that's something that King's College hasn't been taking advantage of. They haven't snooped out here. You look at their composition, they could have easily pulled through, but for now here, they're easily able to walk in. Christian steps up, and TSAV already on his way towards this mid lane. Flash expended out Never Ever here, so now that is 2 flashes off the board from King's College due to ganks from this Heck run.
Yeah, that is a lot of mana was consumed by Never Ever, hoping that he can get the wave pushed in. But unfortunately, used all his mana, didn't actually get what he was looking for. So it's a force flash like you talked about. And now Christian is just harassing TSAV a little bit. He does actually get the Gromp steal. So getting the invade because you know Heckram's on the area. I do like that. I want to see that proactivity from Christian continuously. I think he's in a better position this time around to do some of this carrying. Even though Graves is a bit low range. You think about Heckram, you think about the Mordekaiser. They want to be up in your face. He's gonna have a lot of opportunities to kind of clutch up.
All right, and we can totally give credit where credit is due when that comes around here. But for now, I'm not seeing as much impact as Christian as I have from TSAV, and usually you would expect the Heckram to be more oriented towards that level 6, whereas I would go out on a wager and say, yeah, you might need a little bit of the spike, a little bit of the lethality, a bit of the damage to work with if you're talking about Graves, but maybe this will make me eat my own words. A little bit of the pullback. Mike the OG here now trying to escape. Remember, he's got that flash, and there it is, right there out of the haymaker. Christian keeping the blast rolling, but unable to find the kill. Either way, finally, something sustained response.
Right, flash out is going to have to blow the teleport. If PMC can get this wave shoved in, and he won't have to use his. That's a cross-map play waiting to happen, but I think this time around, it's just for lane he's playing for. He's going to recall. He's up 17 CS, and with that pickaxe, it's looking like he will just simply TP back to lane and continue trying to hold things on. Interestingly enough, Mike the OG has not opted to use the teleport, so he might be holding it for that very same idea.
Well, we'll see how it comes about here. Dragon being one of the major points that was discussed as pure contest. Carbon Physician in, though, with the death sentence. It's a quick response.
He's going
with a good double root there. Another leap in from Link the Blooders off a reset, continuing the pressure onto Dog Craig. A flash forward, and one more auto would do it. Run. Not the turret. Oh, first blood, it all goes wrong, and now TSAV here to keep it rolling in Lee's McRae's favor. It's gotta hurt.
That hurt me, Zephyr.
Yeah, me too, dude.
He got the flash. You got all of Dawn Creek summoners. Just be happy with that. You have the early game pressure. We talked about this, but no. Link does end up losing his life. We'll be able to walk back and catch the majority of this wave, thankfully, but that's extra gold in this Jinx pocket. And we talked about how that's not okay if you're trying to win this game. Don't let Jinx get the gold. We don't like that.
Okay. No, okay. I'm already crying over here, but either way, the Jinx shouldn't be. The Jinx should be absolutely bladed. Not quite their birthday, but just as happy. Hopefully that pushes them into a position where they can find more kills and maybe not link into what was maybe that 0-7 position that we saw in this Tristana out in game 1 here. Shoring up the weaknesses has to be big, and it's already not looking good.
You could say that. It's not looking great for Mr. Never Ever.
No. Already back in, and it's a quick disintegration ray, but PMC hot on the trail. Just as well here on the top side, finally able to find that first kill of the game.
Right, and at least Mike the OG does have the TP so you can get back to lane very quickly. But overall, everything seems like it's coming up least McRae so far in the early parts of the game. Already a 300 gold lead between 80 carries because Don Craig, well, yeah, we saw the 2 assists that he was able to grab for himself. I do like that catch out, though. Sam I Am is punished for showing on the Scuttle Crab. And there is technically an angle where you can do the dragon.
Oh, Mikey OG just blows teleport there, so there's no real major way for him to come into this fight if that is a major excursion that does occur here within the next 30. You see the rotation provided there from Saturday, but Never Ever quick on their heels as well, and they're expecting this. They're expecting the dragon to come by at any point now, because you see TSAV rotate, go for the handshake. What is that Rift Herald? So if there's any time to keep that one rolling and find your way on the dragon, it would be now, which, yes, it looks like Christian has started up.
Right, TSAV is going to do the Herald in exchange. It looks like, and Saturday's just going to be happy harassing him. It's a handshake, but it's one where you're crossing your fingers behind your back. You know what I mean? Just all this damage, getting Christian quite low. No steal will actually come through from pretty much from the rocket or anything else. But you know, you do offer a bit of pressure, especially onto Never's Ever, because all the skill shots are landing. I'm liking Saturday's Vel'Koz.
Saturday's Vel'Koz. A lot better than the Orianna. We talk about the little CS leads that were bolstered here this time around, but for now, hold the thought. Death Sentence in, a Flay to push both back here. Exhaust thrown out as Don Krieg's going to be the first to go. They continue their onslaught undeterred, and hopefully this time they learn their lesson, but Christian's back in, and it's back out with the collateral damage, and that's 2 for the bot.
Knocks him right out of turret range, so no problem for King's College to answer back. 2 kills on both junglers. You especially really like that one if you're Graves, because you're going to see, like, if once Graves starts getting some crit on there, those shotgun shells hurt, man. It's just a lot of damage here. But TSAV, of course, isn't too far behind in gold as well. And now that the level 6s have come online, from what we can see...
Oh, no.
Oh, here comes...
There's Leap. TSAV already expended what was the normal push there and doesn't have... Oh, no, just used the Onslaught Shadows. My apologies.
Okay. Well, a lot of opportunities 2 minutes from now. Yeah.
Yeah. Then guess what? That corn spawns with absolutely nothing here. No major objective, anything.
Yeah, seems like it so far. Looks like Link is actually forced to stay in lane. Can't get his recall canceled. He's got to make sure he catches this XP. But if he gets hit by one of those slows or roots, might be Dunzo Bunzo, as they like to say. He still has the heal, though.
As they like to say, of course.
They do. They do. Confirmed.
You like to say.
I do.
How about we fix that one? There we go.
All right. As I like to say, sorry.
Correct grammar is appropriate here, but PMC... deep with the flash to follow up with what was that gank from Christian, but unable to find Mike the OG, as he's got his own flash on his belt. So now 5 minutes in their favor.
We got flashes being used all across the map. Both these junglers being very active in how they are pathing around some of these laners. And it's you love to see it. I especially love it from TSAV. A lot more active than Country, what we saw in the first game. And I think it's done a lot of good for Lise McRae. You can tell that they are able to find more as a result of this, and because he's still holding on to the Rift Herald, there's even more they can still get for themselves here. You get it, make a play successful somewhere, and that could very easily be the turret. I mean, you look on King's College side, a couple of plays are gone on most of these tier 1s.
Right, and with TSAV up towards that top side, reset comes through PMC, doesn't have teleport. Could be a quick push from the Rift if you play around Mike the OG. For now, though, good stun. And surprisingly, the execution, too, from the Super Mega Death Rocket. So finally, a kill sustained in lane there for Don Krieg. The first of many, as Saturday finds one for himself as well.
And that's it. The laners of Lise McRae really showing up this time around. I mean, Saturday, again, on this Vel'Koz, this is definitely a comfort pit. I actually want to say... it was banned in game 1. I'll have to go back and look. And if it was, I'm going to say I understand why. Because Saturday is confident, to say the least, on this pick.
Right. And to confirm there your suspicions, the Vel'Koz was, in fact, banned here from King's College in game 1.
That's me,
now,
Mr.
though,
Big Brain.
Got that Rift Herald crashing in. A little bit of the gold picked up for TSAV and Saturday. Maybe they could continue to capitalize. Never's Ever's just got to find the Rift, but a response is secured. Cloud damage does finally get it in, and while the Unleashed Power does finally come out, it is another kill. Another one pushing 4-0 here for Christian.
That is a lot of gold for Christian, who already has that Ghost Blade built up, and you're just accelerating this Graves that much further here. You are going to give him some plates, I think, too, because... I mean, he's just going to go ahead and shove out this mid wave, try and force Saturday to lose as much as possible. And no way, right? Oh my God.
I've seen this one.
I've seen this movie before.
I've seen this movie before here. PMC finally kind of coming online. Not as dominant, of course, as the Camille performance, but officially able to take that 1v1 against Mike the OG no matter what Mike throws at him here. This time around, though, Christian. I know you just brought him up, but I want to keep tailing off the back end here. Much more dominant. You talked about how this Graves puts him in a place where he can be more carry-oriented. The Trundle was a good opportunist, you know, had the engage potential, could work its way in with a nice pillar, but it didn't really have anything much past that, especially since Don Craig was able to capitalize so adequately here. In comparison, Christian, who is struggling right now, is able to find those 1v1s more in his favor and could potentially carry King's College to their own victory once again.
All right, Disintegration Ray won't finish him off. I think Saturday was forced to cancel it because he would have died otherwise, it looked like. But knowing Christian is in the top side of the map, it means it's an easy dragon pickup for Lise McRae here. They are going to get their first one of the game, as you're just going to reset as Christian. You can see the jungle difference in gold climbing and favoring Christian once more in this series. 1,200 gold up. It's going to show as soon as we tab back into the itemization. And it's worth noting too, Saturday, we're hyping up his Vel'Koz, and for good reason. He's also got a sizable lead going for him as well here.
I'll say the leads there, though, for Lise McRae is a lot more balanced than it is for King's College here. Lynx and Never's Ever really putting on the back foot, which is something that we did see similar to game one there. I think the Diana played a little bit more adequately than...
teleport.
Oh, that's a good double charm here. Launch, engage. PMC's deep in this backline. This is what you need to start this one off here. And as Sam I Am follows into the alcove there, can't quite find the facebreaker, but the showstopper will do. First kill secured is Saturday. T-Sab, Mike, they all step up ready to play here. You don't have Never's Ever, and it's a big onslaught.
No tower.
The rocket might not hit, but it doesn't matter. Carbon Fisher's already down. Ohan to pull Link's brother back in the follow-through from Don Krieg with the rocket to secure not one, but two for Lise McRae.
You use the teleport to make something happen, but you started it too late, Zephyr. No turret to crawl back to fall back to, so that you can actually try and kite this fight out. And because of that, Don Krieg, this Jinx just continues to stack more and more gold, and you don't have PMC's Camille to bail you out this time around. You have Set, but doesn't quite close the gap the same way.
We'll see. Maybe later. We'll see maybe later.
Yeah,
that's
maybe
what
later.
I meant to say.
Yeah, totally.
But you can see, though, that PMC, even without the maneuverability that you have from something like Camille, still trying to make those plays happen, is still looking for the opportunities to collapse on his team. And while he was able to find Sam, that wasn't really as focused as he needed. Christian just barely finding his way out to safety there, but woo!
Yeah, Merc trades go crazy this game. And I think it's Christian is very happy with his purchase in that regard. Wow, and I like this. Usually you see jungles and supports move together, but this game, it's Sam and Saturday. Mid support, just hand-holding, walking their way, just like Popstar and her pet Void Creature, as they're just doing so much work across the map this time around. I feel like that's lopsided. Saturday's doing a lot of work. They're equals.
More than equals. They're an absolute monster of a combo here. If we had the Disintegration Ray available just a moment ago, that would have been it.
Yeah.
The team fight had followed through just a moment notice, so didn't quite have the final kill pressure, but that alone is enough to promise the fact that these two together are a disgusting combo. With Krieg now into the mix, stepping up here in the mid lane, could be more than just that. Link Brothers already taken down to half, and the Ray back out as Carbon Position's gonna be going here. Krieg gonna keep this one up, got that Get Jinx passive, the exhaust to follow. I like the blind pushed out there to keep Christian safe, but I don't think it's gonna stop this onslaught anytime soon.
No,
there's T-Sab.
Yep, Herald is ready to go. They're not even waiting for this next wave, Zephyr. It is just time to go. Lise McRae trying to speed run to a game 3 as they're going to shove even more gold into their team's pocket. And most importantly, Don Krieg gets to get excited. And the collateral damage does some work, but I don't know if there's an angle for Christian to do anything here. The Encore is wide, though.
Carbon's in, but PMC's in the back end. Gonna try to find it. But it's the face breaker, but is pushed back by T-Sab. Still, Haymaker down. Sam and out here. Remember, this is exactly how that first team fight played out here, but no further response. It's completely in Lee's favor. You take one for the 2 turrets and some damage there onto your inhib one. I mean, massive success.
Yeah, you're happy with that one if you're Elise McRae. And Don Creek gets to hold on to a shutdown, which I think is most important as well. It gets the walk bot, continue farming out all these waves and picking up all the CS. It's starting to mount and add up. You can see he's already 50 CS above Link Brothers. And I mean, it's only climbing at this point as Link has to move with the support. They're rotating, I think, top to make a play onto Mike, but I'm not really sure how fruitful that will be.
And they're sitting, what is that, like one item, maybe 1.5 item separation here between Don Krieg and Link's Brothers. And this is exactly how that played out last time around. What really accelerated that Sivir for being such an issue, because when you don't have sustained damage to keep you from running teams down, say in something like the NE80 carry, you get full rain. Full rain on picking up kills, full rain on destroying waves, and full rain on the rest of the map being your playground.
And play is what Elise McRae can do at this moment. You see the control they have across the map, like you're saying. It is their playground. They can use that to go for this next dragon if they want to. Only one load pink ward in and around that river for King's College. At this point, even that one is not long for the world. Christian...
Ooh, it's a big encore. Start this one up. T-Sab pushes Kirsten out of the ultimate, and now it's a full collapse here. T-Sab removed with that unleashed power. 4v5, a disintegration rate, unable to find the kills that they want. Sam I Am stepping up here, but the damage is done. You've lost the one, but see if they can step back in here. Saturday with a little bit more poke. PMC's over the wall. This is the engage potentially that they need. Never Ever with the balls, keeping this team low. That's the death realm. Going to put Christian in a poor position, but maybe not as he continues to kite. His Mordekaiser out, taking us to another member down here for Elise McRae. PMC footing forward here, being the defense that this squad needs. Now they look for Saturday. He goes gold, keeping himself alive, but it's Carbon position. Stepping in, taking them into the lantern for one last time here. King's College coming up big on the dragon.
An insanely split fight coming through from Elise McRae. Honestly, mispositioning. T-Sav with that onslaught of shadows is all in on his own. Hecarim, the kind of champ who needs dive buddies. He needs friends to hold hands with him as he jumps into that back line. Going in by himself needs it easy. Christian wins that 1v1 any day of the week and twice on Sundays. You can just see it in the gold difference. He's now 2k up on this Hecarim as Graves, and he is just so strong at the moment. He's probably backing for a second item right now, and this is something you have to watch for and respect. T-Sav can't go in on his own because he is lacking in the sustain and the damage compared to something like a Graves who just built his shield bow.
And with time, that issue will inevitably be resolved here. My apologies for Elise McRae, but King's College in their own right will find more of a footing back with Link's Brothers, back with Never Ever. And I'll be honest, they're not as far behind as they were in game one. They still have a lot more to route through. For now, though, PMC, not quite the 1v1, it's the 1v2. Uses that showstopper to prevent the initial knockup, but the Onslaught Shadow still comes through. Haymaker down, but no true damage to be found. Continues to auto this one out onto Mike the OG. Might be able to find it, pulls it back with a base breaker, is able to get the one. Christian now stepping up, but unable to secure that much more. It's a scatter of the week, a death sentence, and a double play. Don Krieg has stepped up, but Sam I Am is still alive, but not for much longer. Don Krieg, though, on the follow through on this back end, brings it to a 2-for-2. Here's Link's Brothers. Oh, no! It's the double flash and the rocket. Oh, if the zap had hit, it would have been done.
Wait, no flash. That means Christian can go for this? Oh, okay, no. He's
No. They left.
I would have done it.
I like how it is literally reflected quite identically there on the map. Both mid laners, both supports, both top laners.
Made a lot of things go on there in that last minute or so. I think the highlights for me, PMC gets one in the 1v2. Insane. And I also like that play from Never Ever. Scatter the week into the death sentence was, well, exactly that, Zephyr. It was a death sentence for Sam I Am and Saturday. So you see Don Krieg and how strong he is, though, and how much he can turn these fights. He's at 2 items now. Big deal for Jinx. This is about where Don Krieg is really going to start running away with things in these 5v5s. But that's why I like King's College once more recognizing... Oh, wait a minute.
Wait a minute indeed here. Don Krieg not as explosive this time around. And even with an exhaust, It doesn't matter. Akin to Beatdown's world, Sia wouldn't want to be a PMC here. Maybe looking to further the extent of this script. A big showstopper in the haymaker to follow brings it out for the bot lane as a whole here. Lantern Deep Sky of the week, but nothing more for King's College.
And this is just another example of what I wanted to say. The King's College recognized, hey man, we don't need to front to back. That is not our strength here. It's just about these picks. It's just about moving around, trying to get chain CC with our Syndra, with our Thresh, and trying to win these small little skirmishes. PMC, once again, like game one, very functional on his own, and because of that, he can draw a lot of pressure while you look for these exact opportunities. King's College playing a beautiful game here in game two and are well on their way to playing spoiler for Lise McCrae's playoff hopes.
Hopefully some more here, and if they drop this game, they're not out of the runnings. It's when it comes into the next one. If they continue to lose what will be the following series here, I actually think that Lise McCrae is tied for a potential drop here out of the standings. They're currently 3-3, which puts them right in the middle of the pack there. But you have to remember, when we're talking about the NECC, you're 1 or 2 wins away from being in or out.
And you know what? Like, let's be real here. Going into today, King's College were 0-6. If you are on a knife's edge when it comes to your playoffs hopes, you're not expecting to lose to the 0-6 team. Not only does that not look great for how you're going to perform in these potential tiebreakers, it doesn't do many things well for the mental either. Losing in this fashion to when you probably going into this thought that you had it locked down.
Lise McCrae has lost the last 3 games in succession here. They started out really, really strong. 3 wins on the board and then have just been faltering week after week. So this one to fall through would be another bite to their already what could have been really, really great season. And especially to lose to say something like King's College, 0-6, already out of playoffs. I mean, that would hurt.
Just true. King's College, not the worst position here. I think the thought process would probably be use the Death Realm to get the dragon, but if you Death Realm this if you Death Realm those Graves, he's going to kill you even faster than he did last time. So I'm sure Mike the OG is hesitant. They're just looking for an opening, a play. The Encore is available crucially. MIM is looking for it.
Easily able to pick up the dragon. Now the fight to follow through.
Oh, double charm.
In the back line there with the onslaught, but capitalized so quickly. It's going to be the Death Realm that saves him for a little bit longer, but yes, the damage comes through just as quick. 3 on the board for both squads, but the damage heavily here in Lise McCrae's favor. They continue to chase this one out, but are unable to find what they want. I was going to say, if Saturday stepped up there, that could have been bad. So King's College, technically winning, comes out with the dragon and still sustaining. They do drop their carries here, which is the big one. So maybe Lise McCrae can push this one out.
I don't know what you're talking about. Christian is still on the Rift, Zephyr, and that man is a carry in this game. 3 items already. That was before this fight started. Now he gets to back and buy the Dirk. And once again, we see the same problem going on with some of these fights here for Lise McCrae. They have T-Sav on his own here as this Hecarim who wants to be diving in, but because of that, they turn and focus him down. Jinx needs resets. Don Krieg needs to be able to get kill after kill and play this front to back. But if your front liner is gone out in no man's land, your other front liner is in the realm of death, who's there to actually allow you to walk up?
Not many opportunities for anyone to save you in that regard there. So King's College, while they're not as, I would say, dramatically ahead with the PMC kind of lead as of last game, have now split that faction into 2 sides here. You've got Christian, of course, being the heavy damage front that, while you may be able to stop for just a moment, can pick off any member of this squad with due time. And then your heavy engage, it's not as potent or direct in terms of the individual, but can be just as good for the group here for PMC. Now, though, that's got to suck. They give themselves away, and it's going to be quick follow through. Don Krieg's here on the back end. They've got a little bit of the hook to slow him down,
Never
but
is it here.
TV's in the back end with the onslaught. Carbon position in. P's got a huge haymaker, takes T-Sab very, very low, but Mike the OG is able to finish off Lynx. Now PMC and Christian are 2 lovely boys trying to keep this one alive, but slowly faltering in the face of Lise McCrae here. All members down a full ace, and easily a walk towards Baron here.
That fight was not it there. You're looking for the bush play for King's College, and
They knew.
yeah, they were onto them. They knew that, like, by process of elimination, where else would they be sitting? And because of that, Lee's McRae are happy to take the 5v4 fight, and it goes so overwhelmingly in their favor. Never's Ever just TPs in to add it to a full ace. And because of that, wait, T-Sav? No, he has Smite. What am I talking about? They're fine. And because of that, Lee's McRae's Baron all 5 members. You suddenly balloon yourself to a 3k gold lead, and you're back in control.
This is tough here because for King's College, they really need more than Christian and PMC at this point. You know, they had a level of strength coming into some of these team fights, and it's beginning to falter as you see major carries. They were already in a good position, but now they're getting to the point where they're hard to non-contest with, right? You look at Saturday, you look at T-Sav, they're becoming more of a problem. They're starting to disrupt these fights. They're starting to split them, which really puts it in the favor of Liz McRae. You need Link Brothers. You really do need Link Brothers to complete the equation here. Never's Ever is still kind of working towards that point here on the Syndra, and I'd love to see more Realm, or say something like the Scour of the Week or Leash Power to have more of an impact.
Yep.
But Link Brothers, that's the big one. We talk about wave clear. We talk about sustained damage. This 80 carry is holding this one back.
I think he hit the nail on the head there, especially with regards to the Syndra. That's how they were starting a lot of these fights off here. Speaking of,
that's all Link Brothers is. Caster minion here. A little bit more gold for the pocket, and that whole bot lane is now done.
Wow, yeah, that's a big deal. Baron buff in tow. That it could very well be game. Bot lane is nowhere to be found. A lot of ultimates still available here for you to fight it out if you want to. They could look to push you right.
It's a good scatter of the week. Finds too. Chris and PMC have responded. It's a massive, massive chunk of damage that might halt Lee's McRae. Remember, collateral damage is still up for Christian when he will work this one out. Continuing the burst. Nice scatter of the week. Finds its way on a Saturday, but I like this. They defend. It's 5v3, but they still can't push in past these guys.
Yeah, it is tough. You mess that one up, you do get taken down here. PMC, you could see he was posturing. He was looking for that showstopper. Speaking of posturing, Christian.
I like this. They're playing around the fog of war. Oh, it's a good scout of the week! Into a fantastic collateral. Done there. Sam, I am not once again making himself known on the rift. T-Sab, though, going to look to punish this one into the blast cone. It's PMC over the wall there. A secured kill for Moors. Don Krieg's out for the count. Blast cone back over the wall. T-Sab finds another. Flashes through the slow there on the Q. And now, King's College, they're going to pick themselves up Soul here. What a turnaround.
Okay, they got to do something about Saturday because no smite means this dragon is very stealable. However, if they secure it, Zephyr, King's College immediately find their way back into the game. This gold lead that Lee's McRae have, not a big deal because the scatter of the week with that Infernal Soul, all that extra damage you're going to be doing, it's going to be so gross how strong King's College can be, how much burst that they're going to have. For real, please look at this Vel'Koz because this is... Come on, man. What did you think would happen?
It was so good. It was so free. It was a soul. That soul would have really... I'm malding. I'm furious. I'm losing it, D. I mean, RMC. I mean, beat down.
Hi, that's me. Yep, it's okay. It's okay. It's not doomed. It's not doomed. I mean, really,
it's not doomed.
It's not like you threw away the game if you're King's College, but that was just like you're way back into the game instantly. Yeah.
Okay.
But I mean, hey, another dragon in 4 minutes. There's that.
That's fair.
I thought so too.
Hopefully this one will be more direct in their favor. Like, dragon. Jungler's down. You're like, okay, yeah, we don't got smite, but it's 3v1.
Yeah. I guess that's the thought process. It's okay. Like, realistically, that team fight still shows us that King's College are in this one, how they can find some of these crucial angles, how Christian and PMC are really strong at the moment. PMC's 3 items. We got 4.
Never's good too.
Yeah, he's also the 3 items that finished Archangel Staff. The Seraphs is really good as well for the Syndra. Like, the damage output is insane, and all this lethality means
Like, look, there's Big
everyone
Stun,
gets blown
Sky of the
up.
Week. That's never Zephyr. That's never
Look at that.
Zephyr.
It's one auto.
Christian's
two,
in, followed through,
three.
exhaust, gone drinks kiting, but it's a done and done. Christian may be out here, but that's already spelled weakness for Liz McRae. T-Sab to go next. PMC's hovering that backline, keeping them separated, which I love in King's College. Finds a way through another team fight.
They sure do, Zephyr. Like, that is exactly what I'm talking about here. Christian does so much. He 1v1s Don Craig through the exhaust, and all that means is that this 4-item Jinx, who's supposed to be taking Lise McRae off to the finish line, is taken out before he can even participate. So no wave means you don't get to pressure this turret, but you get to actually push out this mid wave that has supers for the enemy team a little bit further out.
King's College, they've shown prowess in these team fights, but they come back to their crucial weakness. The ability to close the game out is constantly up in the air for the squad, and once again, it makes itself reared upon its own head here. Dragging the next, Baron, the next major objective on the board, 16 seconds. I wouldn't be surprised if it stalls all the way out until Soul. I really wouldn't.
It very well could. We're looking at 2 minutes right now. A lot of vision for both sides in and around the river on the top side of the map by the Baron, but it really just depends. Like, you have top and bot actually pushed out, so King's College have been managing their side waves quite well, and Lise McRae, they're focusing on just pushing this mid wave. They are putting 4 people in the mid lane, stealing some camps, but ultimately...
They're spotted.
Yeah, they know they're
They know
there.
this.
So that it means that now someone is going to have to go top and bot soon.
Oh my gosh,
and
PMC
that'll be
could
the
find
angle.
that. They are going to be
there.
able to evaluate with a little bit of the blue. They have a full idea of where Les McRae is. They try to clear out a little bit of the vision, but they actually miss a majority of it there. They're going to catch the tail end, but that's a bit of a waste of the sweeper. They still have Sam's, but for being in the position that you were for so long, contesting on that red side, knowing that Baron's up, I would like a little bit more aggressive word clearing. Just a little bit.
Now mid inhibits as respawned rather for King's College, so they don't have to worry about supers for the moment. Now they can just continue having priority in what seems to feel like every lane. You have Saturday pushing bot. These are your openings to look for these picks, these little skirmishes that King's College have been going for. It's just a lot of hit and run plays that I really like, because now the objective is coming up, Zephyr. It's the Infernal Soul for King's College.
It's going to be a little bit tougher.
A good way for them to just put this game away. Whoa, the hook!
And they can put it away maybe just like that. T-Sab, though, pulls a great trigger in his own regard here on the Hecarim. Carbon forced to flash on the back end and might be going down. The follow-through with the Super Mega Death Rock as Mike, the OG, secures what will be the first kill of the fight onto that Thresh there. Saturday has worked his way up from the bot lane to make this a 4v5. The damage is already done onto King's College here, and they more than likely can take full priority here. Chase continues to ensue. A little bit of slow, a bit of the zap.
Wow.
PMC's got full haymaker, but no ability to find what he wants. Now Never Zephyr, the next to go down. It's a quick step up there as Don Creek funnels another kill here onto this Jinx. And what was a very nice start is diminished and now into Soul Point here for Liz McRae.
Because now we're looking at this 3 items on the Hecarim, and he's
dragons.
going this very bruiser type build with just a lot of HP, a lot of resistances. It means he can go in, break up the fight, and just pretty much walk away from that one. So because of how that fight starts, you have a 5v4 after losing Carbon Physician, despite a really fantastic hook and an attempt at a punish onto Don Craig. You lose your support, it's a 5v4. At this point, you get to play front to back like Lise McRae always wanted to, and now Lise McRae are also at Dragon Soul Point here, and it's gonna feel like that. It's all about this Dragon Soul. That's gonna be the deciding factor here.
It could definitely be one of the more prevalent ones, I will say here, but we did see the last game almost go all the way to Elder, so it's not the make or break here overall, but it's gotta hurt knowing you definitely had Soul in the bag, and now you struggled to pick this one up.
Yeah, I mean, think about what the game would look like had that not been stolen. I mean, it might be over at this point. But still, King's College down 3k gold, could catch up, but we're really just looking at Lise McRae, who are in full control at the moment here. BMC though,
May not be on the Camille, but looks just as terrifying there. You got to be careful if you're Liz McRae. Look at how they're handling PMC once again.
Yeah.
4 members, almost 5, topside, kind of like running him down. Saturday, no reason to be there, in my opinion. Neither TSAV. I mean, I know they're ready in positioning for that Baron, but whew.
They look like they potentially want to dive. This is a lot of time, and I like the King's College. They just move 1 to cover. The rest are going to be pushing things out in the mid lane. As long as Christian and PMC do not fall, they know where Sam is because of that pink ward. He can't sneak up on them.
And because of this, they put all their members towards that top side, and more than likely, they're going to lose this mid turret. Unleash Power secures the kill on the Mike, the OG, and Christian still alive. PMC still more than alive. They find the 1 kill in response here. Christian's still well and available to defend this one out. It's going to be a force back from Saturday, but look at that. We talk. I mean, you put the pressure on the upside map, and guess what? King's College is going to take advantage of it.
That's right, they did. I like that they pulled the trigger, though, on the side of Liz McRae because they knew they were losing that turret regardless. So they do manage to kind of limit their losses in that regard. But it does seem like it isn't really worth it. Now you have mid permanently, or not permanently, but constantly pushing for the next couple of minutes here. And that's going to be a big deal because we're 2 minutes away from the final Infernal Drake. And if that's whoever secures this one will be in a fantastic position to close it out here. Will Liz McRae get themselves a game closer to that reverse sweep and a chance at playoffs, or will King's College make the end of their season that much harder?
You know what? And with that dragon coming up, all I can tell them to do is put it PMC top. It's backwards thinking, but it's worked every time for some reason. Just put PMC top, force him to split push, and guess what? All 5 members of Liz McRae will go up there.
True, and at this point too, he can push because he's able to join with the teleport, so it's actually a good idea to have him on the split. Yeah, it'd be really simple, and because so many members of Liz McRae are going to have to, if they want priority in this mid lane, kind of have this presence there, as we can
they have
clearly
so
see.
much time to do this.
Yep. They can just move across the map, and they can actually, that's true, they're going to go for the Baron. People are recalling, they may not know.
Well, they're not going to go for Baron in particular, but they do set Vision. And with Dragon being 1 minute away, the fact, I mean, I get why Liz McRae are up there. Clear. But it shows how easily swayed this squad is. Remember, this is exactly how Liz McRae lost game 1, which is why I want to just really hammer this home here. Crucial mistakes like that have been costing this team potentially victories for the last 4 weeks now. 3 weeks, technically. He-Sab's in there. It's onslaught found onto Carbon Physics. Flash over the wall. It's nice to find, but you've expended a big ultimate in face of the dragon there. That was a really good tool you used to secure the last one.
Yeah, not into that at all, Zephyr. They think they have a pick there. All you do is get Carbon position to flash. I don't think it's worth it. Still has a good chunk of his HP. Still has the shielding. Okay, he doesn't have much HP anymore, but he still has the shield
isn't
that
good.
You get from Locket.
Christian's deep, straight on a Saturday. A bit of a split. PMC with the face breaker to find 2 into the haymaker. Link Brothers with the follow-up to sustain the next kill here on to Saturday with 4 members down. They don't even have to go for Dragon. They can finish this one now.
That's right, and there it is, TSAV. You know that a big ultimate is not available. King's College,
so
they just full send it. Yeah, imagine you fly into the Hecarim who has Onslaught of Shadows. This is a very different fight if that happens, and there it is. No reverse sweep. King's College 2-0 will make it. So they get their first win, and Liz McRae have to fight for their lives for playoffs.
King's College, a win in the books here. Might have been at the end of the split, but it's just as much of an impression here for all the teams that reside, especially, of course, Liz McRae. I mean, you talked about it. The mentals got to be really bad now. You're sitting 4 games lost here in the past now 4 weeks. I mean, that is disgusting. And the fact that you lose a 0-6 here at King's College. Oof.
Yeah, well, King's College no longer 0-6, have moved up to get their first win. And I mean, PMC told me before going into today, he's looking to play spoiler. Well, congrats to you, buddy. You absolutely did that, because I think you spoiled a lot of plans for Lise McRae there. And we got to give them credit for how they played things out today. I think this is not, because even we saw King's College in previous weeks. I even casted them last time. They have improved a lot since then. And they have a lot to look forward to when it comes to next season. So even though they don't have playoffs this time around, clearly the improvement is there. The potential is there. And I'm excited to see how much further they go.
Lise McRae, on the other hand, they're close. They're tight. They walk the knife's edge now. They're not quite out of playoffs yet, but another loss might do them in here. I'll give credit to that bot lane. Absolutely a crack and a banger there from Don Craig 2 times in a row. The Jinx wasn't as much of an impression there, and that's when we really saw this team falter. Some of their fights look good, but some of the decisions were definitely a bit more of a handbasket. Either way, as for both me and Beatdown, as much as I love being with him, and the fact that it's the first time we've been reunited in over a year here, I will have to sadly say goodbye here. As for all of you, though, at home, we've still got plenty of League of Legends here on the board. Concordia, Nebraska versus Baker University Wildcats coming at you next with Random Minion Caster and Orbital on desk. You wouldn't want to miss it. Stick around.
Sell online tickets directly from your school's website. Scan digital or printed tickets with the Hometown Gate app. And get immediate access to ticket revenue with real-time reporting at no cost to your school. It's that easy to bring touchless ticketing to your hometown. Hometown. Fast scans, happy fans.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch your head.
And welcome here to our second series of the evening. So close to a game 3 in the last one, but it's just not going to happen. And here we have two brand new teams coming out here in the Navigators Cyan division. Of course, we had two brand new casters on the desk, as you can tell. My name is Orbital. With me is Random Minion Caster, and we'll be your casters for the next two series. This one being, of course, Concordia, Nebraska versus Baker University Wildcats. RMC, how you doing?
Doing a good, Orbital. And if anything, I think the first series was a good warm-up, a good, sort of pre-game for this one, because Concordia, Nebraska and Baker University, you mentioned Navigator Cyan here, but their score right now is dead even 3-2 here for both these teams. And while their playoff spot is pretty much guaranteed, it is going to be a very good test for these teams to go head-to-head. Should be a very close series here.
Yeah, and what's crazy to think about is I just want to talk a little bit about the win record so far, right? That is something that I do want to point out because, again, both teams have had their bye week. That's why they're considered 3-2. Not just that, though. Both teams have also had a win granted by forfeit. That was Concordia, Nebraska got a forfeit win against UBC Pyrite, and then in week 6, Baker University Wildcats, actually week 5, they had a forfeit win against Redbird Club Casual. So if you want to talk about actual series games, they are actually 3-1 apiece, 4 matches actually played.
Yeah, still tied though, and that makes this very interesting because coming into today, the scores are a little bit different here. Concordia and Nebraska, they're coming off a winning streak and they want to keep that going. Whereas Baker University, they've been in a bit of a rough spot. They've been improving from week to week, but it hasn't quite been enough to push them over the edge. And they are looking for their first win in a while here. And this particular lineup that they have, well, they've said that this is meant to be the primary main roster here. So I'm looking very much forward to seeing if the lessons they've learned the last couple of weeks can come to play today.
Yeah, and as we were talking, of course, the draft has gone off, and you can see the bands going across there. Those are not the regular bands, I believe, that were thrown in, as they did do a draft a little bit earlier, which is also, actually, I believe those were. But that's also why you see the Timo first pick, which we got to talk about. We got to sit here and talk about it. Number one, it's not a troll like it was a couple of years ago. It's a legitimate pick, and it still was blind pick with the Camille for Baker University being the counter.
Yeah, if there's a troll, it's on the other side. Trundle is picking the jungle here for Baker, but Timo got buffed on patch 11.21, and it was actually viable. He's great against any auto attack champion. The blind cooldown got reduced significantly, so he can often get it out twice within the extended trade here. It works wonders against Trundle, and it kind of works into Camille as well. Camille has abilities to get around, but Timo is going to be an absolute nuisance annoyance, and his split push potential is stronger than ever here.
Yeah, it was also picked after we saw the mid lane be selected, right? Baker had chosen Twisted Fate first. They blind picked it, and then Bug for CUNE had chosen the Fizz, and that's a matchup. I mean, you and I have cast the Fizz just recently, but it's a matchup that kind of leans over towards the Fizz having that majority share in the mid lane, being able to farm up, potentially get a lead to snowball out of control.
Yeah, Fizz being an assassin here has so much all-in potential. You can 100-0 that Twisted Fate even pre-6 at level 3 already. Twisted Fate is forced to play very cautiously. You've almost always got to hold that, pick a card for that engage, and it's a rhythm game with TF right now. One of the interesting mechanics about pick a card is that the entire time, even if you're not using pick a card, that cycle is rotating. So if you're confident and comfortable enough on Twisted Fate, you can actually blind pick gold cards if you know exactly what's ticking at that point in time. And for Slayer, he's gonna have to be on point with the gold cards. If you ever mess up, you probably did in this lane. And I expect to see Slayer try and just farm up to 6 and then impact the side lanes ASAP. But even the side lanes are going to be a little bit complicated because the blind from Timo can mess up the gold card. And so I suspect a lot of that attention will have to go bot for Blues Badger and Blosif instead.
Yeah, I mean, that I think has to be so true when being pointed out, not just because, that might be the optimal lane, but because we have a battle of the captains in the support role, right? Pinewall over on the side, she is the captain over there for Concordia University of Nebraska. She is going to be piloting Nami to try and help her team to a win. On the other side, Blosif is the captain for the other side, and I love it, right? Normally, I love to say having captains in the support role allows them kind of see the map at a larger space, but when you have a TF, when you have everything like that, it does help synergy-wise for your team.
Yeah, and the other thing too is just that both these supports have had their signature champions. Blosif and Blues Badger have been running that Amumu Misfortune combo the entire split. In fact, I think this is the first game we're going to see Blues on something that isn't Misfortune. She has opted for the Jinx instead here. Still a strong duo with Amumu. You can go into the stun, into the traps, into a second stun for a chain combo. But Pinewall, well, she's been a bit of a Nami one trick, and not a lot of teams have been taking that away from her. She's got it again, and this time paired with the Jhin. Jhin, very strong in the early game here in lane. And this is a duo that can take over. The only caveat is you need to dodge those bandage tosses. But if Amumu can't land them, this lane should handily go the way of Concordia, Nebraska.
I wouldn't even be surprised if we saw the Jhin take the cleanse, right? This is I would honestly say against an Amumu, against a Jinx, against a TF of all things, right? Having that cleanse may be a make or break system for you. And especially considering a channel might come out, if you're calling Boogie Woogie down with the Volibear, I mean, that could be a huge priority for you as well. I mean, there's so much that Concordia University, Nebraska have to keep eyes on if they want to win this game. I want to get your thoughts here, RMC. I mean, there's so much going on, so many different champions. Is there a team that you feel the composition just kind of stands out to you? Is it the craziness of the Teemo on Concordia's side, or is it, maybe a bit more macro level play for Baker University?
No. You don't tell me pick a side and you tell me what side is Teemo. You know I hate Teemo. But I do have to respect what Concordia Nebraska have drafted here. It's a lot of individual lane strength. They have very, very strong lanes across the board. Kill threat with the Fizz. Teemo being that huge annoyance with the blinds as well. Jhin, Nami getting so much lane priority. A lot of it for them is going to come down to how can they play the early game. Can they get a winning lane? And if they do, how do they play around it? Baker University, on the other hand here, their strategy is a bit more team-oriented here. You've got split push pressure with Camille. If you can get Camille ahead, she's viable. If not, your fallback is the scaling Jinx in the bot lane. Jinx also got buffed. I believe it was either 11.20 or 11.21, a patch or two ago, is a huge team fight threat. And even in the last series, we just saw King's College versus Lee McRae. Lee's McRae College almost came back in with that Jinx hyper carry. So that is the insurance here for Baker University. To me, it's down to that Twisted Fate in the mid lane for Slayer. Where can he impact, and can he get one of the lanes snowballing? If Twisted Fate gets suppressed and Camille can't take off, then I think Baker University is going to really struggle come the mid game.
Yeah, and to be able to get off that foot, we need to talk a little bit more in depth of the junglers as well, right? We haven't touched on them because the junglers were, I'm going to be quite honest, not the most surprising part of this draft. It was a Trundle, it was a Volibear. We've seen both of them every so often. But let's break it down, right? Both these junglers have a tendency to want to gank or maybe even duel out in the jungle if they meet. Do you see a specific spot that they want to duel? Does one jungler get a little bit of a win or an edge in a situation? Or is it going to be all down to execution for both sides?
Yeah, it's interesting because Trundle and Volibear can both actually lane. And if you put them top lane, I would tell you Trundle wins every time. That troll melts their tanks. But in the jungle, it's a little bit different here. We have been seeing a lot of Predator Trundle to try and force ganks. But I'm looking at these lanes and it's a little bit difficult against Nami Jhin, against Fizz. Maybe you go for the Teemo with this troll. I think Volibear has easier ganks. You've got a on-demand point-and-click stun as well. You just need to run into people. And when you look at Baker University, only Camille is very mobile. And we're seeing that Neglect actually even took the flash. So top lane's going to be hard to pin down. But Twisted Fate mid, Jinx, Amumu bot, those are very easy to gank.
All right, well, I would introduce the teams, but it looks like we might have a little bit of a cheesy invade here from Baker University. They are going to go ahead and walk in. They do find Pinewall hiding off in the tri-bush, so it does give us a little bit of time. On the blue side is Concordia University, Nebraska. It is going to be Lego Grainer in the top lane. Boogie Woogie in the jungle. The Bug 02 because the first bug got squashed in the mid lane. El Gringa in the ADC role, and Pinewall, their captain, running up support.
And on the red side here, it's going to be the Baker University Wildcats with Neglect VG in the top lane, Oleg Talv in the jungle, Slayer 1452 in the mid lane, Blues Badger as the AD carry, and Blosif in the support role.
Yeah. Love to see some people getting their signature champions, also taking a couple risks, right? Because at this point, if you are 3-2, you are kind of set in the fact that, hey, we're middle of the pack. It's not bad to have, as we are. I want to say this is the second to last week before playoffs comes around. it's not a terrible score to have, right? It is a decent one, but you are still fighting for position, right? You're trying to play more for playoff positioning, maybe not face that first seed.
Yeah, and the other thing that you're looking to do right now is get into playoff form. Lego Grainer, though. Top side. This is why I hate Teemo, by the way. Bro, you just stand there invisible, and it's so hard to play into you. Neglect taking so much poke right now. And Lego Grainer's, most of that health loss is just coming from minions. Minions hurt a lot in the beginning, but not as much as poison darts.
I also want to point out, Lego completely forfeited all 3 melee minions to try and get that poke down. I just want to point that out. That is, I believe, if I'm counting correctly, 42 gold you completely whiffed on, since each one, I think, is 14 gold. Or 16, I don't know.
I think it's 16. I can't. I really should know this stat, but I'm like hesitating.
How much
to
are you
call
worth,
right
random
now.
minion? How much are you worth compared to the melees?
14 gold, I thought was caster minions, but point remains is that Lego is still just trying to establish in dominance, right? You didn't pick this Teemo necessarily to win out in terms of just CS. You took it to control the lane, and you do need to control the lane. Pre-6, Teemo is vulnerable to ganks here. He doesn't have those mushroom fields set up quite yet. And for that reason, I'd like to see 1 or 2 ganks thrown top just to help Neglect get into a comfortable position. Ignite being blown.
That's not a worth trade. Lego's kind of rethinking everything that just happened, since that was
worth
a flash in, and that's going to be the kill. All right, no regret, 0. I lied. I'm sorry. Lego Grainer burns both summoner spells and gets the solo kill under the tower.
Orbital, not a man of culture here. Doesn't know his Teemo damages. No,
I knew it was going to happen. I thought the tower was going to take the Teemo as well, okay?
No, Teemo's got a lot of burst, and that's what you've got to remember. Not only does he have to sustain damage through the poison, but the Q burst was one of the big things that cooldown reduction on that spell definitely made viable here. Now, bot side, Blue spoken.
Yeah, and that was a little bit of a heal through. Double heal comes in, but Oli has to leave. They're going to jump in, but that's a gold card. The bug has to flash away, but look who's coming right back into play. This is going to be Concordia, Nebraska, getting a little bit pinched in. That's going to be a Q running through. The bug is going to possibly die, but they get the kill. That's going to be 1. Can they get a bit more? The pillar is down, but the shield is up. Boogie Woogie gets a little bit of help, but is going to try and turn it around. Lego Grainer, though, says the poison might be enough. No, it's not going to work. Oli gets the heal. And just like that, Baker University is able to take 2 in the top lane river skirmish.
Really well played from Baker, but I do want to point out the individual mechanics from Concordia, Nebraska here. The way Boogie Woogie actually used his body to block the gold card from Slayer. Didn't quite save Bug because Tactical Sweep just hits everything in range anyway, so Neglect gets to pick up that particular kill, but it was closer than it should have been. That's it. Baker does walk away with both kills on Neglect, and that's who you wanted it on. The one lane, which might kind of get shoveled at 6, now has the advantage. Once you pick up those items, you can start pressuring that team up.
I know Lego Grainer is just like, come on, I got the first kill, and now Neglect's got 2 right back in the pocket, and you're like, come on, man. That's not the cool way to have it. Either way, this is going to be the first recall out from Neglect after that death. I'm very curious to see what they're able to pick up. It is going to be the Sheen, so actually going for hard trading potential instead of maybe a bit more sustained auto attack damage.
Yeah, and that's what you need to do against the Teemo, is that you don't go for sustained trades. If you're looking for auto attacks, you won't find them. The blind is super annoying. So Grasp of the Undying, Sheen, you trade in short bursts, and then you disengage anytime it gets serious. Mid lane, though, Slayer stepped up just a little bit too far. And you can see what I mean about the pick a card. If you don't have it ready to go, if you don't have the stun ready and waiting there, the kill threat is there. He has to flash away to just survive. And that was pre-6 as well.
This is what I was kind of worried about. Anyone that's played mid kind of knows that feeling of playing against a Fizz. Base damage is so strong. It's why they're allowed to kind of farm up in mid. Not just that, the Bug has also gotten a cheeky recall off. So you can see the Amp Tome versus nothing in the pocket of Slayer. Teleport is up though. Slayer is going to be fine. And yeah, we'll see what happens from here on out.
Honestly, I don't think that was a recall Bug wanted to take. That was him dying earlier in that first skirmish.
Right.
So
Okay, I lied. No. It was a force. I know I talked about that fight right there, and my brain doesn't want to work.
It's okay. We'll have to see if their brains are working. Bot, it's the bubble lands.
Yeah, that's a double bubble as well, so that means 2 members are going to have to run away, but Ollie is taken very, very low. He is going to get a little bit of field out, but Blue's Badger is going to flash preemptively. But I mean, the chase is still there. Another bubble lands, and that is the Jinx getting run down. Should be one more auto attack. That's going to be Boogie Woogie taking that one home.
Blues Badger a little bit too far up there and tried to save Oleg Talv as well as Blosov there, but might cost him the Dragon. Dragon is up and available, and generally when you see a kill happen like that, you want to make the play for it. Instead, they're just pushing the wave, and if they go now, it's a little bit dicey. Blues is back up on the map, and Oleg Talv just hovering as well.
Olitov going ahead and going for that blue buff, because I mean, what more can you do? But that means that they're going to play on the top side. Lego Grainer, you know, you don't have the blind. It's going to be the consolation that Baker University is allowed to pick up. However, that's slow. I'd be able to do some work.
Oh my goodness, no way!
He gets the turnaround! All right, Lego Grainer making it work. So you get a dragon, you get a kill for a kill. Concordia, Nebraska will take it.
It's not just a kill for a kill. It's the resources expended top lane. Neglect had those 2 early kills, picked up a Sheen. Should have had the advantage. Slayer having to burn first Destiny topside as well, allowing Bug time to push this wave. There was so much committed on the side of Baker University, and unfortunately, Teemo post 6 is just that difficult to gank. If you want to gank the Teemo, you need to start bringing those sweepers to try and clear out those shrooms, or at least weave around those shrooms.
Not just that, I think Neglect died with the Hextech ultimatum up, and that is something that I kind of wanted to point out as well, right? Yes, you can rely on the gold card, but if you're going to jump him, you have to know you can't do an elongated trade, right? He is going to outspeed you. He's going to have the streams like you were talking about. Lock him down, right? That is the choice that you have to make. If you're going to expend the resources, expend all of them, right? Get the kill, finish it off, and they just don't. So Lego Grainer is going to have an amazing time here in the top lane, has quite a bit of a CS lead right now, so you can see already going for the Zanyas to kick things off, or maybe just stop him by for that Seeker's Arm Guard.
Yeah, I think just the Seekers for now for the armor reduction here. I'd like to see instead a rush towards that Liandry's Anguish and then really torture Neglect there. You don't need the full Zonias, but we do see Oleg Talv looking top here.
Oh, and even walk through that shroom, but it's still going to be enough. A little sweep and flash out. However, that's going to be the subjugate used, and one more auto attack is going to do it.
Oh,
no, the blind! Oh my god, no, the Teemo! Oh, the taunt heard across the map! Lego Grainer survives yet another ridiculous fight. That's going to be the jump the water's used in the mid lane. The Bug is going to get a huge combo off. And the Ignite, the burn, the bleed, it's done. The Fizz finds a kill.
Orbital, we touched on the strength of the lanes for Concordia, and it's coming online right now. Bot side, El Gringazo as well as Pinewall were already dominating this bot lane by themselves. They don't need attention. Fizz coming online for Bug, 1v1 win, and Lego Grainer right now. It's just drawing so many resources from Baker University, and at this point, Baker kind of need to take a step back and say, what really matters here? Camille is done. Like, you're not going to be able to salvage this lane. Forget about it. Start going to this bot lane. Help Blues and Blosov out, because they're your big carries later in the game. Sack that Camille, and as long as Camille can farm and isn't dying, that's a win for Neglect right now.
Yeah, that's what they're going to have to do. But, I mean, you're talking about bot lane Blues Badger. Take a look at the CS difference here. 30 CS difference between the two ADCs. Blues Badger, you know, you were talking about a little bit of a difference throwing in that Jinx. It's having some problems. The Jhin and Nami are doing way better than even probably we could have expected here. And with those boots of swiftness too, El Gringa is not going to have any issues.
Yeah, I mean, that's almost double CS that El Gringa has right now over Blues Badger. That's not what you want to see. You can afford to go down some, but not this much early here. And we can see that Slayer was shading bot, was thinking about using that Destiny down here. It's really good ward vision. And if you're wanting to pull something like that, I think you want Oleg Talv to kind of shade down a little bit as well. And maybe go for it when that Nyx Dragon comes up in a minute 30, so that when you get the kills, you can pick something else up as well.
Oh, well, you know what? 4th time's the charm, because 3 times isn't enough. They're going to go ahead and go in, but nice blind out means that is not the right signal. But in the bot side, we're going to see a jump in. That's going to be a little bit of a root and a follow through, and that's going to be the Crystal Sad Mummy used, but no tower to really help him out, so the disengage is going to come through. Well played, and another chump the waters. Now it is Concordia Nebraska's turn to show him how it's done. Easy kill in the mid lane. Goes away a Boogie Woogie. Lego Grainer, though, is going to try and dance straight to the shroom, but the pillar locks him up. Is going to be able to trade it back. Bot lane, we see a kill come through as well, because the tower dive is going to do some work. Exhaust goes down. Pinewall is going to eat 2 huge tower shots. And the
Execute!
All right, Nami just doesn't care. And on the top side, I think we saw another come through as Neglect VG is going to eat the dirt. For all that Baker University tried to pull through, they might end up losing 4 in the extended fight. Olaktov is going to try and run away. No slow to come through, but a little slide through chip damage is going to be laid. The Trundle, the Troll, will be banned for his negligence as the Bug picks up a second.
Okay, Boogie Woogie ulting there was wholly unnecessary, but extra style points for that. And I want to go back to the execute on Fine Wolf, because getting an execute against an Amumu should be illegal. Amumu literally just needs to be near you, and usually the tiers are enough to grant the assist there. Pine Wall somehow not giving any kill credit over is absolutely amazing. And Baker University right now is really struggling. They don't have a single winning lane to play through. And when you're in this sort of position, you need to overwhelm with numbers. It's no longer enough to go 3v2, 4v3. You need at least 2 extra members there. And extended laning is not to their favor. Sack a turret if you have to, but start forcing plays across the map here.
I hate to say this. I think they've been trying to force plays, right? Like, this is 3 or 4 times we've seen top lane attempted. Of course, they haven't tried bot lane, and I agree that we should see that Trundle down there at some point, but this is getting ridiculous. Oh, no. Oh, no. Is the Trundle going to get pinned? No. Allowed to clear the ward. Boogie Woogie was like, I want to jump this Trundle. Not worth it right now.
Yeah, that was a little bit risky. They don't have control over the bot lane, and note the vision on that bot side as well. The pink ward near that bot lane bush doing a lot to make sure that Concordia, Nebraska doesn't actually know. Destiny coming in on Lego here.
All right, they'll give it a second chance, and that's going to be Neglect actually following up here. And with the Everfrost, it's a bit easier to keep that Teemo in place. Finally, a kill goes Slayer's way.
Okay, Slayers, we said there's no winning lane right now. We should correct that. Slayer is winning in terms of CS, and that is doubly huge for Twisted Fate, where your passive, the loaded dice, gives you extra gold per CS you take. But hold up, bot side blues.
That's a big
curtain
chunk of
call?
damage, and yeah, the curtain call is going to be called, but you can't body block with this flash out, and you get away. You can't clear the bullets. So Blosef is going to be the sacrificial lamb. Blues Badger just barely getting away from harm. But still, El Gringazo is able to pick up a second in a deathless game so far.
And more importantly, that's going to unlock the dragon here for them as well. Maybe even first turret if they want to blitz this down. Chum the Water doesn't land.
Oh, but that's not going to be a dodge out.
Doesn't
But look,
matter.
the damage is enough.
Oh.
The damage is freaking enough. Flash isn't going to save your life because Bug is going to have the playful Trister back up, and that is the danger of a Fed Fizz.
Just as we were saying, Slayer is the one lane that isn't out and out losing. Up CS, but again, Slayer can't afford to lane. Throw out your wild cards, go back to base. They're looking for Bug, Hextech Ultimatum.
Yeah, and I think that's a good lock in, but Neglect is going to take 2 tower shots. One more to go. No flashes out, and the burn isn't going to be enough either. So I think that's actually a bleed. I don't know the difference between those two. Either way, it is going to be Neglect staying alive. Dragon second of the game. Given over to Concordia, Nebraska, and top lane Lego Grainer 3, 4, and 2 is going to pick up a second tower for his team.
And you know what? I'm fine with this. For both these teams, really. I mean, Concordia, Nebraska, what can you do, really? Bug still had flash, so maybe you flash immediately when you see that Camille. But he was close, right? Almost still found the answer onto Neglect. And if you traded 1 for 1, worth. And for Baker University, I think that was the right call from Neglect. Like I said, let your turrets drop. Let your lanes get longer here because it gives you more gank potential. And try and force the plays. Neglect forced the play, got out alive, and that's a win for Baker University.
University picking up the scraps that they can, and for 2 towers down, for the CS discrepancies, they are only 3k down, which I think is probably one of the lesser side effects of what's going on. Now we're going to see the top lane aggress, but look at this. It's not just the wards, it's the shrooms being so annoying. Olaktov is going to try and help out and clear out these wards and those shrooms, but that's all they get. They literally only get a small corridor of the shrooms, and Lego Grainer's like, cool, you got 2. I got like 7 more in the back pocket. Come check me.
Hey, but at least they found something there. Imagine if that top lane turret was still up. That gank doesn't even really come through, and your avenues for ganks are so much more limited. Blosef looking here to 2v2.
Yeah, and they're going to get the gold card off. Now remember, this is a very, very squishy Nami, so they're going to go, but that's going to be the Chum the Waters use. So Bug is going to completely turn the waters on that one, and I think you can consider that a win. Again, a support for a mid laner? Yeah, Concordia will take that.
100%. And even then, Blosef is so low right now. Remember, this is support of Mumu. He doesn't have any major items completed right now. They could easily dive him. No, they could call the curtain call right now if they wanted.
If they could, but you know what? They're gonna keep going on this top lane. Lego Granite also has no mana, so mine's gonna be more difficult. But the burn and the ignite, are you kidding me? Lego Granite can't keep getting away with this. That's gonna be a flash out. Blowstuff is gonna get slowed down. One more shot is gonna take El Gringazo is gonna nail it from downtown. Boogie Woogie Liz, the last tower shot is gonna be there, and the rocket just barely misses. Boogie Woogie Liz, yeah, that scared me a little bit. A little delayed on the reaction. Still, 2 across the board. And still, Lego Grainer is alive from that top lane. It is ridiculous how many times he's done that.
Look at what Lego Grainer's built as well. There's no Mythic here. If that was Leandri's causing that much damage, I understand it. But it looks like he's going for the Nashers instead here. And he hasn't completed it. So that's just mostly base damages with component AP added to it right now. And Lek is struggling. This top lane, this extended top lane isn't working out. Yes, it's more gankable, and we're seeing Olitau look for those ganks. The ganks aren't bad. The problem is that Neglect needs to survive the initial burst, and the Merc Treads alone right now aren't cutting it.
I hate saying this, RMC. I hate saying this so much.
I hate Teemo too.
It's not that so much. It's the fact that for the last 18 minutes of this game, it feels like Olitau has stayed top lane even though Neglect has had such a rough time, right? This has been 5 or 6 times that Baker University have put top lane at this point. I think you're just going to have to accept the fact that Lego Grainer, a champion, Teemo, that you hate with a pretty decent passion, is just too big to deal with only 2 members.
Yeah, and we've seen Slayer get some really successful ganks off to that top lane, and I want to see more of that right now. Forget about Blues Badger now. Blues is perfectly happy in the bot lane. She's picking up farm there, and she's not being pressured. She left the bot lane.
Oh, yep. You were saying she was fine in the bot lane. She's not a bot lane. She's in mid. And at this point, El Gringazo is way too far ahead to be able to not be able to fight. So El Gringazo puts up a 4th. Is now 156 CS strong versus the 91 of Blues Badger.
Okay, I understand why Blues moved out there. The bot lane was really far pushed out, but you need a walk safer path. The mid lane, you have no control past your inner turrets right now. That is not your jungle. That is their jungle right now. And Dragon coming up in 30 seconds. You can see Concordia, Nebraska already getting set up here. They've denied most of the vision. And Baker University, I don't think this is the fight you want to take.
It's not the fight that they want to take, but it's a fight that they may be forced into. Boogie Woogie running the front line. They are waiting, I think, for the Teemo to get into position.
Oh?
Go down double more, but they did find the Jin. El Gringazo is going to jump out, but he's going to get out alive, and they can't finish off the fight. Chub the Water is going to land. Backline is deleted. Blossom goes in to sacrifice his life, but the current call has been called down. Neglect is possibly going to be shot down. That's going to be Olitau. Is going to try and body block. Is going to slow it down. Lego Green is coming around the side. The Teemo wants a little bit of the action. About all they're going to get is 2, though, but you called it, RMC. It's a fight that they didn't want to take.
In what world, Orbital, do you clench on a Teemo flank? Lego Grainer coming out the side at Baker panicking there. Oh, Blue.
No!
Elgin Grazo. 6-0-1 right now. This Jin is just popping them here. Dragon comes up. They take it on spawn, and can they find it here? I don't think so.
No, that's going to be, again, the blind. Even with those Merc Treads, you have to run away. This is the duo. That's going to be a force forward from that Gale Force. Now they're going to follow through. That's going to be a little bit of respite for them because they did finally overextend. The Teemo still gets a kill. It's going to try and walk away. No, that's a jump over. Slayer right out. The gold card's not there anymore. Lego Grainer, you can't keep doing this. No, he's camouflaged. He's camouflaged. He is camouflaged. The Teemo gets one more, and they clean it up. The stealth tactics are real. Lego Grainer, pat yourself on the back because you just turned it into a 1-for-4.
Ban it. Just ban the Teemo. This is incredible. Lego Grainer making Teemo look like a competitively viable pick right now. You're right. The stealth tactics were incredible. He waited out the Destiny, waited out the gold card, and then played the bush so well. In fact, if not for that red buff, I think he'd have been perfectly fine. Red buff actually kind of messed him up a little bit because it started aggroing him. And now Blues Badger getting tagged.
Yeah, the bug just is having a wallop here. It is getting ridiculous how often this play can be made, but now in the top one. Oh, neglected the fact that his shroom might have still been alive. And they chase down, that's the second one. Neglect is straight up molding right now. That is the most frustrating way to ever die in League of Legends.
I think that's the third time that Neglect has popped that particular shroom in that particular bush. You've got to assume that that bush has it at this point, right? You don't have sweepers. You've just got to make these safe assumptions. And the only way you go near that wall is if you're hook shotting to safety there. No hook shot, no bush. Just stay away from it. Concordia, Nebraska now, they've taken almost all the inner turrets. Only the bot one remaining. Mid lane inhibitor turret is extremely low. Baron is on the table. And one of the nasty things that Teemo can do is set up that shroom farm near all the approaches to Baron. And then suddenly Baker University don't even have a reliable way in to contest that Baron. By the time they show up, they're going to be halved.
There is no real healing either. I just want to point that out. You know, normally you would see maybe an Immortal Shield Bow come out for Jinx, you know, in these situations. You might pray that the Trundle can kind of lifesteal in, maybe get a little extra MR. I want to say it's a Spirit Visage that might be able to help out, but there's going to be a jump in. They're going to go in, but the dodge out. Now can the Curse of the Sound Money go off? Yes, you get 3. This might be the chance that they're looking for. Gold card goes out. They do land the hit, and that's going to be a Super Mega Death Rocket going in, but Elgato turns around for 1. They're going to take the 3v4, and I think they can win it. Concordia and Nebraska get caught out, but are going to pay the penalty. Teemo still pushing on the bot side. They only lose 2. I want to reiterate, they only lost 2, and they have to recall because Lego Grainer is going to say those deaths will not be in vain. Baker University, though, do capitalize on quite a few bounties.
But still, yeah, that was huge. And the bounties are right, Orbital. One of them was Elgin Grazo, who has not died till now. 10-0-3 before that death there. Taking Elgin Grazo off the board instantly means that Concordia, Nebraska has to play defensively or not. Lego Grainer is still there, is still pumping out the damage here. And oh, this chase is going to be so bad. Good sweeper. Good sweeper from Blosive.
Yeah, Lego Grainer realizes that a TF is coming his way, and it's kind of scary. So they're going to look. No!
Dodge one?
No! Okay,
Did he get away?
Rest of the team's here. Rest of the team's here. You don't get out. No, he doesn't do it for another time. Rightfully killed, but Blosive takes the kill. Blosive, you got 4 of the members around you. Give it up. Give it over to teammate. Oh my gosh.
He saw that shroom, by the way, with the first sweeper. Yeah, Blosive picking it up. Not ideal, not exactly what you wanted to see. I will say, before the first mythic comes through, you actually don't mind giving it to Blosive because Iron of the Rocket Solari will help the entire team negate some of that shroom damage. But he already had it. And at this point, you need to feed blues as much as you can get. Slayer, you're squishy, you can't be up. Destiny was up and available, but look at the vision control right now. I don't see any red wards down on that mini-map here. Baker University is effectively blind, but for whatever minions are pushing out.
Even the minions at this point, right? You can't rely on them. Considering how much engage the side of Concordia Nebraska has, the amount of like surprise damage that can come out from a decent range, even the minions aren't safe. That's the best way I can put it right now. And I mean, this combination of Pine Wall and Grazo has netted so much for them. They even get a root over the wall, and if there was enough range, that would have been a pop and Blosive's back. I mean, this combination, Pine Wall, has done so well to enable the Jhin to take over this game.
Now, Blosive might get pinched against you. I'm not sure why he's so far out.
All right, well, they tried. Kristen said Mummy is only going to land on 2, but they do get killed off. But look at Blue's Badger immediately taking out of the fight. Hexacultivated him in the back. Is going to try and lock him up, but it doesn't matter. Remember, there is no Volibear. Volibear doesn't matter. They're going to take down the Bug. The Bug is squashed, but a flash over the wall means that it is a follow-through from Lego Grainer. That Zanya's to cap the ace. That will be Concordia, Nebraska, taking a 5-for-1. And they're going to go ahead, probably pick up the soul as well.
They've been betrayed by the minions. The minions are not there to help them push. Or this could very well have been the end of the game. As it stands, though, Baron's on the table. Mountain Souls on the table. And the biggest problem that Concordia Nebraska has had in these fights is how squishy El Gringazo and the Bug and Lego Grainer have been here. Now that they're getting this Mountain Shield, Baker University, they can no longer dive the backline and trade Neglect for carry. Slayer for carry. It's probably going to be a 2-for-1 trade, and if they do that, there's still sustained damage. It's not good enough killing El Gringazo. You've got to kill Lego Grainer as well.
I'm gonna be honest here. I know that it's the real win condition. That's the only way they can come back. I still don't think they're gonna do it, right? Lego Grainer has 3 items so far. 9, 6, and 8 has played a phenomenal game, being bait, being the carry, being whatever you want to say. It's so difficult to kill the Teemo right now, right? Like, even if they bring 3 or 4, I don't think they're going to be able to. The only way I feel they can kill this Teemo is if Teemo walks right up mid lane, stands by an inhibitor, and says, come at me, I won't move for the remainder of the fight.
You know, I don't think killing Teemo is the difficult part here. The problem is killing Teemo without cutting off your arms and legs and leaving only just like one member left alive, right? The problem is these shrooms and the fact that Lego Greener has been able to come out of ganks 1v2, and that was starting as early as level 6 on some of those ganks here. That hasn't changed. Now Concordia with Baron is grouping up and pushing. No boogie woogie. This is the best shot Baker have here, but the inhib's already gone.
They have to recognize this, right? They have to recognize this is a 4v5.
You don't
give
know.
over their second
don't see
inhibitor
boogie
here. And I don't... Boogie Woogie is
Okay.
just taking a chance, but there it is.
Oh.
Mummy lands on 3. Bug is going all the way in the back line. They're going to give it up, but they found the team up. You said it. They didn't cut off their arms and legs, but they did cut off their shoulders, whatever you want to say. That's going to be 2 taken right back in the back line. Now Olekov is going to die. Bug is not a bug. It is a freaking man-sized praying mantis snapping away at the kills. That is such a quick ace to round things out. Concordia, Nebraska taking the win here in game 1 in commanding and dominating fashion.
Alberto, you know what? You're right. They didn't cut off their arms and legs. They cut their head right off. Their Nexus goes down in trade for Teemo. And I hate to say this, but the Teemo has warped the draft the entire game around this one pick. Was Lego Grainer the only thing that mattered for Concordia, Nebraska? No, of course not. You saw how well everybody else played. Bug was just snapping people in half every time he saw squishies. You were dead. He sees you, Chum the Waters land, you're guaranteed gone. El Grangazo on the Jin, immaculate positioning in a lot of those fights, barely ever died, and I think died only once, maybe twice tops that game there. But the issue is this Teemo forced so much attention top. And keep in mind, Baker University had the option to counterpick. They were red side. They decided to counterpick with that Camille. They chose that matchup here. And if they swap sides next game, they might not have that luxury. And for that reason, I'm just going to call for the Teemo ban right off the bat.
I gotta agree. I know it took so much for you to say that Teemo won that game. I understand how much you hate it, but
Yeah.
I gotta agree. The ban needs to come through. It was such a strong pick, and I can't wait to see what game 2 brings to the table. So please, those at home, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with some more NECC action here for game 2.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
Sell online tickets directly from your school's website. Scan digital or printed tickets with the Hometown Gate app. And get immediate access to ticket revenue with real-time reporting. At no cost to your school. It's that easy to bring touchless ticketing to your hometown. Hometown. Fast scans, happy fans.
Welcome back. We are here for game number 2 of a thrilling series so far. Concordia University Wildcats have so far given us a fantastic show. Nope, wrong side. Brain does not want to work. Because,
I mean,
okay.
yes, Concordia University and the Wildcats from Baker University have given us an exciting game 1.
I would just like to point out we always have prior knowledge in the current setup of what they have picked before we start. They pick some champions that my brain does not like, and it sent me into a deep spiral down the deep end of League of Legends. So we'll talk about it a little bit. But again, Concordia, Nebraska played a fantastic game number 1, had an amazing time off the back of some fantastic top lane play. We got to see if Baker University Wildcats are going to be able to bring it back.
So right off the bat here, as we're going to bans, I am so glad to say Teemo was indeed the first ban. So we don't have to see that again. Because honestly, Orbital, I do think that game 1 was all about that Teemo pick. It warped everything else around it. So that's step 1 to taking it out. And once you take that Teemo out, I don't think the results of game 1 can be applied to game 2 anymore. Baker University had some solid options in the beginning, in the early game, and you could see even towards the end, their team fighting wasn't bad. They were just too far behind. So now that the Teemo, which gave them that early lead, is gone for Concordia, I'm curious to see, if they can replicate the same success here.
Well, you know what we are going to see. In just a few seconds, you're going to see what I hate about it. Yep, there it is. No.
Okay.
Lego Grainer has like the most ridiculous champ pool, and like part of me is loving it. A very deep part of me is loving it. At the same time, I hate seeing that. And keep in mind, Renekton was picked first. Nasus was picked as a counter.
Yeah, and this is why Orbital is molding here, is because Nasus was chosen into the Renekton. And that's also established right up front. Baker University is on the blue side for this game. Concordia, Nebraska is going to be on red side. So Lego Grainer knows what he's doing, or he knew what he was picking into when he picked this. And it's not just a Renekton either. It's Renekton with a Rammus. The ganks can come fast and furious. And Nasus, not the best at necessarily controlling his lane. And against the Renekton, I just don't see how you're going to trade into the Renekton early. Nasus, I wouldn't call him a late game champion, but he's a mid game champion. And early can be bullied out. We're throwing on the idea of AP Nasus. That's even worse, because then you're even squishier and Renekton can wreck you. So I'm scared for Lego Grainer, and now I need to see Concordia, Nebraska play through pretty much any and every other lane, because I just don't think top lane is going to be something viable.
Yeah, and I mean, a big changeup also came in that mid lane, right? The bug. This is something that you don't see very often. Either mid laners index towards a pretty aggressive champ pool, where they have assassins, melee bruisers, everything in their pocket, or they go for a little bit more range, right? We see a lot more of the mages, the enchanters coming out in the mid lane. Bug is saying that they can play both sets pretty well. So we had the Fizz game 1, and now we're having the Anivia both into the same champion, the TF. This time around, I think Twisted Fate is going to have a bit better time.
Yeah, and Twisted Fate got picked after the Anivia pick here. So it's Slayer actually opting into this matchup. And Orbital, since both of us are Anivia players, we kind of know how this one pans out. It's actually not super comfortable for Twisted Fate here. Anivia can push just as fast. And the thing is, Anivia is not going to match your roams, but she has the kill pressure on you in lane. If the Flash Frost lands, the stun lands, the follow-up damage is very, very high. The burst damage from Anivia. She's no longer that sort of damage over time mage, despite the Glacial Storm. She is very much a burst mage. And if you leave the lane, Anivia just starts shoving wave after wave under your turret. Bot lane, another big change up. Pine Wall still on this Nami. Elgin Grazo still on this Jhin. But on the other side, Blues Badger on the Jinx, this time with Explosive on Braum. And I like this change up so much more here. If you've got a Jinx and she's going to be your win condition, then I think it's better you draft to protect her rather than try and get some sort of lane priority here against the Jhin. That probably isn't going to happen. So you now pick that Braum who can block a lot of that damage coming out. You've got that Rammus for a tanky front line. And hopefully Blues doesn't fall as far behind this game and gets to pop off in the mid game instead.
Yeah, and I think also, previously it was the Amumu in that support role. This one offers a lot of versatility early on, especially with the Rammus, right? Concussive blows into the Rammus taunt, into just about anything, does set up a better gank path than, say, the Amumu bandage toss and the Trundle coming in with the pillar, right? More options are available, and I think that's the right idea that the Wildcats were going for, right? Hey, listen, first game, we couldn't really pull off the scaling composition that we wanted, so bring in something a bit more reliable, get that point and click going down, and be able to work from there. So I'm going to ask you, RMC, we see some brand new champions. I'm going to ask you again because I love doing it. I love putting you on the spot. With the champions that are currently down here, do we see a little bit easier time for the Wildcats, or do we think Concordia Concordia, Nebraska are going to come out and fire off with the Nasus, the Anivia, and the Amumu Jin and Nami.
Looking at the draft here, I think I very much heavily favor Baker University Wildcats. They've shored up a lot of their weaknesses. The way I see this composition playing out is you get Rammus to gank the bot lane, and Jin and Nami are going to struggle to try and stop the ganks coming in when he's speeding away. And Slayer doesn't look at the bot lane. Slayer looks at the top lane for Neglect. It's not only an easy gank setup, but it's also just an easy way to get Slayer hit, and you don't want Slayer to sit in lane. When Slayer's in lane, you just wave clear as fast as you can. And Rammus ganks into mid lane are still effective. Taunt into gold card, or gold card into taunt into a second gold card for maximal chaining here. I like the composition that Baker have drafted. Concordia University, on the other hand, Nebraska here. The Nasus is the biggest glaring point for me. I think if you take out the Nasus, I still see ways their composition could work. We saw El Gringazo as well as Pineball just take over the bot lane and dominate from there. That is still an option. That is still viable. Likewise, ganks in the mid lane from Amumu onto Twisted Fate. You get one stun. It sets up the second stun. And again, Anivia, very high burst. You can take over there. Those two lanes, more doable. But this Nasus in the top lane, it's a big glaring flaw. And I know Lego Grainer is good. We saw it last game. But let's keep in mind, Lego Grainer also died a lot. And this time with the Nasus, I think we're just going to see the dies a lot portion. And I don't know if we're going to see the early control, a way to take over. And if you're waiting for this Nasus to scale as well, keep in mind the other team has a Rammus, and I have literally seen in solo queue Nasus kill themselves hitting a Rammus. And with that taunt, you don't have an option. If you press that siphoning strike, that Q, and he taunts you after that, no matter what, you have to hit that Rammus.
Yeah, it's going to hurt with the Iron Spike shell. So let's go ahead and talk about a little bit theory crafting here as we wait for the players to load in here. I want to see a world. I want to see your ideal world where a Nasus gets out of this alive. You counterpick it. You have to have a plan. Right, for Lego Grainer here, whether that involves your team or not. How in the world does this Nasus win, or does it win at all, and you're just playing for safety and playing for that mid to late game, like you said?
I don't think Nasus should be able to win under any condition right now, especially not with a Twisted Fate on the other hand. And Rammus, who will gank faster than an Amumu as well. The Powerball allows you to get to places much, much quicker. There shouldn't be a world. So if there is a world Lego Grainer comes on the lane, it has to be mechanically just outplaying this, playing this 5-hit. And or we see Neglect and maybe Oleg Tal diving the turret and it goes horrifically wrong. And then we see the early kills going over to the Nasus. Instead, for Concordia, Nebraska, I don't want to see them play around the top side. Grant vision. By all means, get vision down to try and stop the ganks. But instead, I want to see them pressure the mid lane on this Twisted Fate. If Twisted Fate is dying, he's not destinying teleporting to that top side. That's one way to protect your top laner, is apply the pressure there. Or go to the bot lane. We touched on how Jin and Nami are killable. Are gankable. Jinx and Braum are also gankable. It's a bit harder with the Braum, but it can be done, especially if you have overwhelming force, overwhelming damage.
Well, only time will tell if the Nasus gets off the floor, if the TF can actually get some gold cards down in other lanes, or if the Anivia is just going to push forever and play Farming Simulator 2021. Going into this game here, remember, Concordia, Nebraska is up one game. If they win this one, they will tack on another series win and put themselves at 4-2. And Baker University, of course, looking to do the same here. They need to win this one if they want to push it to a game 3. Look to try and solidify themselves as one of the top teams in the Navigator Cyan division. The ward down, though, same thing as before. Early chance at an invade, doesn't really pan out. No harm, no foul.
Yeah, and they actually almost even got the coordination to clear the ward, just shy of that last hit there. Now, I will say tracking the junglers early is not as important. Amumu often starts the blue side just for the mana here. So just knowing that Boogie Woogie is going to start there, all great and good. I still expect to see Neglect push out hard and try and get that lane prio. For Oleg Tal with the Rammus, maybe it's a bit more important to track this Rammus because his early ganks are very potent. The moment he picks up that Powerball, he can really start to make action happen. And for the side of Concordia, Nebraska, not knowing that Oleg Tal is going to be matching the clear of Boogie Woogie could be dangerous if they're looking to get that early cheese kill in the top side to help protect the Lego Grainer.
Early cheese, indeed. They are going to wait and see because, again, both junglers are starting off on opposite, or same sides of the map. Very sorry. Red buff picked up for Oleg Tal. And, of course, Boogie Woogie going in that blue buff. Surprisingly enough, though, opting for that blue buff, I keep forgetting, Amumus need a lot of mana to be always soaking that man up with the tears, with the little bandage wraps. Bot lane, though, seeing a little bit of poke come out already from El Gringazo saying, hey, look, we dominated the lane once. I want to do it again.
Yeah, and that's just how Jins operate, right? You get that deadly flourish, you poke with it early, and you don't really want to waste the Unbreakable from Braum trying to block that if it isn't going to stun you up. If it's just being used for poke, let it through. The Omnivamp from Duran's Blade is going to be sufficient. We did get a glimpse on top side, though, and you can already see Neglect is starting to take over that lane, is starting to bully out. And I love the fact that Neglect is getting that early vision down to make sure he doesn't get ganked and that he can continue his lane kingdom.
And the question is remember, last time Lego Grainer and Neglect had a very large CS disparity. Granted, they also had multiple kills by about minute 4, I think, under both teams' belts. The main thing is, are they going to be able to keep it static? Remember, no flash on Lego Grainer, but that's going to be a bubble in. And a nice shield up blocks a majority of the 4th shot damage. That's going to be kind of nice to be able to hang onto. Lego Grainer, of course, trying to keep up with this fight. So far, also started with the cloth armor. I didn't get to notice that before. That's very interesting to see.
Yeah, it's fairly standard for the Nasus here because you're not trying to trade or anything. You're literally just trying to survive. So that's what they're going to run. And if Lego Grainer can sort of hold the wave just outside his turret, that's exactly where he wants to be. And he can free farm. You can see the CS discrepancy is only 4 CS. That's fine for Nasus here. Not falling too far behind is a win in their books.
Oh my gosh, even with this Braum, though, we're seeing constant poke. Explosive down to 1 potion right now. And mana, surprisingly, still doing pretty good for El Gringazo and Pinewall. I have to congratulate them on being able to manage that so well.
Yeah, and I'm honestly surprised teams aren't banning Nami away from Pinewall here. She plays it so often. She's so good at it. She knows exactly how to play it there. And in the first place, we're going to pick something like Braum. Braum doesn't do great into enchanters in the first place here, so you're giving them comfort and you're picking a bit of a counter matchup here. I understand it's good later, but step 1 is surviving the lane.
These spells are so rude, and as someone that, again, can barely play an engaged support to save their life, to be able to play something like a Nami and to make it feel efficient, you have to be able to weave your abilities in without making it feel clunky, without forcing your ADC to step up and put themselves in harm's way when they don't want to, right? And that, again, you hit the nail on the head. It's so good, doing so well. Now, though, we're going to get a little fight. Boogie Woogie is going to go ahead and get a little bit of wrap. Oh, the flash over the wall, but there's no flash to follow because, again, Lego Grainer chose Ghost over Flash.
Yeah, size and dice means that you can afford to mess one up, or you have 2 tries at this effectively here. It doesn't really matter if you flash first or whether you slice and dice first here, but it is a big summoner off of Neglect, and you can now look to try and punish this top lane. Really good of them to take advantage of the timing. And I have to guess that Lego had timed that initial ward when they saw Neglect go down and was like, okay, we call for the gank now. The ward should have expired.
Ward thought to be expired, but Woogie sitting on 1 that had only about 10 seconds left, I believe. So Slayer allowed to survive for a little bit longer. CS so far in favor of Slayer, but with that level 6, he's going to try and throw down the Glacial Storm, but you run out of mana very quickly, and that might be the egg. Actually laid in, can't get the last hit on, though, so Slayer is going to walk away happy that they do get lane dominance. The bug has teleport, though. I'll probably see that teleport back in for the Anivia to farm up.
And as an Anivia main, not popping the egg right there is actually incredibly huge. That means Anivia comes back full mana, full health here, ready to go round 2, and will still have that passive teleport coming back in, but it might be a little bit late. Baker's already started up that dragon here. No vision, no clues, no pings coming through from Concordia, Nebraska.
Can't even challenge it, right? And I think this is the right call. Beautiful job by Baker University. To be able to pick that one up, getting an Infernal in your pocket will always feel good. With the next one being Cloud, of course, we might not see it fought over as much. So the main thing is how much CS can you get if you're Concordia, Nebraska? What can you get in the lanes to keep kind of push yourself forward in this game?
Nothing top, nothing mid. But bot side, El Gringazo and Pineball are shoving this now. Bug forcing the flash here.
And Olaktalv opts to not follow up, saying, look, the damage was done, the Predator was spotted, we didn't get anything, so try and give yourselves a little bit of respite here. The Bug getting a huge one in mid, on a non-aggressive champion, or I guess an aggressive champion. I take that back. Sorry.
And this is what we're talking about in draft, right? The fact that Anivia does actually have pretty good kill pressure on Twisted Fate. Anivia is all about your wall placement there. You don't necessarily use the wall to cut off approaches. You're using it to position them for your stun, for your Flash Frost. And now that you're 6 with that Glacial Storm as well, if Slayer doesn't have Flash available, he can actually get 100 to 0 by Glacial Storm, a good wall, and a Flash Frost. Bug now looking for bot side, but was spotted because Oligtal was doing red buff.
Oh, wait, that's going to be a little bit of
Is
a
it enough?
stun.
The wall?
Do they throw the wall? Oh, he gets over the other side of the wall. That's going to help so much.
TP though.
And that's the teleport coming in. Remember, that is neglect. They're going to try and chance this. TF rotating down. This could be the Destiny Pop 3 in the river. Do they want to keep chancing this? I mean, it's going to be a speed buff from Bug. Nice little tag out. So for the aggression, doesn't look like they're going to get much. 5 members on bot side, though, does mean Lego Grainer is going to have a fantastic time farming up top.
So, right now, Baker University, they're taking the reins of this. They're being proactive. I appreciate what they're doing. They're getting the dragons as well, and they're actually just ever so slightly up in gold. But remember how you're asking me, how does Nasus get out of lane alive?
Yeah.
This is how you do it. You pull neglect out of lane, and Lego Grainer right now is getting free farm. He's now up about 2 waves here, and you can see Baker's trying to punish. They're sending 3.
Try their best, and I mean, this is what you were also saying. You know, everything you say, RMC, I swear, is something like a sidekick to top into the gold cart, into the slice and dice, and Lego Grainer has quite literally nothing in pocket. No, you don't get a follow through. The flash in Alaktal, though, might go down. No, one more tower shot is not going to be enough. Body block down on bot side now as Blowsif dodges out on a bubble by walking backwards. That is going to be first blood at 8:45 in the game. Baker University take a kill in a few plates.
And it was a Nasus, as we expected. Just not quite as early as we had expected here. Bot side, bro. Okay, Blowsif is not fine.
All right, so the heal is popped, and surprisingly enough, a very, very early shot. Oh my god. That is going to be a chunk and a half, and if El Gringazo had flash underneath... Oh, the snipe! Mid lane, the Bug might get something, but the gold card is there. Bug dances a little bit too far, but Alaktal, again, on this Rammus, is not allowed to play as quickly as he wants. A nice sidestep from El Gringazo to make sure the tower only hits him once.
First of all, El Gringazo breaking the law of Jhin. 4 shots, that's all you get. He cheated with the Deadly Flourish. They get the kill. The other thing, mid lane right now, Oligtal is an armor tank. He's not going to do well against the damage of Anivia. You can see that one combo half health, and more importantly, he needs Slayer healthy to make those ganks. He's looking for the ganks. It's not Oligtal's fault. It's the fact that Slayer is too low, and if he gets hit by even a Flash Frost, he dies there right now, so he can't follow up, and Rammus doesn't bring enough damage to force solo kills.
I think something, the best way to describe Rammus, right? The best way, I think, is in engage, a proactive ganking jungler, right? If a Rammus comes late to the fight, you're probably not going to win out as much because, again, you don't, like you said, you don't bring damage, you don't bring anything really except CC, so your members still have to be alive. So if a fight breaks out and a Rammus wants to be useful, it better be the Rammus going in first, getting that CC down, getting that gank off, you know, running in with that Thunderdome or Thunderball, whatever you want to call it, just like this. They did it once. Predator is on. Are they going to dive tower? Alaktal looked like he was going to bait. Oh, no. Lego Grainer. I saw that. Camera tried to keep it away. You can't dance on him when you got dove once already.
He can right now. He still has Fury of the Sands available, and you already saw in the last dive, they had to do so much damage early. There we go.
Yep, knockup is there, but Boogie Woogie's coming in. Misses the bandit shots, though, and the flash doesn't matter. No, it happened again. It happened again. Lego Grainer gets the save of a lifetime as Boogie Woogie takes 2 kills.
Okay, and here's the thing. I don't even think that's like Lego Grainer outplaying. All he did was press R. You've got to remember, Fear of the Sands gives you lifesteal as well. So it's not just about the health buff you suddenly get. It's the fact that you have sustain. And the moment Neglect went down, they just don't have enough damage to finish off once again there. Oligtal, you're just a walking health pot for Nasus at that point.
Nice double bubble there, and as you were saying, yeah, well, just a walking health pot. And he actually picks up 3 plates on that top side, so it's happening, RMC. We didn't want to say it with the team, or we don't want to say it with the Nasus here, but Lego Grainer is playing on even or even more so ground. in this top side right now, going, I believe, for that Divine Sunder, is going to be chunking people out with every slap of the staff.
Now, I'm scared for Blues Badger and Slayer here because they're the ones who are going to suffer. I mean, you look at that top lane, it's still fairly even. Neglect should still be fine. You're down a level. You still have pressure in lane. But this bot side goal lead, that is an issue here. And if Blues is down in lane against a Nasus who's up later, 1Q is going to decimate you. El Gringazo, look at those traps. We saw the Teemos, but this time it's the Jhin traps, and it's making it so difficult for Oleg Talv to actually sneak in here, find a force gank powerball. Here we go.
All right, well, the camera didn't want to follow, but there we go. That's going to be a very interesting Glacial Fissure. That was a flash out as well. But yeah, Blues is very, very low. Now they're going to try and follow through. Teleport coming in. Super Mega Death Target is out, and they have to fly away. That's going to be the bug jumping in. Remember, the flash is up. That's going to be the correct call used. And the wall is going to keep all three. Final shot goes in, and the stun is enough. And that's going to be the follow through. Slayer coming down, but Boogie Woogie's here to follow.
You don't want this.
And 4 members from the side of Concordia, Nebraska turned that fight around.
Dragon is up as well. You're right that no one wanted to fight for Cloud, but it's there, Concordia. You might as well take it. Why not here? Bug actually starting this up while Boogie takes Scuttle. And Baker University, you might have vision, but you don't have bodies. You can't contest it, and they're sat back waiting again.
RMC, the scores were even at the beginning. Baker University and Concordia, Nebraska, both of them sitting at 3-2. Both of them had a forfeit win. And yet, Concordia, Nebraska just look so much better here in this series specifically. We can take a look at the gold, right? We haven't really touched on it because there's been so much action, but every single member of this Concordia, Nebraska side is currently ahead. Maybe only support difference, but you know what? 20 gold between supports, we're not worried. Every single other member is either 500 to 1,000 gold up.
Low Sif. Oh, it's Blues who's going to get caught.
And no flash either. All you have is going to be that heal, and I don't even know if you want to burn heal. It's just going to be a death. That's going to be the kill going in, and El Gringazo quite literally barrel stuffs that kill.
Okay, let's talk about goal differences, Orbital, because we touched on it before Blues went down there. You see goal differences all throughout. The important ones here are the fact that Lego Grainer got the entire top side turret in every single plate solo. That's first turret, first break as well. Bot side, El Gringazo getting a lead. We touched on that. Mid is interesting because Twisted Fate's passive gives you extra gold. So Slayer is not just down, what was that, 500-600 gold there? You're down significantly more than that, if not for the passive. And you have that passive because Twisted Fate doesn't have a ton of combat ability. Bug, low though?
Yeah, and I think that you can't really escape this one, so the egg is there. Wasn't able to flash, and I don't think flash would have even helped. So it is going to be a kill going the way of Slayer here in the mid.
Finally, good answer to come through. And now that Bug is dead for 20 seconds, Destiny's available. I want to see if Slayer can make a play somewhere else, help a different lane. Bot side is a 2v1. If you throw Slayer down there, you should have enough damage to burst through this level 10 Nasus. Or level 11 now.
Yeah. Nope, they don't have a chance anymore. Level 2 Fury of the Sands, yeah, you're not cutting through that. And at this point, honestly, it's such a good call. You know, the Thornmail was completed for Lego Grainer as well, meaning he's effectively a mini Rammus, right? For those that hate top lane, this is another reason. Anytime you see a Thornmail come out, it's painful to play against, especially if you're behind, right? Blues Badger is sitting on a Noon Quiver, a pickaxe, and a cloak. That's all you got, right? That's all you got. Your auto attacks are going to deal more damage to yourself than ever before, and Lego Grainer might as well just be healing straight all the way through it. Yeah, because this is going to be the dive. They're going to call the teleport in. That was a good bait, though. That's a bait. Lego Grainer knew that was going to happen, and he lasts his way to a pink ward.
Okay, and Neglect, I mean, Neglect can actually chase him down. This is far enough from a turret, but you knew they have Destiny, they have TP. Of course they're doing that.
Oh my gosh. That damage, Blowsif is going to burst down because of the Leon-trees, and now they're going to walk away again. The Everfrost Bear Flash over the wall. Neglect is going to get the stun off.
Passive.
So Bug should die bot lane. Lego Grainer takes it, but Flash Q is going to net 2 for Neglect. It was a weird exchange of blows, but overall 2 for 2 across the board.
Neglect has had enough of this. He was winning his lane. Yeah. So, you know what? Fine. Lego, you want to walk away? I'll kill everyone else on your team. This Renekton is still very, very strong. No way. That is an armor tank. That is an armor tank going up against El Gringazo there. And Jhin just ripped right through him.
Well, let's talk about it. You said armor tank. I don't see any armor.
True.
I see 0 armor in that inventory. Yes, steel-plated boot caps, which barely does anything against a full stacked Jhin who already has the mythic. Olactavl, yes, you want to say has that armor tank build. You got to get the armor first.
True. Very, very true. And right now, who can stand up to El Gringazo is the big issue here. Neglect, maybe. But if Neglect gets hit by CC, gets locked down, and El Gringazo can space properly, well, this Jhin's still going to win that here. And it's now time for Concordia, Nebraska to start grouping up and taking turrets. Mid lane turret still stands, but there's really no reason why it should.
You're saying mid lane is going to go down. Bug is going to assist Pinewall in taking that one. You know, we'll give it to Pinewall. She's done so much, and I feel we've been talking about so many other people in this game that we said it once or twice.
Position.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit rough. Again, Pinewall is there to help out, but the good call off from the team captain of Concordia, Nebraska says it isn't the right time because bot lane is looking a bit juicier. That's going to be a flash out, but again, no tower. Lego Grainer says it's time. 1 Q, 2 Qs, and a burn. Lego Grainer says, get out of here, Blues Badger.
Yeah, I think the single person who's most unhappy with how that top lane went isn't even Neglect right now. It's Blues Badger. That was flash blown, and the moment the Wither goes down, you could see how slow it is. There's no way you outrun that. The cooldown on Wither isn't even that long either. And now the full Thornmail is actually completed. So Blues does nothing to this Nasus.
And keep in mind, this is a 4v4 without Concordia, Nebraska's second strongest member, right? That Jhin is nowhere to be seen here, but look at that chip damage. In a 4v4, they still can't fight it. And it's going to be so painful to watch. Again, and these are Ocean Drakes too, by the way. This is an Ocean Soul game. You don't want to give that one over, but look at it. Oh, no. That's going to be a huge jump in. Are they going to CC down? That's going to be the Curse of Sad Mummy used, and they just melt away. It's not even a burst. It's a slow understanding that you will lose your life. Lego Grainer and the rest of the squad take 2 and say, that's plenty. We don't have to force anything. We'll go ahead and take Dragon.
Yeah, free Dragon. And I want to touch on how that fight started, because Boogie Woogie went in and didn't out right away. I love it because you could see the panic on Baker when they went in. It's normally almost always followed up by that big CC. Instead, they led with the tidal wave instead. So initially, panicking, not doing damage. Get hit by the tidal wave, CC, no damage. Once they came out, again, trying to run away, no damage, followed up by Curse of the Sad Mummy. Perfect layering, maximal timing.
Perfect layering here, too, as El Gringazo is going to eat so much. Can he get the last one? Doesn't get the W off. So Blues Badger is going to pick up so much. But Lego Grainer, remember, it doesn't matter about the gold. It matters about the stacks. Slap away. Lego Grainer is on a rampage. That might be a second as the Slice and Dice might turn Pinewall into sushi, as that's going to be a little bit of a rotate in 1 gold card to end it all. That's going to be the kill, and again, it just doesn't stop. Lego Grainer is going to watch the support fall, but again, the fight, Furia the Sands is going to net him another one. He gets it. Is that a triple? Come on, tell me it's triple. No, only a double, but it's enough. One more kill. That's going to be a triple kill. Nasus, throw that mastery up. You deserve it. You're going to take that tower. You're going to take down Plosef, who quite literally can't do a dang thing. Quadra kill for the Nasus, who tanked 5 tower shots. Lego Grainer is straight up a menace of the Rift.
Okay, this Nasus has hit late game status, mid game status here. I think it was Teddy Roosevelt who said, speak softly, carry a big stick. That's a big stick.
Oh no, the unofficial Penta is going to come in. He gets it. It doesn't matter. 1,000 gold doesn't matter. You got 5 in that top lane exchange. 9, 2, and 3. Well deserved by Lego Grainer.
The Rift right now has three big objectives here for Baker University. There's Dragon, there's Baron, then there's Lego Grainer. Lego Grainer is worth gold right now. That gold, that's 250 gold bounty after he died. 9, 2, and 3 right here. Just put Lego Grainer in a lane. Get El Gringazo back to the rest of the team. Between El Gringazo, Bug, and Boogie Woogie, you win pretty much any team fight, even in a 5v4 situation here. And just let Lego Grainer push. Even the turrets right now are getting popped by that Q.
Yeah. Just to put it in perspective, we got a little bit of a head count for how many stacks there are. It is 441 on Lego Grainer right now. I think that's I want to say that's... Oh, I can't do math. This is a terrible idea, but...
Wait, I think this is 441 extra damage, not base stacks.
Not base stacks? Okay. That kind of makes more sense because that was going to be a furious amount of stacks in 22
Yeah, because he's only got
minutes.
174 farm. There's no way he has 441 stacks.
I mean, he has 9 champion kills though. He could be
True,
doing
true.
not at all.
They're only
You are
double.
correct though, but that's still a ridiculous score to hit right now. A fantastic job by Lego Grainer, and you called it right. Send him down bot lane. Let the mid lane kind of pressure out on its own because honestly, 4 members pushing against 1 is not going to work. Boogie Woogie is in position. Are they going to get the collapse off? That's teleport top lane. They don't have the Jinx. They found it. That's a great wrap in. That's going to follow up the tidal wave, and all 3 members are rooted up. They destroy Blowstep. He is dead, but look at Neglect. Neglect is trying his best. In goes the Powerball. They can't do much, and they're going to annihilate the rest of Concordia, Nebraska, taking this one home as the bug shows up in the back line. Flash in. Q misses. Slayer is going to get away. By the way, in all of that, I do believe Lego Grainer was stopped from his TP by Blues Badger, and Blues Badger paid the price.
Yeah, and that's what we're talking about. You know, that 4v5 coming through from Concordia, Nebraska there, or 4v4 in this case since Blues wasn't there. But what Lego Grainer did with that teleport was actually force Blues to engage with him. Because before that, Blues was just focusing on clearing the minions, which is the right call for her. You're more worried about letting this Nasus near your turret. But with that TP, you had to walk for it to drop the chompers. If you didn't, you lose topside. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. 3 members going on Lego Grainer. Lego Grainer's got mana. He's got health. He's got ult. I think you need 5 to kill him.
He's even got Ghost. I don't even think with 5 they have a huge chance. At least they're going to lose 3 because the Baron's going to be powered up. Oh no. Oh no, if they tried, they're teleporting, they're
Neglect
going for
TP?
it. This is going to be a huge stun, huge root here. Look at all the damage that he's not really taking. Finally, Neglect is here. Finally, Neglect might be able to do something. No, he got the kill. He got one. He got another slap. Is he going to get the second? No, the taunt is going to come out. Can he get a single kill out of it? No, he can't. They finally cut down the behemoth. GG, raid boss down. Shut down for Slayer.
Oh, okay. So let's not forget that Nasus's passive is actually lifesteal right now. Do you see healing cut? Because I see it on one person, and that's Olictalp, and that's not a reliable application. Lego Grainer is never going to attack Olictalp of his own free will there. He's always going to go for Blues, and you can see how quickly Blues pop. Even Blowsive getting absolutely melted. Neglect now trying to clear vision. The war just expired. They don't see them. They don't know.
This could be dangerous, but it looks like they're saying we're not too worried. Dragon is up. They're willing to push because they have Baron. They can give up one Dragon. They're going to be fine. No one's playing for Soul right now. And they're going to push. They should get an inhibitor as Baker University are going to try and melt this Dragon as quickly as possible. But even with Jinx, it's so slow, right? They don't have the real damage behind it. Finally, there it is. The melting comes through. They recall by how much they lose. That's going to be inhibitor down. Inhibitor tower in the mid lane down. Are they going to follow through with a bit more? Elgin Gazo with that 4th shot is going to try and melt it. Doesn't get close, so it's a tower so far. Gold card lands. Top lane, the bug is pushing another tower, so it's going to be a 3 on 5. But Rammus can't get in. Olictalp, once again, is not willing to pull the trigger.
And this entire time, supers are pushing, or Baron minions are pushing for Bug here. They're looking for Bug, but look at the main side, the mid lane.
Yeah, I not much more. As Elgin Gazo takes that kill top lane. We're seeing the egg go down, but remember, it doesn't matter. Now they're going to rotate in. Boogie Woogie says, hey, I'm here to save my mid laner. Is that going to be the ultimate? No, that's going to be the kill because look at the base. Look at the base. No one cares about top lane. No one cares what's happening with Boogie Woogie and Bug. They don't care that they died because the towers are collapsing. Nexus is going to fall shortly after. And Lego Grainer says, it's my game. It's my time. It's my kill. 13 kills is an immaculate score to end on. Make it a 14th. Lego Grainer carries his team to victory with the most unorthodox champion pool I've ever seen. I love it to death. And Concordia, Nebraska take a 2-0.
Put all of this in context, Orbital. 3 weeks ago, week 4 of NECC was a bye week for Concordia. So nobody knew what was going on there. 2 weeks ago, they played against George Fox University, GFU Gray here. They pulled out 2 successive wins. Last week, an FF win. And these patches right now, this is just the patch of Lego Grainer, man. Teemo being buff, let's go. Now, Nasus as well. You called it, I think you said it best in the draft, Orbital, when you said that Lego Grainer's champ pool is very odd, very unusual, very weird, and it's working. Teams don't know how to deal with this. They didn't shut down the Nasus early, and Nasus came back huge to control this game.
And we can't deny the fact that the rest of Concordia, Nebraska were able to help out, right? Let's not deny that by any stretch of the imagination. The pull that the rest of the team had to try and allow, the NASAs to farm up. One of the huge things, the whole reason that top lane kind of spiraled out of control was that early TP from Neglect to the bot side. It gave so much time to farm. The team knows how to play around this player. I don't know what the team's going to say Neglect is, or not Neglect. I don't know what they're going to say Lego Grainer is the star of the team. I wouldn't know that, right? Maybe we can talk to the team. But he showed star power there. That can only be the truth.
Yeah, and this bot lane of El Grangazo and Pinewall was just disgusting to watch, right? It's not just that they were winning the lane, it's how ungankable they were. If we looked at how the lanes were supposed to go, we said that bot lane is gankable. You can punish this lane when they overextend, but it felt like every time they hit 6, the moment Pinewall was 6, that tidal wave just stopped any sort of proper engage coming through. We didn't see the Rammus gangs coming in early, and then next thing we know, El Grangazo is like just split pushing on his own. 1v2 still trying to find kills yet again here. Definitely a very different Concordia, Nebraska than what we were expecting from the first couple of weeks here.
Yeah, it was, but either way, it was so much fun to watch this series, even though it was a 2-0. It was so much fun. It was action-packed. It was crazy, and only we can hope that the rest of the series today will have that same effect. So with that, we will go ahead and say goodbye for this first broadcast, or the second broadcast of this evening. We have a third one coming up from the Emergents Cyan division with Emporia State Esports versus Pitt State Esports. Coming to you shortly. Me and RMC will be back on the desk, so please don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. And welcome back. We are here with game number 1 of series number 3 of the evening, 3rd of 4. Hopefully that we'll have for you. Of course, the second one ended a little bit earlier than we expected, but it was nonetheless thrilling. This series, once again, we have some fantastic insider information that you will see here in the draft that some of us are thrilled with. Some of us are a little bit worried. RMC, I mean, how are you feeling right now?
Before that, Orbital, before we even get into the draft, we need to set the stakes here for these teams, because I was hyped for this particular matchup all day long here. Emporia State University facing off against Pitt State University here. They're both in Kansas. And I was like, okay, same state, probably doesn't mean too much. No, it means a lot, because the captain for Emporia State Esports is NECC, their AD carry. And he just joined Emporia this year. Last year, he was Pitt State Esports captain. And so Pitt State's team is a team that he helped to build, he helped to train and lead. And now he's on the other side. And from the lobby chat, you can bet your bottom dollar here, Pitt State are out for blood. And for the side of Emporia, NECC has to try and stay alive. Not only does he have to try and stay alive, he's got to show that he's got value. Where he went is going to be the winning team here. So both these teams, forget the standings here. They don't care about making it to playoffs. Today, they're out for blood.
This is going to be targeting on another level here. So... In football, there is such a thing as targeting. There is something, as any football player knows, or any football viewer knows, targeting is not fun. It's very, very rude. It makes you hate the game that you're playing if you're the one targeted. In League of Legends, it's even worse, because unless you surrender, unless your team actually surrenders, that targeting continues for about 15 to 20 minutes of the game, and you can't do anything about it. So with what's happening, I do want to point out the two that have the most beef are also in the bot lane, and this surprised you even more because we know how crazy the bot lane can get under dire situations.
Oh yeah, we're talking about the supports last game being the captains. This time it's the AD carries, because we touched on NECC, but on the other side, for Pitt State, their captain is also the AD carry, Potamus here in the bot side. And not only is Potamus the new captain, but Potamus used to be the secondary AD carry for the team under NECC. So this is time for Potamus to kind of go like, okay, you know what? You taught me once upon a time, but it's time for the student to beat the master here. And this one is super, super spicy. It's not just Potamus either. Multiple members. I mean, if we look at the Babe, who is the top laner here for Pitt State Esports, close friends with NECC here. The jungler, Breadfish King, was actually originally headhunted by NECC. So a lot of these players know NECC well. And it's now that question mark where, okay, you know each other well. Who knows who better? Is NECC more familiar with his ex-team? Or is it going to be Pitt State Esports going like, okay, we know how you like to operate. You're the captain of the other team. We know your shot calls, and we're going to read you like a book.
Yeah, this is going to get a little bit ridiculous here, and I'm so excited for it. However, with everything that we talked about, with all these players, with everything that's going on, you said it doesn't matter about the standings. Let's still talk a little bit about the standings, right? Pitt State currently sitting at 3-1. Pitt State Esports, of course, sitting at 3-1. A very, very convincing setup, of course. Their week 6 scoreline has not been, I believe, recorded, so that's why it's a little bit off. With Emporia State Esports, of course, they're sitting at 2-3. They need one more victory to kind of put themselves at that midway echelon here. But as we do get into the picks and bans here, we're going to see some spice. That's all I can say here, as obviously you do see the junglers being targeted at the start.
Okay. So it bears repeating that these teams have actually already drafted in a third-party client. They're just doing the in-client draft right now. So they get picked according to the position. So we know what they drafted, and this gets real spicy real quick. We're going to wait for it to come out, but don't get shocked. You've been warned. Now, the bans that are coming out right now, you can see Pitt State on the blue side, Emporia on the red. Pitt State are already targeting NECC a little bit with this Ashe, with this Tristana. Whereas on the other side, Emporia are just trying to take the double globals off the table here. They don't want to have to deal with perma-ganks into any lane, red, a bot lane.
Yeah, and it's starting. RMC, it's starting.
Well, to be fair, these are signature champions for both these players. The Babe has played a lot of Karma here. It's a comfort pick. And for SSG2 Goku, the Mordekaiser is his signature champion. He he's in gold right now. His rank is gold, but he's played up against diamond players with his Mordekaiser and gone toe-to-toe with them.
I don't care. I don't care because the rest of the draft is going to come out. We thought that Teemo and the Nasus were bad, right? We thought the Teemo and the Nasus were bad, and it feels like Pitt State just said, we'll do you one better. You are on the bottom rung of craziness. We're going to scale the top of this ladder, which mind you is like a 10-foot ladder, and we'll send it. We will freaking send it. So you see the Olaf here. That's kind of normal, right?
Yeah, Karma Olaf.
Yeah. Wait for the last 3, I beg of you.
Okay, Lux has come back into meta as well, Orbital, so that one's not too crazy either. Instead, I'm looking at what Emporia's drafted, right? You've got the Mordekaiser, Hecarim, Yasuo. That's already your Yasuo comp starting to build up here. Really strong composition. And one of the unfortunate things is Mordekaiser can't actually Death Realm and Olaf effectively. He can Ragnarok out of it, so that's not really an option for you here. And you've got to burst down this Olaf. The rest of the band's coming out. Sejuani and Nunu, obviously the Olaf came in the second phase of picks, hence why we're seeing the jungle bands to come out. And for Pitt State here, they're pinching out the bot lane even further. 380 carry bands targeted at NECC Crusade.
Yeah, and now we get the Varus for NECC Crusade, a good champion, I would say, if you're trying to work around the team. And it's a very aggressive composition, I might add, for the side of Emporia State. It's aggressive as all heck, right? Like, this is, you're watching the Yasuo go in, you're watching the Mordekaiser do a 1v1. On the flip side, this is a protect the Olaf comp. This is a protect the Olaf, let the Olaf roam in. You see it here. You're seeing it. It's not a bug. It's not a bug. They didn't mess up drafts.
3 supports.
This is a legitimate.
4 supports.
Yeah. It's Sona 1.0 and Sona 2.0. That's going to be coming out in the bot lane. People thought that we would be seeing this like as soon as Seraphine came out. Pitt State say, yeah, we'll run it. We'll see what happens.
This is, oh my goodness. So the draft, the scaling is actually not the worst thing. Lux and Sona do get to scale up into the late game pretty well. Seraphine as well does decently in most phases of the game. The problem is their only physical damage source is this Olaf. And Pitt State esports have all in the early game. They live or die by Breadfish King here. If the Olaf gets ahead, he's going to be absolutely unstoppable. A juggernaut that can dive turrets with impunity with four shields and heals. Read it and weep here. But that's only if he gets ahead. And on the other side, Emporia State, they went with a standard pick. It's strong comfort picks for all their players. A7 is Beast, known for his Yasuo Yone play. That gets picked up. NECC Crusade got pinched a little bit, has to fall back to that Varus a little bit, but still going to be fine. And we already touched on the Mordekaiser. So Emporia, fairly comfortable, fairly standard, and they've got to play into the madness that is Pitt State right now.
I would not be surprised at all to see NECC Crusade actually go the lethality build path, right? Reason for that is you can build the Serpent's Fang without too much trouble, right? That would allow to maybe try and break through some of the shielding while not denying too much of your outright damage, because I don't see Serpent's Fang on anyone else. It's going to be necessary. Let's not worry about it at all. I do want to do a callback. I don't know if you remember this, but there was, I forgot what game it was. It was a very famous I think season 3 or season 4 game where we saw 5 smites come out in a professional League of Legends game. It was an ode to, I believe, Cloud Templar back then. The players got banned for it, but this is kind of reminiscent of that, right? Just like something way out of the way, maybe capitalizing on the fact shields stack up very well on top of each other. I don't know, but that's what it feels like.
Kind of. This is a textbook cheese composition coming out overall. And you know what? I don't hate it, because we're talking about grudge matches. If you really want to hunt somebody down, this is the guaranteed way you do it, right? You pick an Olaf who cannot be stopped by CC. The only thing that can stop an Olaf is either terrain or death. I don't see any terrain on the side of Emporia here, and I don't see any death either with this many shields and heals. And then you just send Olaf every single time after NECC Crusade here. And the nasty part of it is it kind of works. If you take out NECC Crusade and he's the one carrying the Serpent's Fang, suddenly half of your ability to stop these supports is nullified. Nyx, you go after the Yasuo, you kill A7 as Beast, and that's the rest of their damage pretty much. Mordekaiser and Hecarim do some damage, but enough damage to carry the fight? Probably not. And for Emporia, their fears, of course, you don't want to give up the early game. You don't want to let this Olaf get ahead. Later on in the game, though, it's not about killing the Olaf, and it's going to be more about taking down these supports. While they can shield and heal each other here, they are still going to be kind of squishy. And with the likes of a Mordekaiser can instantly remove one support, and then they're isolated. They can get killed. Hecarim, Bob Scop can just go rushing in. If you can knock one of these supports away and burst them 100-0, that's another support removed. And once you've kind of cut it down to 1 or 2 supports, it's a lot more manageable.
Mm-hmm. And especially considering the fact that that will have to happen if the Olaf chooses to go Gore Drinker. It's an item that is more focused on tankiness, right? It's now completely a survivability item. And I wanna kind of touch on it, right? You were saying that the fact that for the side of Emporia State, they are looking like they want to remove 1 or 2 supports. Let's flip the script a bit, right? Pitt State, they need to win early. We already know that. How do they play the mid to late game? What would be the win conditions for them to be able to survive the mid to late and be able to take it home if it goes past 15 to 20 minutes?
Well, the problem, Orbital, for trying to predict what Pitt State's going to do past 15 minutes is that everything depends on that first 10, 15 minutes, right? If Olaf is ahead, the game plan is simple. Just keep pushing, rushing down turrets, sieging. You have Lux, you have Karma, both very good at poking. Seraphine and Sona really strong at disengaging the fight. So if you're ahead, it becomes very easy for them to play out, and you just need to keep forcing all these objectives and watch as Emporia die slowly inside. If you're behind, though, that's where things start to get rather complicated with this composition, because you still have the poke from Karma Lux. You still have the strong disengage from Sona Seraphine. The problem is that Olaf becomes kind of a non-factor when he falls behind. If he doesn't have the damage to threaten, I expect to see magic resistance being stacked up by the side of Emporia. And then it becomes a lot about trying to deny the engage. If Sona and Seraphine can stop the engages from the Hecarim, from the Yasuo coming through, if we don't see that grab, that claw from Mordekaiser knocking up multiple people, setting up for that last breath, Pitt State are still okay from behind. They've got wave clear. But they have to dodge out. They have to disengage every single time, and Emporia just have to hit the one perfect one. They kill you, and once they start to get ahead, well, as much as we complain about 4 or 5 supports, Yuumi is also a support, and Yuumi on Hecarim is extremely annoying to deal with when Hecarim gets ahead.
Thank the Lord this is not Earth, or else I would absolutely cry watching this duo. I hate that combination so much. I also want to throw another hypothetical because it's fun, and I understand they don't stack, but how many Chemtech Putrefiers do you think we are going to see Pitt State come out with? Because every single one of them, this is like the composition to run Chemtech Putrefier, and against a comp that quite literally has so many heals already, 3 champions that are known to go lifesteal, that are known to be able to solo heal up in a 1v1, 1v2, it's got to be an item coming out. Like, I'm actually kind of curious to see it, right?
Yeah, no, that's a fair question to ask, Orbital. So how many Chemtech Putrefiers? Yes, the Chemtech Putrefiers. It works so well into your kit as well. It gives you ability haze. It's cheap. It's nice to pick up. I wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of those come through. But again, second fiddle to this Olaf. A lot of it comes down to Olaf. And first of all, let's look at the lanes a little bit, because Mordekaiser into Karma. Karma's going to do fine in that lane initial. You can zone out, you can control the distance, and Mordekaiser can't reach you. In the mid lane as well, Lux into Yasuo. This is the one that I'm a little bit scared of, because I think Lux is going to struggle quite a bit into Yasuo. That wind wall can nullify you, and if R7 can take over, and R7 can take over, this could become the big problem lane. Bot side, double enchanters into Varus Yuumi. I don't even, we set it up as the big matchup to watch these 2 AD carries, but now I don't even want to look down there, because it's going to be disgusting. It's a lot of dodgeball. It's a lot of poke, and 3 supports in the lane is just 3 supports too many.
I'm just, I don't know. Normally we can analyze a lot of what's going on here. Normally we can get a decent bit of analysis down here. I feel worse than ever saying that Nasus won a game here in a league, right? Like, I don't want to say, if this team works, if Pittsburgh State University is able to do this, like, I don't know what I'll do. I don't want to say I'll eat a shoe. I've seen someone lose a bet and actually had to do that. I feel so bad for them. I don't want to say it, but it's just like, I don't want to see 4 supports come out on top and be able to take it home like this.
I blame you, Orbital. Up to this week, week 7, my other weeks were pretty normal, pretty standard picks. The wildest thing we saw was like a Heimerdinger. That was it. This week we get Teemo, Nasus, and quadruple support. This is your fault. Now, the games have started. PSU did go for a jungle tour, got some really deep wards in. They are trying to track where Bob Scop is going to be. But I think those wards are a little bit too deep and are likely to expire before they even catch a glimpse of this Hecarim.
And remember, this entire early game, we said it over and over again. everything in the early game is most likely going to go Pittsburgh State's way, right? In the mid lane, we did see Kawhi Arrow be able to lay down a little bit of poke, and that might actually continue over time. This bot lane, we're seeing it, right? The only real damage output that they have is NECC, who is going to constantly, like I said, play dodgeball, and if he can't, it's going to hurt. Mid lane, A7, he is having a little bit of trouble in the early stages trying to maintain without that wind wall.
Yeah, and actually this bot side already, duel is very low. And while Sona Seraphine, they have a lot of sustain and healing, early levels, it is fairly limited and it will drain their mana pools. It does take a bit of time. So great to see Nay Crusade already starting to take over this bot lane, shoving in and punishing this double enchanter support bot lane.
The old captain knows all the new captain's tricks because the old captain wrote the freaking book, it feels like. As they are going to go ahead and pull an early recall. Probably going to lay down a little bit. I don't think that's even 800 gold. So just picking up a longsword and a couple extra potions. Huge wave in the mid lane, though, as this is going to be Bobscop walking straight into Arrow. But remember, Bobscop is about half
Where's
HP. I don't think he
A7?
actually wants this. He only has Ghost, and that's going to be a oh my gosh, Arrow! Arrow with the cheeky first blood!
Where was R7? The entire time there, they had full vision of that trade going down. And I can't imagine Bob Scott was just like, no, I'm okay, guys. I got this. It must have been help, right? Like Redfish King is breathing down his back as well. And sure, it's not the Olaf getting first blood, but giving it to Kawaii Arrow specifically is also a problem. Because Arrow, as much as we say R7 is a beast, Arrow is a huge carry force as well.
Not just that. So let's talk a little bit about what was given as, oh my gosh, Duelist almost gets killed. Let's talk about the damage that a double buff in First Blood can be given to a mid laner like this, right? In a melee matchup, when you're facing something like the Yasuo, of course, they love to dash in and dash out without any repercussions, right? They love not taking a whole lot of damage and everything like that. The problem is, of course, down in the spot side, one more attack is going to be there. Duels is able to get away, and now they might be able to turn it around, but this is going to be a hop out, hop back in to get the extra shielding. A huge wave is crashing into NECC Crusade's HP bar. And so far, Pittsburgh State feeling like it's okay. A great heal and cleanse to come out, though. That's going to be a play. Top lane, we're seeing the Babe get punched a little bit here. No pull from Goku. Now in the mid lane, this camera wants all the action, wants to see everything. As no kills come across, but major summoner spells expended in the bot lane.
Okay, but I'll let you finish your point after this, but I do want to analyze what exactly happened there. Bot side, you're seeing the double enchanters. This is the strength of them. They sustain through. They get so clutch. Yes, they burnt a flash and a heal, but they got back flash and cleanse. And top side as well, we're seeing repeated pressure trying to punish this Karma. Bobscop still there after the TP back from Babe.
Oh, they're going to try it. And again, remember, no summoner spells this time. Goku doesn't want to risk using the flash, which I think is the appropriate call against a freaking Karma at this point, considering you're going to have that Realm of Death coming up shortly.
Okay, now, Oro, you're saying something about double buffs for Arrow here. Lux range into melee.
I don't remember because there's too much fighting right now. We are seeing... Listen, my brain as a play-by-play, we don't really stay on one point for too long. We got too much action to talk about here. Either way, though, I'm pretty sure it's going to come back to bite me in the butt, so please don't clip that. Anyway, looking at a little bit of this top lane, Goku, even with the ganks, is having a rough time trying to get in range, right? He hasn't recalled yet, and the Babe already got a good recall off. Has the Amtomb plus the Dark Seal. So Goku needs to be able to go back, maybe take a look at picking up boots to get close and utilize that ultimate to turn this into a 1v1 fight.
Yeah, and this was somewhat expected. That was why Karma was such a strong top lane pick for a while, because she bullies out most melee matchups. You can see a shield nullifies a lot. Oh, Death Realm.
Yeah, and I kind of like this. So you flash right after you get the move off, but again, it's so early on, and I think this actually might be a kill. The shield out after the realm falls, and the Q lands. One more isn't going to do it. You need that grass up, and the laser to back it off. This is why you pick the Lux. It doesn't just shield, but it gives great mid lane presence.
I'm actually not sure if Goku could have finished that, even if he did land that decimating smash there. There's just so much shielding, and again, the tether as well. Now, Bobscop getting pushed out by Olaf, but there we go. The E-Girls have arrived.
Oh, man, but no, NECC Crusade walks right in, and Bobscop wanted none of it. So NECC Crusade, the captain, the troops didn't listen, and they couldn't pull off the fight. That is NECC Crusade falling for the second kill of the game to Pittsburgh State.
And again, this is how Olaf operates, right? This is why he's scary with the support. Any time he's near that bottom lane, you can't afford to fight this. Now, H7 here.
Oh, great body block, but 4 members are here. This is it. They're chasing. A7 is a beast at getting out of tough situations, and he is going to be able to survive. 41 CS to him, so Quiet Arrow, after that first blood, is able to get pretty good mid lane control.
Sorry, I've just been informed that we've been pronouncing it wrong. It's not A7, it's AH7 here. But yeah, AH7 not able to quite find anything onto this Olaf, and this is the super rough part about trying to punish the Olaf when every single lane is designed to protect him. You don't try and punish the Olaf, go punish the supports instead. You can see the Babe is killable. Bot lane Hippopotamus and duels here can be found. You just need to throw the ganks that way, and I don't want to see Emporia State continuously focusing this Olaf. The Olaf is bait right now.
And that's so weird to think about, right? Quadruple supports, and yet the carry is the bait. That's what you're looking at here.
Yeah.
That's what you have to identify. And again, mistakes like earlier from Bobscop and NECC, the miscommunication has got to be shored up a little bit because of how dangerous those situations can be. Yes, we're joking about it, the constant damage, but the absolute domination, the absolute rule that the ultimates coming out from Pittsburgh State University have is undeniable.
And while you're looking at the ults from Pittsburgh here, Orbital, I'm looking at the side of Emporia, because their ults are up and available as well, and they can force plays, especially in this laning phase. Pittsburgh is going to get truly disgusting when they start to group up, but individually right now, the Emporia ultimates are more effective here. We've seen that top side, what happens with that death round. I'm not even going to glance at this bot side. There's no point. They've got no kill pressure. Those are enchanters.
Actually, NECC walking in. You saw Quiet Arrow walk in. That's not going to be the binding, but I feel that was a little bit of a give by NECC saying, hey, look, a little disrespect saying, I mean, even with Lux, you're not going to get anything.
Yeah, a little bit, but hey, NECC made it work. Didn't even eat binding there, so is fair and safe. Potamus is the one who's still kind of low. And now with the mana actually running out for these double enchanters, they need to back topside. Herald being taken here, and I don't think there's enough backup to allow Bobscop to really get in there.
Goku is pressed under his tower, but now they can rotate out. It is about half health, and with that Scuttle alive, that is a couple questions, and that's going to be a knock up. They're going to chance it, though. It's down to about 2.8, and they spread it. They have moved them apart from each other, so Breadfish King is going to try and fight it, but Bobscop loses. That's going to be a kill, though. Goku is able to get the shield up, and now there's going to be grab a nice Realm of Death going into Babe. Babe is going to try and chance it, but Goku is going to watch, or not watch, as AH7 is going to try and duel out Kawhi. Goku is going to go down here, and the Babe knocking one out as a home run. Gets a solo kill for himself. Most notably, though, for the 2 kills exchanged, Rift Herald is not going to make any early game plays for Pittsburgh State University.
Jungler's down, Herald's safe, and Herald's the big winner of that one there. AH7 still looking here, but it's the Karma, and she's so healthy. If they wanted the kill threat, they needed to go earlier, right after she came out the Death Realm when she was kind of low. And Goku, unfortunately, when you drag somebody to Death Realm there, you can't back off. You need to go all in on that. And the moment he backed off, he wasn't going to win that trade.
Not at all. Right. This is a little bit of a rough step here for Goku. We're watching and seeing what he gets. He did pick up the Merc. Ooh! We held our breath and we saw it, but now on the bot side, this is going to be a trade of ults, but the Encore goes a bit wide. So it is going to be the final kill. A nice flash to try and heal, but Duels can't overcome it just yet. A good attempt, but a kill goes NECC's way.
And that one kill actually netted them 2 flashes and the heal as well. Duel, you're not out to step up here.
Level 7 to level 5. Duels immediately has to skedaddle right out of that lane. Thankfully, the Chain of Corruption wasn't available. But Goku says he wants to fight again with that, with the claw down. It always means Goku will not be able to retaliate against the poke from Babe.
I want to say Emporia is not doing too badly right now. AH7 doing okay. Bot side, NECC double CS. That's a win. And everywhere else, CS is pretty much the same. My fear, though, is that Pittsburgh is the team that can afford to go down in gold and still remain strong in the mid game. We're approaching that 12-minute mark here, and Breadfish King has 2 kills and assists under his belt. He's perfectly fine. It's about time for Pittsburgh to really start turning up the heat here, and I want to see them start grouping up You don't have to leave both your enchanters bot lane. Get one of them roaming with this Olaf.
We've seen a Seraphine actually be able to hold their own, clearing that back way pretty quickly with the double up on some of the spells. You know, if you spell real properly, you can do it just like that. Clears an entire wave. However, they are going to stay bot because Dragon is coming up. 20 seconds on that Ocean Dragon. That one's going to be really nice to pick up on either side as well. Getting a little extra health every time a trade goes down.
And to me, this first dragon, or this second dragon, pardon me, might be the real test here for both these teams and how their compositions want to work. We're not seeing healing cut or any sort of shield cut because Serpent's Fang needs the entire item to apply that, but Emporia don't have any of those items yet, whereas healing shielding is already online from Pittsburgh. They even got the Herald to apply pressure to that mid lane here, so Emporia probably have to back off. They're not in position, not ready to try and contest this.
Yeah, with Babe on the backside, right, you know the teleports from Goku was not up. You were taking that chance, and so Babe goes ahead, burns it top side, and now we get a very interesting dragon coming out. We haven't seen one yet tonight in the past series, but is now going to spawn. An Infernal Dragon will roar across the rift, and this might actually benefit Pittsburgh State University a little bit more. We were wondering who is going to be carried, where the damage is going to come from. An Infernal Soul is a great way to kind of buffer that difference.
Yeah, it will help Pittsburgh if they have to go into the late game. And for Emporia, I feel like this is a lifeline that they have as well, because we are so scared they don't have enough damage to cut through the healing and the shielding. Infernal will give you a little bit more of that here. And as we do see the first Mythic start to come through for these teams, I'm glad to inform you, Orbital, NECC Crusade is indeed going lethality. So I'm praying for an early Serpent's Fang here. Leave the healing cut to someone else, but you need the Serpent's Fang would fit best onto NECC Crusade and will spare AH7 having to spec out of his build into a bit of lethality.
Yeah. Ooh, and AH7 is just like, come on, I know it's a low cooldown, but it's too low of a cooldown there. Actually walks into it. White Arrow at level 11, I believe highest in the game so far, means that final spark will be continuously clearing out that mid lane for as long as the mana is there.
Yeah, that's one way to try and suppress this Yasuo. Make sure that the center of this composition isn't able to move out. Potamus eating a lot of damage there. And I feel like every time we glance at the bot lane, it's Potamus taking the damage. You can tell NECC Crusade's priorities.
Oh, but they dive it in, and that's the combo. You hate to see it. That's going to be the kill. Now they open up, and the Encore once again whiffs. It is so good on NECC Crusade to constantly play around that side. The Ignite goes down, but the Chain of Corruption comes out, and this is what we were worried about with a double Enchanter bot lane. You're squishy, and you're right picking for an ADC like NECC Crusade.
Emporia, this is what I want to see from their ultimates here. You see the supports, they're split up, and we already said individually, supports punishable here. They get it mid, they get it bot. That's what they can look for. Sadly, Dragon is already down, and the only thing you can really get after those kills is turrets. You cannot, or yeah, because there's not even plates. As I was trying to check if you could even pick up the plates. There's no plates, so you have to full out take the turrets. Getting the kills gives you gold, but is it enough against this scaling here? And for the side of Pittsburgh, where is Breadfish King? We've not seen him go for these ganks after those early skirmishes.
Yeah, not just that. I want to talk about the overall game score here, right? Earlier, we saw Pittsburgh State University have a significant lead, right? I think it was like 4 or 5 kills to 1 or 2. It's tied up now, right? So now that it's tied up, your early game is kind of nullified. Yes, you have 2 dragons, but with an Infernal, like those are kind of moot at this point. Not only that, Emporia State University actually have a gold lead, a 1K lead here, meaning all your poke, everything that you tried to do in the early stages, has been denied.
Like I said, they just need to group up, and I think we'll see a lot more effectiveness. It's worth noting as well, if you look at the mythics that are coming through from Pittsburgh, we're not seeing 4 Moonstone Renewers. They do have damage coming through, right? The Karma is running Ludens, same with Kawaii, and Arrow ain't messing around there. Half health with 1 combo. That'll be up in about a wave and a half as well. So they do have magic damage, and we're starting to see the magic resistance come through from Emporia, but not completed yet compared to the mythics, which are completed from Pittsburgh.
Yeah. As a mid lane mage player, I hate the fact that it feels like magic resist is given so much more credence, or it benefits so much more, right? Because you can only really pick up 2 or 3 items to get that benefit. But that's going to be knock up, and that's the play that they want. They're going to try and go in, but remember, Olaf is so damage heavy. That's going to be a run through, and that's going to be the kill taken. A trade of 1 for 1. The Chain of Corruption in the mid lane flies a little bit to the north of Potamus's position. Just like that, the mid laners pay in the bot side as the junglers each take a kill.
Yeah, AH7 not online yet with this Yasuo. He's got a bit of a, garage sale build here. Neither here nor there. Duel's having to flash away there. You know what? Emporia is still winning these right now. Yes, they're trading 1 for 1, but you can see Emporia's coming up the better here, and this should enable them to get priority over Herald. They just need Bobscop to actually be here to secure this one.
And I think this also goes back to the fact that no matter what, it's going to help them, a team that wants to scale into the mid to late game, right? You have the Yasuo, you have the Mordekaiser, you have the Hecarim, and I expect to see at least 1 or 2 items coming out, maybe a Spirit Visage on the side of Mordekaiser to come out and give him a little extra magic resist. But what you can do to stop that is Kawaii Arrows, and deletion is the game. Easy combo. Potamus is now going to get run down in the mid lane, but that's going to be Encore landing again. Merchandise is only going to delay the inevitable as we see 2 more running in. Can Bobscop run away? That's going to be the slowing field. Doesn't really get the tag. Root lands! The horse is turned into glue here as a final axe might land. No, it was short change. All right, Glue Factory disabled here as Bobscop is allowed to live. The horse is going to neigh his way to a greener pasture.
Oh, sweating on that one here, but it does unfortunately give up any pressure on objectives because Bobscop was the jungler here. Pittsburgh choosing Dragon, and Emporia, they did get vision of them leaving mid lane. Answering on Herald is the perfect call here. I would have preferred Inferno. That is Soul Point, but you take what you can get.
Oh, man. We were saying that was going to be a lifeline. Emporia State now on their last thread here for the Dragon fight. Look at the auto attacks, right? You can only do so much. AHB says, all right, you don't have your jungler down here. I'm gonna try this fight over and over again. Level 12 to level 13, almost a full item for AHB. So once that comes through, it should be the Immortal Shield Bow, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it will. Yeah, I don't think you're specking to anything else at this point, or else your build's gonna get really messed up. I am scared though for AH7 because up till the point that Immortal Shield Bow comes through, you're diveable in that bot lane, and Breadfish King was considering that dive right there. To me, the dive right now, when you've got a Lux in the lane, is less about the Olaf getting in and 100 to 0ing you. It's also just setup. If a binding lands, if they can pin you in a bad position, they can disengage to dive early and let Lux finish that off with the final Sparking Stick.
We get to see the gold here, which I'm really appreciative of, because we get to see where the gold difference lies, considering it's only 300 gold apart, right? It doesn't feel like it should be this close, and yet it is. Mid lane, we're seeing the Lux over the Yasuo. In the bot side, of course, we're seeing NECC with a healthy, I want to say, 2k lead. Top side, about 500 difference between the two in favor of Babe, and in the jungle, about 700 in favor of Breadfish King.
It's funny because both these teams have put their priorities on Nate Crusade, right? Nate Crusade is the big carry for Emporia right now. He's the one with all the gold, at least until AH7 can start to come online. And then, well, the other side, Pittsburgh is all out trying to kill Nate Crusade. And here we go. Here's the group up. Look at them brute force, and they can continue doing this. No way. Hi, did he even get rooted?
That wasn't a root. That was just a snipe. I don't think NECC expected that much damage to come out either. That was ridiculous. And now at 20 minutes, about 21 minutes, they're going to aim for this Baron.
Yeah, and they can afford to here. There's no answer. H7 showing bot means that they can't even rotate this Yasuo. And the damage is NECC AH7 here. Goku, not really that big a problem. Yes, he can kill one support. There's lots to pick from, but they're not the priority here. And more importantly, Bobscop, can he steal this Baron? They don't have vision.
He's going to look for it. He's going to try and chase. Babe is trying to run interference, and so that's why
so slow.
You see the Baron going a little bit slower, but they're going to go ahead and try and catch it back. There's going to be a flash over the wall.
Hey, he's in.
That's going to be the run. And the smite misses. Bobscop smite it a little bit too early. And of course, that's going to be the kill, and a snipe on the back end means that NECC is here. They're going to drag one in. They do get Babe, but the chase is on. That's going to be a great route because no Ragnarok means Breadfish has to leave because look at the bot lane. For all that they took, this fight is just a distraction. Duels is going to run away as the bot lane was hemorrhaging gold. AH7 was able to take two towers and a slam down. Duels took the wrong path. One more slam of the mallet means 2 Baron busts are gone. Pittsburgh State take the Baron, but the cost was very heavy.
Okay, this is robbery from Emporia here. The fact that they lost NECC Crusade should have meant that they lose Baron. No question, no contest, not tradable. But look at this. They lose Baron. They're the one to get turrets. They're the one to pick up kills on the back end as well. And they're keeping themselves in the game here. We said it before. Pittsburgh State University, they're strongest early and mid. They do fall off towards late game here. And Emporia, we're in the mid game. If Emporia can continue maintaining these sort of trades, these sort of wins, they're in a good position to scale up further.
RMC, like, I hate to say this. I hate to say this so much, but I feel the next dragon is going to be the do or die moment, right? Like,
it's so.
I don't want to say it because if they get the dragon, if Pittsburgh State are able to secure a clear sweep of 4 Drakes, that can essentially nullify anything Emporia State are trying to do, right? We are seeing it firsthand, the fact that AH Beast is getting kind of shut down. We can see NECC Crusade, even with some of these summoners up, has been locked down. And this 5-man gank squad is finally starting to show their true colors of just roam, get a little bit of a speed up from Shirelia's, I believe, and then take it home.
I don't know if that was timing out or whether they just did. Last breath on Babe.
Yeah, they're going to give it a shot. H-Babe is going to get rooted up. Though H7, though, the
Wait,
beast
what?
is almost going to get nullified. But no, Bobscop is going to come in.
Onslaught.
I don't know if you want to follow through. Last chapter is going to mean that is a hard route. Bobscop might be able to survive. No last auto attack comes through, and Kawaii Arrow is going to finish up with that kill. Again, the jungler down at such a crucial time. Flash in, NECC Crusade flashes out, following Arrow comes in. I don't know why you're staying, though. That's going to be a whiff on the Chain of Corruptions. Is AH7 going to try anything here? No, he is not. This should be sold. No way, no two ways about it, unless Goku gets a gorgeous and slightly impossible mallet slam.
Yeah, impossible is the right word there. You can see they're zoned out completely, and it hurts so much for Emporia because I was actually thinking they might be able to contest this. AH7 has picked up the Mortal Shield Bow, has the Mortal Reminder as well to cut the healing. Serpent's Fan completed for NECC Crusade. They've got the items they need to make the plays, but they never got the chance to because of the catch out to AH7, followed by onto Bobscop. And Bobscop getting caught was the bigger issue because he's the one carrying the smite. The good news is, despite losing Soul, Emporia did manage to drop Shelly, and Shelly actually took the turret. So kind of a bit of a Pyrrhic victory. I'm not even going to call it victory. That's just the thin silver lining on that very dark cloud.
Wait, what tower did it take?
Bot side inner.
That was already down. Remember?
Was it already down? They didn't even get it.
Yeah,
okay.
No, it was dropped and it didn't get. I was about to say, I was like, no, AH7 was pushing all the way to inhibitor tower. That Herald was completely worthless. So well done on Pittsburgh State's side to completely nullify a single global objective that could have helped Emporia come back in this.
And now Pittsburgh get that extra damage buff on the poke, no less. And it's very important that they get the bonus damage on poke because Olaf is not good at taking turrets. He is a melee champion here. So if you don't have Baron, normally this sort of composition stalls out and you're waiting for the next big fight around the next objective. Now that you do have poke damage with the Lux, with the Seraphine, with the Karma, okay, that did absolutely nothing, but you can at least try and poke down the turret a little bit.
Yeah. And this is their game plan, right? This is all they're going to do here from here on out. Again, the poke is going to hurt NECC Crusade mostly. That was a singularity. I want to point that out. That was a single E. That's all that happened. And the Encore goes through. That's going to be Bobscott risking his life. And it seems Emporia State have kind of fallen to the wayside. They say this is the only chance we have. They're going to split push with 2, but I don't think NECC Crusade can hold on their own. Pittsburgh State should be able to run it down. This is going to be the next to take him down.
Looking
Goku, rest of the squad has to come back. No one is coming to help. They're finally throwing in the recalls. And I think this is game. I think this is it.
Oh, yeah, they found NECC Crusade.
Oh
this is definitely it right here. And Pittsburgh, yes, the composition is disgusting, but it works. And more importantly, their decision-making is good. And Emporia, you can't base race this. Like, what is the thinking here? This is not Baron. You're not waiting out the push and then saying that, okay, we can fight you after Baron. This is not Elder. It doesn't wear off. Inferno buff is permanent.
Just like that. A squad of 4 supports and 1 beefy Viking go ahead and decide to take down Emporia State University. That was incredible, to say the least. I loved it. I hated it. All of the above. But we've seen it, right? The old guard, the ones that were left behind and their captain went off to greener pastures. This is a warning sign. This was like a call to battle saying, look, you left. We are coming for your head.
Yeah, and I love the fact that I don't think this is something that Nate Crusade taught them when he was captain back at Pitt State, and now you have to deal with this. That's it. This is a draft difference. This is 100% comp difference coming through, right? So going to game 2, perhaps you can ban some of the key parts of this composition. Honestly, I think the Lux for Aero Kawaii was Kawaii Aero was the biggest pick in this composition here. You might need to ban out maybe 2 supports to really cut it down to be manageable. But let's not forget that Emporia had strong lanes. We saw in the separate lanes, they were winning exactly how we expected them to, right? Your ganks are more potent, especially against all these supports. The Yasuo did decently in lane. Nate Crusade was winning bot lane here. So I think Emporia, their fundamentals are so strong. They just need to find a way to counter this composition. Their choices this time weren't bad for trying to counter the composition. It was more about decision-making and getting caught.
Yeah. Can't teach that sometimes. And Nate Crusade is going to have to go back with the rest of his squad here at Emporia State to figure out what they want to do next. We will go to a very short break. Make sure the teams are set for potentially another cheese comp to come out and hopefully another thrilling game number 2. Don't go anywhere.
Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable essay. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Sheesh, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
Sell online tickets directly from your school's website. Scan digital or printed tickets with the Hometown Gate app. And get immediate access to ticket revenue with real-time reporting. At no cost to your school. It's that easy to bring touchless ticketing to your hometown. Hometown. Fast scans, happy fans.
And welcome back. We are here with game number 2 between our third series of the evening here at NECC between Emporia State Esports and Pitt State Esports. The grudge match coming out from Captains Before so far has swung in the way of Pitt State Esports with what is by far the most unorthodox composition we've seen thus far. Yeah, and of course, I think RMC was a little bit muted, so he will get to repeat everything he said.
Okay, I think I'm back now. Yeah, so Double Enchanters was dead. I mean, they changed enough of the game that it wasn't effective anymore. Turns out all you needed to do was just add a couple more Enchanters, and it becomes viable again. Takes 4 to make it work, and I have very little doubt that we won't see that again this time, because I can't imagine Emporia State just letting through all those supports here. Now, my bigger question though is now that you're banning some of those supports, you're probably going to have to change up your game plan. So your globals might get through. And then it's Pitt State getting to adjust. And Emporia, you kind of lose bans off of this. And I wonder what gets through and how comfortable is Pitt State on more meta champions, which aren't quite as cheesy.
Yeah, there are some things. And again, we have taken a look at the draft itself, but we will leave it up to you to kind of decide how you think it's played out. We'll try and go over the best. But again, these two teams, I will say this over and over again. The unorthodox playstyle has also netted an unorthodox Game 2 draft. And it's something that I personally love to talk about in series is the storyline that comes about. It's a change from Game 1 to Game 2 and Game 3. Normally, the chapters are usually pretty close to each other. They follow the same storyline. But this story of this series itself seems like a massive POV swap over and over again of who is in the lead. What are we looking at? Because this draft as well is a little bit clunky, but let's talk about, I digress. I'm getting a little bit fired up here because of all the, you got to hear a little bit of my analytical come out, and it's not good a lot of the time. But let's go into this. The teams have decided to stay on the same side, so we're still seeing Emporia State Esports on the red side with Pitt State Esports on the blue. Again, the supports coming out here, possible changes if they do. So far, the bans were even across the board for the blue side.
Yeah, and right away you can see they're removing that Karma here from Emporia. And I think that's a very important thing to do because Karma is a counter to Mordekaiser in the top lane. And if you want Goku to be on his most comfortable one trick here, you need to make sure you're not giving up hard counter picks. Interestingly enough, though, we see the Seraphine and Twisted Fate ban. The Lux, which Aero piloted to perfection last game, is still open.
Yeah, it's still very open, and now we see the change up here. So this Jax was something to kind of think about, right? Goku had a decent game on the Mordekaiser, not amazing, but the Jax coming in. So to reiterate, the Jax was actually, I believe, the counter pick to the Mordekaiser in top.
Other way around. Mordekaiser is... Oh, sorry. Yeah, in draft, you're right. Sorry. The Jax got picked after Mordekaiser got locked in. But Mordekaiser is the counter to Jax. So it's a bit of a weird situation we're seeing come out here. And I think Goku should have a much more comfortable lane this time. And considering the amount of hype that I was told about Goku, the fact that, Emporia wants to try and enable this top lane to take over, this is what I'd expect to see. Giving Goku a much better matchup, which he can then take over. And then this time, the Mordekaiser split push should be much more effective.
And this is the one that kind of made our heads kind of go, what? Lux again. Kawaii Arrow. Phenomenal game on the Lux, right? I was actually expecting the Lux to be banned out, considering the strength it had against a champion that is well known as taking down mages. Lux was the very first pick of the game. AH7's Kale was the very last pick of the game.
Yep.
I'm going to leave it at that. RMC, go ahead, take it away, because it's...
I will say, though, it does feel like a trend that AH7 is sort of the backup, the insurance for the team, right? Same with the Yasuo. Yasuo doesn't take over the game in the early phases, right? He needs a couple of items. Kill, very similar boat, except instead of items are nice, but Kill's more about levels. You need to hit that level 16 to really come online as a champion. And we're starting to see the rest of the draft fill out, right? The fact that we set that Mordekaiser as a winning lane, Volibear, strong early game jungler. especially into the likes of, something like a Sejuani there. You're perfectly fine to go around, do your own thing, not worry too much about invades. Samira picked up, and you can bet your bottom dollar with that Samira, whatever's paired with her is going to be aggressive and engage heavy. So Emporia, I think it was a measured risk taking this kill. They've got strong side lanes here, and I'm expecting to see them play to those side lanes and just buy time for AH7 to scale up if they don't flat out just win the side lanes.
Yeah, considering the Lucian and if this Nami, I think this Nami was locked in back in draft. It's a telltale old school bot lane that we've seen rise in the recent patches. It's so strong. The Lucian is excessively damage heavy, and we've seen I think it was Pinefall in the first series that you and I cast today that had a phenomenal Nami set, right? Phenomenal job. And then this was a response of sorts. Zekken picked this R2, and then it was actually the Lucian Nami that came out B2 and B3. So against a Blitzcrank, you pick a very immobile support to round out your bot side.
I mean, Nami Lucian is a strong duo. It's very meta, and I had questioned, okay, can Pitt State play a more meta draft? Yes, they can play a more meta draft. Now, can they actually survive the lane? Because Samira Blitzcrank is not necessarily a standard answer to Lucian Nami, but is a very strong one. The blade roll from Samira will negate a lot of Lucian's damage, and Nami Lucian banks on Lucian carrying that lane. He is the damage, and Blitzcrank, like I mentioned, Nami very immobile here. A single hook, even if you landed on the Lucian, which is harder, but if you do manage to land on the Lucian, it's still going to be enough for you to follow up the instant burst damage that Samira can put down, combined with that power fist from Blitzcrank as well to knock you up. It's a very brutal lane for Pitt State here, and considering that both the captains are down there and both of them want to shine, I'm not sure that Pitt State has done any favors to Potamus and Duels.
Yeah, and if they are, I think it's going to come in the way of Breadfish King, who, let's talk about it as well. In game one on the Olaf, before they started ramping up and absolutely dominating, we were a little bit worried, right? We saw him in the early stages take one or two ganks and take a couple fights. And then between, I want to say, levels about 5 to 7 and 8, we didn't really see him show at all. On a Sejuani here, I feel like he's going to have to gank a lot more, especially in the top. And like you said, the bot lane, the side lanes here.
Depending on how the lanes go, but yes, I largely agree with you because they are supposedly the losing lanes here. Breadfish King needs to try and help stabilize them, especially bot side where Lucian Nami is very strong. Early game, you don't want them to fall behind, especially against the likes of a Samira here. That said, if we look at how the composition runs for Pitt State, it is very, very meta and standard front to back with additional split push threat in that Jax here. So I think even if they fall behind a little bit, they'll be okay in the team fights. In the team fights, I'm actually more worried for Emporia here. Mordekaiser counters Jax in lane. Great. Outside of lane, well, we saw what happened last game where Goku struggled to have as much impact in a lot of these team fights, especially against longer range champions. And Lux, Nami, Lucian, all of them can outrange. As long as they're not getting dragged to the Death Realm, they'll be okay. Samira, Blitzcrank, great lane threats. But usually you see Samira paired with things like Alistar, Leona, Nautilus, because they have more team fight effectiveness here. And Samira trying to team fight into the likes of a Jax, a Sejuani, Blade Roll won't save you from them. The knockups, the stuns that come through, those are melee, point and click style stuns where Blade Roll won't save you. So the Samira is going to be of limited effectiveness. And there's no point talking about kill because kill isn't going to be valid till she either gets 2 items or hits 16 or both. So Emporia want to drag out the laning phase as long as they can. And when they start to move towards the mid game, when they start taking the first couple of turrets, ideally they want to be in a big enough lead that they can 4v5.
Yeah, it's going to be a rough one to say the least. And I'm excited, right? Because from game 1 to 2, we have 8 unique new champions across there from that game. Only the Mordekaiser and the Lux are the remaining from game 1. That is how far these teams have shifted up their draft. And I want to put emphasis. A little something that I don't often, well, actually I kind of do, but Zekken in the bot side. Played an okay Yuumi last time, did the best that a Yuumi could do in the current situation. And now you're flipping the script from an enchanter straight into a one-way engaged support. We talked about mid laners doing this, now it's on the support. How do you see this faring? Do you feel like this is actually the right move, the 180 shift in the bot side?
When I asked the teams a little bit about their players, I was told that Zekken is the perfect bodyguard. He doesn't let Nay Crusade die, generally speaking. We saw quite a bit of that last game, the way he was hopping off, body blocking some of those shots, hopping back on, making sure you're topped up and healed. The problem is Blitzcrank is not a bodyguard.
Mm-hmm.
He's the initiator. He's looking for those rocket grabs. So I'm a little bit worried for Zekken here, because if you can't land those grabs, this Blitzcrank is really not that effective. Especially, we touched on the team fight aspect, right? Blitzcrank isn't going to be bringing much to that team fight. So for you to be effective in the mid game or when people start to group it up, you need to land hooks on anybody not named Sejuani and preferably not named Jax. If you can't, then, well, Zekken stock's not looking too hot.
Yeah, it's going to be a chance, but again, I love the fact that it's such a huge changeup. It may be the one that they need, and hey, maybe AH7 comes out and surprises us all, right?
Yeah.
This is a champion that, even though it's well known to be a very weak early game champion, is also well known for being an absolute disaster late game that you just cannot kill. If for those that may not have seen Kale in quite some time, I want to point it out. If you've seen the Moonlight Vigil come out from an Aphelios, imagine that AoE on every single auto attack. It's destructive, it hurts, it's pain, and only that can be said. And you can immediately see AH7 in that inventory is actually opting for the Cole, saying this is going to be a pure farm lane for him.
Yeah, I'm more confused by what I'm seeing here. The Blitzcrank team is not invading. They're getting invaded. And I love the words that came down. Emporia is watching this jungle safari come down here. Pittsburgh might have booked the safari, but Emporia is the one enjoying it.
Zekken would be so happy if someone walked into the red side tri-brush right there and be like, I gotta pull you in.
Yeah,
yep, see there?
he tried.
He did it. He did it. I knew he was gonna do it. I'm a prophet for once in my life. That was great. That was great. I was saying it. It happened. I was so happy.
Yeah, no, that perfect call right there, Orbital. I mean, like you throw it, right? If you miss, big whoop. You lose a little bit of mana. Most of it will regenerate back up before minions come down. If you hit, though, you get first blood on a Samira in a bot lane where you already have kill threat. Yes, please. And for Pittsburgh here, there's no need for them to make risky moves, right? We already touched on the fact that they've got a very solid composition. They just kind of need to play it safe here. If they can find leads, great.
Uh-oh.
And
all right, let's see what they go for. They're going to go for the Lucian first, and Potamus is going to get rooted up, flashes out to the other side, and is able to survive. So, crazy enough, that is what's going to play out. Most notably as well, Potamus is actually running the Ignite, whereas Duels is running the heal.
This is massive. Potamus is going to miss the majority of that first wave here. Nay Crusade and Zekken get full control, and Duels can't step up either because the risk of getting hooked solo is so big. Arrow trying to answer in the mid lane, establishing dominance here, but that's a kill. And mid lane is so much shorter here. AH7 just needs to wait till the wave actually comes to the turret.
Well, you know who can't wait right now is Zekken. He is standing the bodyguard while Nay Crusade goes ahead and farms up. This is going to be huge, and actually that is a majority of the second wave also probably going to be lost here, as remember Potamus has not only had no CS, but also has had 0 experience.
Oh, Zekken just walking up right here, and you're level 2!
What? They're going to walk up and the hook's going to land. That's going to be a kill. Nay Crusade picks it up. Duels, what were you doing?
Disaster! You're a level down. It was level 2 to level 1. Sure, the Ignite's down. But don't always just think of the rocket grab. You can always do the other inverse thing. If you can't land a rocket grab, walk in, power fist first, and then rocket grab. It's a guaranteed hook, and Potamus going to be swearing a blue streak right here. You're already under leveled. You already missed 2 waves, and now no support either. When those minions drop, you got to watch out for the hook again.
Oh, and missing even more. 19-3 is the CS score right now. Nay Crusade is having a field day here in bot lane. They're actually going to recall because, again, first blood going their way feels great. AH7, though, is going to be the recipient of the first gank from Breadfish King because Bobscop is here, too. I love it. Both junglers have the exact same idea.
And in a way, it's easier for Emporia because they're not actually looking for the kill here. Bobscop just needs to show his face to make sure that, hey, you can't gank this lane. I'm here. It's risky. Back off. So Emporia I like the fact that Bobscop is showing. It does take away a little bit of that jungle pressure and that they can now track where the jungler is, but it's worth it to just let this kill continue scaling up.
Bobscop spending a little bit of an excessive time here. And honestly, Kawaii Arrow is playing it very, very well. Bubble doesn't land, though, so that means Zekken is going to rush in. But that's going to be a knock-up. That's going to be a hit. Potamus is going to get a little bit of damage, and a nice Blade Whirl is going to negate most of the damage. One more auto attack is enough, and NECC Crusade is now 2 kills deep. A Bubble is just going to go wide. Remember, Duels has no flash. But again, with so little damage on NECC Crusade's side, they're going to be happy with that kill as Potamus once again is going to fall further and further behind.
And you could see Potamus thought that the dash would be sufficient to get out of range. Yes, it is if you dash right out, but he was dashing in minions, got creep blocked a little bit there as well, and therefore rocket grab lands, easy another kill. This bot lane now is pretty much a wash for Pittsburgh, and you just have to sit back and try and farm under turret. Not even between turrets.
They're going to call the teleport. I think Duels is dead. NECC Crusade isn't going to get hit by the bubble, and they can walk right out. Kawaii Arrow is going to try and help out. That's going to be the binding going a little bit wide. Singularity is going to slow down.
Still available.
Who does have flash is going to walk out. Flash over the wall. Is the flash to follow? The face plant hurts a bit too much as Kawaii Arrow gets nothing and loses both summoners.
You know what? I actually think that saved Arrow's life. If Arrow had flashed over that wall there, Bobscop was coming in, Rocket Grab was still available as well, and sure, maybe you find a kill, but you're pretty much guaranteed to die yourself there. So really, really iffy. And Emporia, well, they told us to keep our eyes on the bot lane, and NECC Crusade, let's remember, in game 1, did win the laning phase. This time, he's not just winning it, he's schooling Potamus right now in how it should be played.
You know, NECC Crusade is just like, this is how it was supposed to be, right? This is how the old captain shows that he hasn't lost his fangs. 3-0 in the bottom lane on an ADC that we have chirped about in the past, right? Samir, there's a reason Samir has kind of fallen out of favor out of the ADC pool. It's because it needs those early kills, right? It needs those early kind of relevancy kills to really pop off and scale. But when a Samira does, it's one of the most destructive forces, and 3 kills is more than enough to send a Samira flying into the upper echelons of damage. In the mid lane, we did see AH7, of course, hit that level 6. Very, very important to start getting a little extra range, but with the CS differential, that goal is not going to be completed anytime soon.
Congratulations, AH7. You've promoted from a mini Krug to a custom minion at this point. You have range. You're still not a
melee
champion.
Melee minion.
You're not even tanky enough to be a melee minion here. Hook lands.
All right, well, you know who's a little Krug is Duels, who is going to die once again. Potamus, you can't do much as you wish. And that will be Duels going down. 3rd time here on the bot side in 7 minutes.
That was Ignite used by Potamus onto Zekken to win that trade as well. But look what Breadfish King has done. I absolutely love this. Potamus losing. They think they can't play this, and they sneak for the dragon, barely just dodging here. Potamus playing with fire, but he's bought enough time, and first Drake should... Oh, never mind.
Nope.
Might not go over.
Nope. Bobscop is ready. Look at the damage. And the flash over. He said dragon doesn't matter. They're going to jump for the kills. And that's a dash in. You gave it the perfect spot. And to jump in again. NECC Crusade with the dash is going to work so well. Finding over the wall is going to be dodged out. Meanwhile, on the top side, the Babe is going to realize why the Mordekaiser is just too strong. A nice play with the flash and jump out means Babe has sufficiently confused Goku and avoided death.
Pittsburgh, I thought that was your chance for redemption there, a way to try and find their bearings in this game, but it doesn't work. Top side, if you look at the scoreboard, Goku is down CS, but when you look, he's actually up experience, he's up about half a level, and more importantly, he's got all the pressure in the world. It doesn't matter that AH7 has no priority, has no agency on this kill, because the side lanes are doing the job for him. Good binding.
No. Zekken got bound. So good on Kawaii Arrow, which, again, oh no. Oh, Babe.
He still has flash.
Walk away from the tower. Please walk away. Okay, good. Recalling. I can talk about the mid lane, because once again, one of the shining lights for this team, for Pittsburgh State, is going to be that Lux. Kawaii Arrow was integral to why Pittsburgh State won game number 1 in such dominating fashion.
Yeah, and Kawaii Arrow is still doing perfectly fine in lane, right? Like, he's rotating, he's helping out the lanes. The problem is he's not gotten any kills yet. And this kill is a ticking time bomb. We talk about Pittsburgh strong mid game, but late game will favor Emporia State. It's when the composition matters a little bit less than raw stats and tankiness. And by that point, your Mordekaiser's fully online, your kill's fully online as well. And Samira, at the rate NECC Crusade is going, he might be enough to just carry them right through the mid game here. 4-0-1. Now has the Inferno trigger. I am just waiting for the camera. There we go. To pull us to the bot lane. And then we just watched another montage of Potamus and Dwells getting shredded down.
Yeah, this is... it's a sushi buffet for Samira and Blitzcrank right now. Duels, this is what we were worried about, right? All the way back in draft. I want to talk about it a little bit more, right? And that was Zekken trying a cheeky I think there's a flash trick that you can do over that corner. I don't know if they patched it or if that's a little bit more difficult, but it has worked. But that's the dodge on the hook. So a nice dash out, and we're now seeing the power of Potamus, but a nice silence because NECC Crusade is going to get in, but Kawaii Arrow is rotating down. I don't know if they want to chance it again. I don't think there's any blade whirl here. It's a body block and a flash in. That's just going to be death. Immediate blockage of damage and a shutdown. Goes the way of Kawaii Arrow. A great fight to win. Now on the top side, we are seeing a little bit of a chance. Remember, Babe, though, is doing so much work. Grandmaster's Might has been thrown down. Goku is going to get one more slap. Should be the kill.
Is it enough?
No, the body block! Oh my god, he wins it! Again, the counter strike is just too good. But in comes the Thunder Lord from the volley bear. He's going to dash out, but the root, the stun is too good. Bombshot now has to get to the safety tower. An isolate and the one more auto attack. What in the world? Pittsburgh State win the top lane in a 2v2.
Top lane and bot lane. We're touching on Arrow, winning the lane, rotating. He finally gets rewarded his first kill of the game. And Breadfish King here. Yes, Breadfish hasn't been ganking early, but he ganked when it mattered there. The CC chain was clean. CC chain was good. And more importantly, the Babe now 2 kills up in lane. It goes a long way towards negating the Mordekaiser inherent strength, the way the kits interact here. If you're rich enough, if you're far ahead enough, it doesn't matter that Mordekaiser counters Shax.
I honestly, so I will say this is a personal preference of mine. I don't have confidence in my play most of the time, and I play Mordekaiser. One of the things I do love to do is take a Thornmail into lane first item against someone like a Jax, right? It actually provides you so much extra safety as well as damage. This is one of those times where I wouldn't fault Goku for actually going into the defensive tree. I know that the Mordekaiser is one of your most played champions. It might do well to kind of save yourself those kind of problems, and that's going to be a hook over the wall, but a bubble delays that hook.
Really good plan. And Zekken's grabs haven't exactly stunned me as the Blitzcrank, which was one of the things that I was worried about when he picked it. But his knowledge of how to play the Blitzcrank in terms of, okay, if I can't land the hooks, I'll threaten with a lot of these hex flashes. I'll threaten, by walking up and power fisting you. That has been really, really on point. Unfortunately, it feels like Pittsburgh has started learning the ranges and know, like, okay, when I can and can't go in. So that huge fiesta we're seeing in the bot side with all the kills going down seems to have stopped for now, and Breadfish King is looking to try and maybe turn the tides a little bit.
Remember, was able to pick up 2 assists on the top side. Would easily be a chance, but that was a lot of abilities used top lane, so Goku may only have the shield, but look at the raw damage. Babe with the Phage, with the Sheen, with the Kindle Gem. All that ability haste is starting to work in his favor.
Yeah, and that's just the item advantage coming through. Sure, you've got plated steel caps. That's cute.
Jeez.
Is it going to stop this? No.
Nope. Yeah, that's going to be a jump in and one more auto attack. That's it. That's all you need. Babe is on a killing spree on the top side. Now the bot side is also going to eat some damage because Kawaii Arrow and Breadfish are taking over. Pittsburgh State say, listen, it ain't cheese. It's standard, and we're going to take it to town.
Yeah, the cheese were just the aperitif, and welcome to the main menu here. Pittsburgh, they're playing this well, and we touched on the fact that they've got a strong mid game. This isn't even it. I was talking about their team fighting, but the ganks are solid. The ganks are clean, and they're going to pick themselves up their first dragon of the game. Now, keep in mind, Orbital, they are still down 1,000 gold. All that strength on NECC Crusade hasn't gone away. We've just not seen it in the last couple of fights here. And Pittsburgh, despite the fact that they're starting to bite back, need to do more than just bite back here. They need to start accruing themselves a lead because AH7 is now level 10 and has completed their first item.
RMC, what could be more fitting here for the fire and passion these teams have in this grudge match, or at least from the captain's perspective, we get 2 Infernal Dragons. 2 Infernal games here so far. If there's a third, if we go to a third game and we get a third, that's ridiculous. I will say it right now. There are 3 other dragons that could come up. It is ridiculous. I love Infernals, and it just means more chaos. You get a little bit of a bush gank, a nice little W. That's going to call the pull, and again, you leave, but guess who can't? That is going to be the fish dead, and Inferno Trigger is used, but a nice flash under the tower means Potamus is able to survive. Potamus, at this point, I mean, it's one or the other. It can't be both, so Duels is going to fall.
Yeah, I mean, like we said, the Samara's still there. She's still really, really strong. The chip damage on this bot lane turret continues, but we are past the 14-minute mark here, so there's no more plates left to take. And mid lane turret did go down from the Herald charge. This is where Pittsburgh get to start playing the map a little bit more. Mid lane has opened up. Arrow was already roaming around so heavily before that turret went down. I want to see Arrow now move top side, get Babe even further ahead here, because if you get the Jax to the point where he can very comfortably zone out the Mordekaiser, your split push threat is online.
I think it's already done. True. Oh, anytime that that claw goes out, Goku is just like, bro, I can't do this. I can't do this at all. Can't even use the shield to heal up. That is a huge part of why Mordekaisers are so scary in lane. You get a sustain with that extra shield. You can't do it because Babe chooses through it like butter.
Yeah, Divine Cinder already completed here. Mythic versus non-mythic. And yes, we do see the Bramble Vest come through from Goku, but let's be honest here, the healing cut isn't going to do too much. No. Babe isn't even taking that much damage. So, correction, yeah. Arrow, don't need to go top. Your split push threat is already online. Go bot. You found a couple of kills in this bot lane already. And or, let's see some ganks into the mid lane from Breadfish King. The long lane does make this scary for AH7, and you can see AH7 pushing out right now is vulnerable to brute force ganks.
Ooh. You called it, right? Why Arrow picking up a few kills on the bot side? Might as well do it again. NECC Crusade in second, though, getting a little bit wise, saying, hey, I might have attracted a little bit of bad intentions.
Arrow walked over that control ward on the way down, and that's why they knew he was coming, and then just crossed it again. Didn't clear it. It's still in that push, and as long as it's there, Arrow's pathing. I'm not sure if he can actually find a way into that bot side without NECC Crusade backing off.
Someone's got to ping it at some point. I want to see someone ping it, and then, or like the coach is like screaming in the background, like, bruh, you did this 3 times. You actually walked through the bush and you didn't check. Like, come on, man. Oh, but you know what happens? It's time. It's time for the next piece of the omakase. That is going to be death on the table. That is the 5th down there, and the 6th for NECC Crusade. Now on the top side, Babe is going to get a little bit of a greeting from Bob Scop, who is just going to walk his way back out.
Now, we have not touched on Bob Scop pretty much this entire game, because Bob Scop has not really been able to get ganks down, especially after those first couple early kills. Unfortunately, I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. You could see that the temp top didn't
my gosh.
Okay, finally.
All right.
Arrow sees it now, but careful of the hook.
Oh no, but it's a bad time to do it. No, it's going to be the kill. Kawhi, the dash over NECC Crusade, dodges over the binding. And that is going to be the kill. Now into the woods it goes. And the top side, Goku is going to try and fight away. And I think it's going to be a win. Goku really can't fight this. He's going to try and walk away. But again, everyone knows where it is. But the flash out is able to keep Goku alive.
And look, NECC Crusade did not go back bot. I like this movement from Emporia. Herald is up here. They're looking to try and find a kill and then brute force the Herald. While this is happening, H7 takes a turret by himself as well. Emporia shouldn't be allowed to do this. They should not be winning these objective fights, but they're rotating their strengths over. And because of that, they've got a numbers advantage.
I have been wondering what's happening. So now AH7 is now going to be the first stat check for him. He is 0-0-0, flashes over to the team. Flash to follow from Babe, but that's going to be the rest of the team here. You know that Red is being fought, and it's gone. That's going to be the shutdown for NECC Crusade on Babe, and AH7 is granted a kill and assist.
Love him or hate him, respect him, because he was captain before, he is captain now, and he is 8-1-2, taking over this game. I had said you want to rotate that Samira out. She is your strong point, and now NECC Crusade is unlocked from that bot side. They lost that bot lane turret. They're bringing that strength to bear, and Emporia is feeling like they're coming online sooner than they should be. 3 levels time. AH7 will be joining NECC Crusade as well.
I honestly don't even think it has to be 3 levels, right? I hate saying that, but also I can't disregard the fact that AH7 has been farming like a monster, 30 CS up over Kawaii Arrow with 2 items. Wit's End and Gnasher's Tooth are plenty enough, right? This is a champion that specifically doesn't need a mythic. It's one of the few champions that is well known as just going attack speed items on hit builds, and you wreck faces like that. Like, what are you going to do? A Leandri's Anguish maybe to help out? But we do see the teleport. Babe is ready to help out. Remember, the damage is there. They get the pull, but that's not the pull that you want because Babe is walking on the other side. Flash out by Bomb Scout, but that's a huge chunk out of NECC Crusade's health, and that's the laser to follow. Remember, Blade Wheel doesn't stop a laser. They get the kill that they want. These damage factors are coming in. Kawaii Arrow and the Babe are the win conditioners of Pittsburgh State University, and they're trying to play it to perfection. Zekken is now going to try and run his way out, teleport towards the top side to get out of danger's way. Flash under, Babe is going to jump in. A nice little bit of the ult. Babe can't get out. That's going to be the heal used, and Babe can't follow up. Goku is here, but Goku doesn't want any piece of this as the blue buff is going to be taken away. That's going to be a slam down. Goku was able to take it, so that's 1. Now the dragon is coming up. Remember, this is exactly what Emporia State did last time, except it was on the Yasuo. Now Zekken is going to go down. That's going to be Counter-Strike taking it home, though. They're going to get so many kills. Goku is going to get Kawaii Arrow and try and take him out. Remember, the dragon is still being taken away. A nice binding. They get the kill 1. Can he survive 2? No, he can't. The shield is down. But the inhibitor on the top side is getting walloped away as AH7 is going to watch his team respond.
Emporia didn't need to fight that. Emporia's job was just buy time for AH7. Going in actually cost them here, and they could have had inhibitor without losing anybody else. In fact, if they didn't lose people, they have a bigger threat. As it stands, they get inhibitor turret, but not inhibitor. More important, AH7 gets solo experience and now leads the Rift at level 14. 2 more levels to Doomsday.
I want to see how much gold as well AH7 has accumulated, right? We're seeing quite a bit. Largest farm diff in the game, right? Only person to hit 200. Actually cresting that by a fair margin. This is on Froggen levels of CS, I want to point out. This is getting a little bit out of hand, well over the 10 CS per minute mark.
Yeah. And 10 CS is a benchmark pros use, right? At this level, I mean, AH7 is just power farming through everything, and it's becoming a problem. I understand Kawaii Arrow early game losing out in CS because you're roaming to get your side lanes ahead, but at this point here, you need to start farming it up yourself. Potamus is so far behind the curve here, 115 CS. He's not going to be your carry threat. That's a tank. That well, not a true tank, but that's one of your tankier members. And okay, Kawaii Arrow still got it in him.
Not just that, the I think it's Horizon Focus. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think that'll be coming out here shortly for Kawaii Arrow as well. Meaning, NECC Crusade, remember, this I pointed it out a few times, but it still feels bad. Windwall and the Blade World both do not block a laser. It is one of the most frustrating things for anyone that takes those abilities. And it's like, come on, I should be able to block a laser. No, you don't. You don't get to block the laser. All that damage is going to come through no matter what if you get bound, right? And that's going to be a little bit of chance. And Kawaii Arrow is actually going to show off. But again, it's a 3-level difference. This is a pure 3-level difference. And AH7 is one of the few champions that has so far gotten magic resist.
Okay, Orbital. Baron's up. Dragon's coming at 2:30. It's not so. The teams aren't fighting for, game-defining objectives just yet. But by the time the Knicks fight breaks up, AH7 should be level 16, and this changes how the game plays. Now, Pittsburgh have to find catches onto the squishy targets here. Babe and Breadfish King have to find access into the back line, and I'm going to be watching tidal waves from duels. If the tidal waves don't stop the disengage, Pittsburgh are going to lose straight up fights where Emporia just overwhelms them here. They need to buy enough time, distract the front line while they find the carries. If AH7 and NECC Crusade are not dead after the first 5 seconds, Pittsburgh are not likely to win that fight.
It's a scary, scary thought to go into this mid-game with, right? All of it hinges on single abilities. It doesn't matter how much you try and fight it out. It just means that your death is imminent. With the Zekken out and roaming around, you know that speed up, you know that Hextech Flash is available. And as long as you can keep track of 3, that means AH7 is going to be more and more online. 1 more level. That's all you need as a Kale to be able to decimate a 1v4, 1v5.
For Pittsburgh here, whether or not the kill is online is irrelevant to vision. They've lost control of any vision in the river right now. They barely have their own jungle warded. They have to be careful of a Baron sneak coming through from this Samira, this kill. Even this Mordekaiser, 3 of them can do Baron very, very quickly. So I'd like to see just a ward drop, into the Baron pit. You don't have to get full vision of it. Okay, blue trinket kind of works, except that it's being blocked out by the vision ward. Just get enough vision to make sure they're not taking it, and then you can set up for dragon if you want. Because if you can take that next dragon that comes up, you're at soul point, and Emporia, despite their scaling, are going to be forced into macro-wise a weaker position.
Possibility. So far, they're just kind of seeing Pittsburgh State kind of scramble for a little bit of vision and information, right? They did need to clear out Baron. That is a real threat currently. The majority of them are actually recalling now. 35 seconds on Dragon. You said it best. If they're able to collect, it's going to help them out so much. It does look like they're forfeiting it a little bit. Babe does have teleport. That's still a 4-second channel that you have to wait for your teammate to come in.
It's basically too late at this point. You need to set up the vision as well. Like we said, front to back is not going to work for them. AH7, now level 16. Mythic completed as well with that Rift Maker here. I'm not sure they quite have enough burst to pop anybody, and with that invulnerability, with that Divine Judgment from Kale as well, you need to catch multiple people with that binding to guarantee a win.
The thing to point out, Rift Maker has been completed for AH7. 3 items deep, but all 5 members here. Goku doesn't look like he has any intentions of jumping in. And I don't know why they're giving this one up. They do. They give it up without anyone even attempting to jump in. I can't believe it. Emporia State, with some of their leads, are going to jump out, but that's the fight. Pop. They're going to try and fight this out in a 4v5. This is a split. That's going to be a jump in. Babe doesn't want any part of it. Remember, top lane is open, so they need to get out. They got a free gift hand-wrapped silver platter to them and spoon-fed into their grasp. And Emporia State University banking on the inhibitor going down on the top side. They don't even get that.
Emporia in a 4v5 were winning that particular trade there. You could see it was on the back end as they were leaving that they took more damage, but the actual fighting when they landed the hook on the tank, that was your worst possible target to hook, and it didn't even matter. You were winning that fight 4v5. If they had just stepped up, if they had committed the TP from Goku, they could have won that. And now, like I said, weaker macro position. There's the threat of Infernal Soul for Pittsburgh, and that was how they ended the last game. Baron's on the table as well. And if Pittsburgh don't feel comfortable fighting Emporia anymore, they can just handshake on it. Okay, we'll give you Dragon because it's only your second Dragon. We'll go for Herald. Oh, you want to stop us at Herald or at Baron, pardon me? We can send Jax to solo the Dragon. We don't even need our jungler to be there.
We haven't touched on the fact that Babe is still farming up like a madman as well, but they got the Lux. That's what you want, but Zekka,
is it enough? There's no backup.
I don't think he wanted it. He pulled in the wrong fist. The shark took a huge chomp out of him, and Babe is going to start fighting up on the top side. It's going to be a little bit root. Flash out. Babe has no mana. He's going to pick up a few more, but a nice dash in means the root is there. That is going to be the fish down, but that's a plenty. That's so easy to give away. You're not even worried because you took 2 on the other side. H7, though, remember, this push is real, and this is a champion that you got to be worried about if they're given too much free time.
Yeah, and this kill single-handedly right now stopping the Baron take because Potamus has to answer bot side. They don't have enough damage. Babe got taken low in that take, and so ultimately it's a 2-for-1 plus turret. Emporia gonna be okay with that particular trade. Mid lane in a turret, last one standing for Pittsburgh here, and it's very, very low.
This is a game of inches right now, or centimeters, even closer, because it feels like it should be Emporia State University's side, but this is a classic, right? It feels like a classic difference in the win conditions, right? One side has a decent gold lead. They have a Kale. The other is going for the dragon stacking, right? This is a normal way for a game to play out when both teams have different advantages. I mean, if you had to pick one to be on, whether you have all the dragons or all the gold in the world, which would you give it to?
I mean, right now, I'd pick to be on Emporia's side because they've got kill. Forget the objectives. They're irrelevant. They've got skilling on their end here. And NECC Crusade, yes, we're starting to hit the point where normally Samira starts to fall off here. But Nay Crusade is so far ahead of the curve that Potamus right now is still sitting on 2 items compared to the Samira's 3. You combine that with AH7, with the fact that Goku is starting to become a bit of a problem. I would like to see a Zonias come out soon for Goku, and then he'll become a big team fighting threat. Even when he goes golden, he can still pump out damage with that shield as well. Now, Baron is the objective here. Dragon still needs a minute 30, and Emporia, I kind of want to see them brute force this because I think they can get away with it. I think they can do it fast enough.
Yeah, the Kale's going to shred through anything, right? Already building towards that Rabadons is going to delete anything that steps in front. That's why you can actually see AH7 willing to actually take the front line, right? With that Divine Retribution, you're not going to get killed. Or Divine Intervention, sorry, Retribution, other side. It's still so scary. But the main thing is also keep eyes on NECC Crusade, right? Still a monster, 8, 2, and 2, 3 items in the collector ready to go. It is, I think, the one lethality item in a build that's not really meant for lethality. You can see the Immortal Shield Bow and the Bloodthirster. They give it up.
Okay.
They have to. I think this is the right call. Pittsburgh State going to give over the Baron as Dragon is still a minute away.
Look at those health bars. Ooh. Do you see any of them dropping? I don't. No. They're full health. It's so easy.
Yeah, but they're going to try and go. Goku is actually going to bait it out. But remember, that's the Realm of Death being used, and that's going to wait out the timer. They get so much good damage, and that's going to be a little bit of a root, but they're going to get out scot-free. Again, no one goes down, and it looks like Pittsburgh State just don't want them to be able to recall it freely. Excuse me. To be able to go for the Dragon.
I actually really like this call. Even with empowered recalls, 4 seconds to get back to base, 30 seconds to walk out to Dragon here. Considering it's only an Inferno Dragon, this isn't Elder. Pittsburgh can just absolutely burn it down, but they need to be there now. They need to be getting ready, and they need to try and zone out. Babe has TP here. Not that many wards to get down to this fight, though.
All right, they drop a pink. That should be the main one, and I'd be calling for that TP right now. You don't want to give it up. They're going to pull it right now, and that's going to be the catch. Kawhi goes into the golden stasis, and they're going to fight. Everyone's in the middle of it, but look at the burn. Look at the collateral damage that they're bringing Emporia State. Everyone is alive. I am watching a massacre right now as Pittsburgh State University pull a fight and gift a triple directly into the Kale's hands.
Kale is level 18. This is about as fed as you can get. Death cap completed as well. And sure, you got NECC Crusade. But was that really the important one to get? AH7 single-handedly pretty much shredded through the entirety of Pittsburgh. And for Pittsburgh State University right now, your time is up. If you cannot find a pick, you cannot win any of these 5v5 fights.
I honestly think AH7 can get both of these Nexus Towers without anyone really fighting, right? Divine Retribution, Divine Intervention will not be up. You get to, let the rest of the team push in, you rotate mid, you get so much, and now this is Emporia State saying, hey, we can backdoor if we want to. They are going to leave mid alive, which I think is the correct call. You got so much already. Tower almost fell. Oh my gosh, was that a fight of fights as Pittsburgh State University are watching a few threads of hope for a 2-0 crumble away in front of them.
If anything, I'd argue Emporia wasn't completely efficient with that push. When they get that ace, they still had Baron for another minute and a half. You could have cracked mid. You could have cracked bot. You don't have to take the inhibitor. Just open them up. And then suddenly Pittsburgh don't have any turrets left whatsoever. We saw the Nexus turrets already go down. So they'd have been wide open. They can't even fight you here. But does it really matter? No, because Emporia's up almost 9,000, 8,500 gold here. They're pushing in. They're strong. And AH7, Divine Intervention, back up. They're ready to scrap again.
Like we're ready to go for a game 3. Emporia State University barreling down mid with 4. At this point, AH7 is more of an APC than NECC Crusade is an ADC. Don't even worry, that's going to be the hook dash out of. I'm going to take the easy tower, and now everyone is back. This is the final fight that they get. Laser going across, only missing. That's going to be a rough one. That's Glacial Prison actually going wide. And they're still going to fight it. They're still going to try here. Wave goes out, dodges on all sides as Babe is still looking for an opening. Coling is down. They have no big ultimates. They've used everything. It was so disjointed, and Emporia State University go, cool. We can still push.
They had no choice. They had to do it. They don't have turrets to fall back into here. And you can still see they're respecting Hooklands.
Oh, and Breadfish King is able to flash out. Babe is going to go in. Can he get anything? No, he has to flash right back out. Autonomous again dashes into the team and dies. Inferno trigger to finish it off. It was the trigger to the win as that's going to be a dive in the back line. Babe wants just a little bit more, but that is going to be game. Emporia State University strike back hot with some choice picks and a well-fought game. Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving to a game 3.
Orbital, when we started this particular series here, we were so focused on NECC Crusade, the former captain, now captain here of Emporia as well, knowing each other. I think we can safely say we've moved past that at this point. NECC Crusade isn't just the ex-captain of Pitt State anymore. No, he's firmly the captain of Emporia State Esports here. The drafts have evolved beyond that. And this game too, yes, it ended up being incredibly Emporia favored. But keep in mind, that was the Emporia draft. They skill up. Pitt State Esports played a very solid early game. And going into game 3, I'm not willing to say that Emporia take this easily. Pitt State can still take it. I don't know if they've got more cheese up their sleeve, but if they do, now's the time to pick it. If not, your early game composition worked. If you pick maybe something which could dominate even quicker than that Jax, maybe that's the call going into game 3 here.
Yeah, not just that, the redemption story for AH7 in that mid lane, the kill was integral in coming out with the victory. Watching the Yasuo from before didn't bring a whole lot of confidence. This kill this time, when it hit level 16, 17, 18, had an amazing game. So we'll have to wait and see, of course. Game number 3 coming to you shortly. We will be right back with some more NECC esports action. ready to go for game number 3, the final chapter in this 3-part saga. We are excited to bring it to you here because so far it's been craziness. We've seen counter picks go the way of the lesser favored. We've seen a Quadra Enchanter team come out to win it. By the way, we're finally into what could be another ridiculous play as NECC continues to show that maybe he is truly the captain of Emporia State.
Yeah, and going into this decisive third game here, Orbital, for the first time this series, the teams are swapping sides. Emporia will be blue, Pitt State will be red here. And honestly, with the way the drafts have been changing up, they've been so vastly different. I'm not sure what the priority is going into this game 3 here. There is no pick that stands out to me and goes like, this is a must pick between the two teams. I had said Lux should probably be taken off the table. They didn't. And honestly, Kawaii Arrow wasn't able to carry on that luck. So I think you can leave that up potentially here. You know, the Kale, maybe. Okay, the Kale gets banned. And I don't think it's something that we see Kawaii Arrow take away from AH7. So I'm very curious to see what Emporia actually do with their first couple of picks.
Yeah, it's going to be a rough one, to say the least. Again, these are so the 2 bans that just came out are specifically targeted at the first 2 games, which I think is the right move to make, right? Game 1, it was Emporia State that fell to the wayside against the Karma Seraphine. In game 2, it was Pitt State falling. It was, I believe, Pitt State losing to the Kale Samira, right? These are, again, how you want to play it. However, what stayed stalwart is Goku playing that Mordekaiser topped. And Babe, after game 2, is taking that Jackson. Keep in mind, Goku actually chose this lane matchup this time around.
Yeah, so last time the Jax picked into the Mordekaiser, which was a bit of a self-counter pick. But we saw that the Babe, once you get a couple of kills there, is very comfortable into this matchup, was able to start going away with it. Nevertheless, I do still feel like Mordekaiser is the right decision here. Junglers, the Volibear remains the same for Emporia, but we do see Hecarim this time on the side of Pitt State. And the Hecarim in game 1 struggled a lot, but it was because of that Lux. Lux not being picked, not on the table, makes it so much safer. And the mid lane is where we start seeing big changes. Kassadin coming in. The style of champion is very different from Kale, but it's another sort of late game, wait till, level 16 to really come online champion. And for Kawaii Arrow, I love the fact that Fizz gets picked up. It's a vastly different style of champion than that Lux, and it has so much more impact in the early game.
Yeah, and again, Kawaii Arrow, you see the Lux banned afterwards. It was because Fizz was actually the last pick for Pitt State. So a lot of agency given over to this assassin in mid, and it's going to be a whole different playstyle. Again, I love players that are able to show us this versatility in champ pool, right? Going from assassin or support or utility straight into whatever else. It's phenomenal to see in players for their growth as anyone trying to make it in the competitive scene, right? That is something that is very, very fun. Notably in the bot side, of course, we do see the change up once again. A Tristana coming out. So Potamus playing 3 unique champions over the course of this series.
Yeah, and NECC taking away that Lucian here. It was actually the first pick off the draft. So despite the fact that NECC dominated the last game with the Samira into this Lucian here with Samira off the table, they decide the Lucian is too strong. They're going to pick it here for themselves and hopefully be able to take this away.
Yeah. And as we do take a look at things, I do believe we do have a little bit of a freeze on stream. Very, very sorry. Last bans coming out, or last picks actually were Blitzcrank. There we go. Just decided to flip into view. Blitzcrank for Zekin, once again, which did work wonders before. And Duels picking up that Nami once again. Didn't have a phenomenal time, and so it's a question of how well it'll fare this time.
Yeah, I don't know. The Blitzcrank still feels like a very strong counter to the Nami. Tristana, yes, you're mobile, but you're mobile similar to Lucian here, and the Blitzcrank can still punish this Tristana here potentially with those hooks. I gotta say, Emporia, I think, once again, won this bot lane, and the last time we saw how quickly NECC could just snowball that lane, and once he got out of it, he was crushing every other lane. This time, I want to see a bit more respect coming out of Potamus here from Duels. You've got to respect that hook, and you've got to not get hit by that power fist.
It's rough, right? And remember, duels went, I think it was 0-6 or something of the sort in game 2. It was a very rough time in the bot side, and so now it's going to be that chance. But let's turn our eyes a little bit towards that jungle, right? Game 1, we saw Breadfish, or I think it was Bobscop, on the Hecarim, and it didn't work out very well. Game 2 picked up the Volibear, it's going great. So now Breadfish King taking the Hecarim into this champion. I mean, this is going to be a whole different setup for these two junglers.
Yeah, and like we said, the Hecarim really didn't work out too well because of the Lux and also because of just the sheer amount of shields and heals. The fact that when Bob Scop went in with the Hecarim, there's no one to follow up. He just got isolated clustered in the middle of 5. This time, Breadfish King, I think, has a comp which can follow up with him. Fizz, Jax both have those engages. And Emporia don't necessarily have an instant answer to deal with the Hecarim immediately. At worst, you get dragged into the Death Realm, and Hecarim is okay handling the Mordekaiser in a 1v1. Sure, you might not win it, but you probably can survive it. My attention's more on this mid lane. We touched on the fact that Fizz was the last pick here meant to match the Kassadin, and I'm not sure I agree with that one here. Yes, I do think Fizz is going to win, don't get me wrong, but the problem is Kassadin is designed as an anti-mage. He has additional magic resistance or magic reduction coming through, and Fizz needs to dominate the lane. Kassadin can still farm up fairly comfortably into the likes of the Fizz, play it rather safe, and more importantly, can escape Chum the Waters, Rift Walk out to safety in such a way that Fizz cannot follow up, and then you largely negated the Fizz's laning phase. Meanwhile, H7 will just continue to scale up and become that late game monster that we saw him being on the kill last game.
Different champions, same game plan going into things. So really wanting to know what's going to happen here, and considering that, again, it was Emporia State that won game 2, I want to ask you, not so much with the champions, RMC, but as the players, because we've seen all the players step up in one way or another across the board here. I want to know your thoughts, right? The level of intensity has been ratcheted up tenfold since the beginning of the series. It was a meme, kind of, the grudge match between NECC Crusade and the rest of the squad. But now you're going for that win. Now you have to buckle down and realize this is for a series victory. This is for a chance to move up in the standings and be able to take your last couple weeks in style. I mean, who do you give the edge mental-wise after those last few games? I mean, is it going to be Pitt State, or do you think Emporia is a little bit more rock solid?
I think Emporia is going to be enjoying a slight mental advantage coming off the win in game 2, because they went down in the early game and they bounced back perfectly fine. They were very resilient, and it's going to be in the back of their minds that, hey, even if we lose the early game, we still got this late. We've got our Kassadin. We've got our scaling champion once again. And also just the boost for NECC Crusade here, right? The sort of star up the show, or the focus at least throughout this series. NECC Crusade and Zekken crushed the bot lane. They're going to have that confidence coming to this one. And again, the setup's the same. You have the Blitzcrank into Nami. The setup is there for you to go into this, but Pitt State, their mental is strong. They know their win cons, and I have been impressed with Kawaii Aero as well as the Babe in the top lane. The Babe won this top lane with the Jax last time, and I want to see him do it again. If the Jax can take over the top lane, if this time Kawaii Aero on this Fizz having more impact can isolate that top lane for this Jax, I think that's a potential win con for them to go through. And for this bot lane, Potamus and Duels here, I don't need them to win, but I just need them not to lose too badly. The scaling from Tristana is just as good, if not better, than the scaling from Lucian.
So one time I think it's appropriate to say you're not playing to win, you're playing to not lose. Usually that means you're slowly hemorrhaging gold. You're slowly, kind of bleeding out on the rift, and it's just a slow burn to death. In this instance, I have to agree, right? The top end mid lanes for Pitt State can scale very, very well. Also, the Tristana Buster Shot. It's one of the best to get clearance, right? It's one of the ways that I see the smile over there. I'm not sure what you're smiling for, RMC. We're going to have some fun here. But again, it's a great disengage tool as well, or even an engage tool if you want to jump behind the enemy team. I'm looking towards that Lucian a little bit, though, on Emporia State. I'm very curious to see how well it does, especially since it's not a knight being run. NECC Crusade will be running the exhaust, a little bit higher power. Potamus thinking the exact same thing.
See, I'm laughing a little bit here, Orville, because Potamus had said that in the bot lane, at least for this series, they wanted to win it early. And so I'm just finding it amusing that we're talking about the Tristana scaling up, and really they want to take over. But this time, seeing that lethal tempo, That's not what you pick if you want to dominate the lane. That's Hill of Blades to get the triple stack on the explosive shot as quick as you can here. So I do think Pittsburgh State in this critical game 3 might try and take it a bit slower in the bot lane. Lethal Tempo works even stronger in the late game, along with the steroid skill, the Q for Tristana to give increased attack speed here. Late game, you're going to be hitting harder, faster than anyone else on this map.
Well, for the first time, we are seeing a very quiet opening from Pittsburgh State. Remember, last time they tried 2 different routes in to get a little bit of a cheesy gank up. Both of them did fail. This time giving a lot of respect up till the point that Kawaii Arrow drops a ward. It is spotted out, and an early sweeper by Bobscop. He's going to shut that down. However, information given, Goku going to tank 1 or 2 shots. While Bobscop a fairly even start to the game.
Yeah, if anything, I'm actually more surprised that Breadfish King is just going straight with that yellow trinket there. A lot of times you'll see junglers start with the yellow trinket, drop a ward, go back, swap it out for that sweeper there to enable their ganks. And I think that's one of the things you can do with Hecarim, because your ganks are so fast that you don't need to clear the vision. By the time you're running in, it's too late for them to escape here. And then the question becomes, how are you using that ward? Who are you trying to protect here?
So far in the mid. Seeing a trade here and there, a little bit of damage being chipped away as both mid laners have run that corrupting pot. Not corrupting pot, very sorry. AH7 with the door and shield, knowing that this is going to be a little rough. But look at the trade back, even with the door and shield. AH7 getting a huge electrocute proc off.
Yeah, and not only is it the electrocute, but it's the shielding from Kassadin Qs, right? A lot of the damage from Fizz is magical. You go in, he'll trade you with that Null Blade, the W, which gives him additional damage. This is why Kassadin enjoys the lane. Well, barely enjoys the lane against Fizz. I mean, Fizz still has kill potential, and Kawaii Arrow is running that Ignite, but you need to get the poke first. Poke land spot.
Oh no, it's happening again. An Ice Flash out. Zekin is allowed to walk away unscathed, pretty much. It's happening again. Duels, burning both Flash and Heal. Is not going to enjoy this bot lane.
And that is going to allow Nay Crusade and Zekin to go back once again for an early back. And look at Nay Crusade here. He's doubling down on the early game. Double Duran's Blade here. And when I see any lane go for double Durans, I want to see the team play to that side. I want to see Emporia go for those early dragons here, because that is an investment cost you put in there. It's going to slow down your early items, and that means your second Drake, third Drake, you're probably not going to have your mythics ready to go.
AH7 smelling a little bit of danger here, as Kawaii Arrow has not aggressed too much. This is one of those telltale signs that you're kind of looking at, and that's going to be the charge. Oh my gosh. You try and go in, but only gets a sideways swipe. So AH7, Spider Sense is tingling and on point.
Ghost blown from Breadfish King to try and attempt that gank there. But I don't think the opportunity cost is too high. I think Breadfish King is perfectly okay doing that. You have Predator as well, and we're probably going to see early boots come out. Kawaii Arrow needed the help. The mid lane was going quite poorly for him, considering he is the Fizz, and he was about to get zoned away from his minion wave as well.
It's weird. I don't know why, but RMC, this feels 10 times slower than any other game we've had tonight. It feels like the teams are so methodical and so, I want to say, precise on how they want to take these fights. You know, the trades are going back and forth as we expected, but no one's going for that overreach, right? No one's going for that kind of ballsy play, a gamble of a 70-30 or 60-40 chance of winning.
Yeah, and it feels slower, but it's also feeling more tense between how this all goes, because the slower the game in the beginning, the more explosive the breakpoint. And when things start to go south, they're going straight south in a handbasket as quick as you please there. And for both these teams, they do need to hit their breakpoints. The bot lane here, it should be Emporia making those moves. If they can't make the moves, then they can't find the kill. Hook lands again.
Yeah, and we were wondering if that fight's going to break out. It's been pretty standard, but now the main one is the top side. Will Babe be able to take it home? Gets slapped on the top of the head, even using Ignite, and the burn is slow. Flashes out, but the auto attack works. Goku wins it out. And just like that, you said it best. The explosiveness occurs It's Emporia State's sidelines that win it out.
Oh!
Going just shy of Patotamus in the bot side.
There you go. The advantage is starting to accrue towards Emporia. Dragon being started by Bobscott as well. This is clean League of Legends. Get a kill, get an objective, get pressure. And this time, Goku on the Mordekaiser playing it much, much better. Is going to finish shoving this wave under, but he needs to base because you don't want to stick around in lane trying to fight the Jax who did manage to pick up a Sheen when you're just on a Duran shield.
Oh, this is going to be close, though. First fight over the Dragon. Both junglers are in, but NECC and Zekken are there first. Redfish King is going to sacrifice.
Oh, he gets it!
Early smite by Bobscott gives it over. Now the rest of the team is here. There's going to be a battle really, really close. Redfish has nothing, though. That's going to be the chance of water splashing over the wall. Kawhi wants to go for it. Is going to bounce over, get it, and it's going to go straight onto AH7. But remember, you have to get out. Rest of the team is coming shortly. Kawhi Arrow did get the kill and is able to walk away. That's a Rift Rock wide on top of his face, but Kawhi Arrow dodges out on the hook. That could have been so dangerous for someone, but again, it's a Fizz. Even if he's hooked, he still has Flash and Playful Trickster.
Huge play from Breadfish King there to go in and snipe away that first Dragon. Mountain and Inferno, those are the two combat stat dragons, and they're the first and second dragons respectively in this game. There's only one of each here, so they do really matter. And sure, he goes down, but he's still a hit. Topside, Death Realm, and Babe is a level down.
Yeah, this is what we fully expected before to happen. This is what we expected the original matchup in Game 2 to have. And it's now all in favor of Goku, winning it out 2-0 in the top side. No jungler intervention, no one else to blame. Just a very tanky Metal Man.
And for Emporia, the less jungle intervention, the better. Bobscott is down right now between the two junglers. So if you can isolate and keep Breadfish King, the only person on Pittsburgh who's actually up right now in terms of experience, if you can keep him out of the game, then you have 3 winning lanes. And if anything, I actually want to start seeing Emporia punishing in. You see how low Kawaii Arrow is. That means he can't really participate too much in these fights.
Oh, the fear doesn't go off, and actually Jump Water lands on Bobscott. So that's going to be
good
Breadfish
intercept.
King realizing this is going to be a little bit different, and that's going to be the kill. It's granted over to their side, but AH7, remember, not
no
the
flash.
Conqueror build. They're going to try and dance it, but can't follow through. And
Oh,
he
the bait!
Yes, he does it. Kawhi went for it and paid the price. AH7 gets a consolation prize.
The nerves on AH7 there, cold as steel. He knew it was coming, and he rift walked at the perfect time. The flash blown from Kawaii Arrow as well, and this is frightful. Already the Fizz is not having the best laning phase you could hope for. Kassadin starting to level up, feeding him those early kills, accelerates the pace of the game. Kassadin doesn't need level 16. Kassadin just needs time and items.
This side is going to be opened up as Zekken is waiting for that to be pushed down, and again, with that minion down, it's good, but NECC actually does a lot of damage. I'm not sure if you want to go for this, though. That's going to be the Colin coming out. Not really
Heal
finding
as
any damage, as Potamus is going to get the heal and jump to safety.
And Duels had to burn heal. If not, Potamus might have dropped to the culling there. So despite the fact that Pittsburgh comes out with the health after that exchange, they're down sums here. And look at Zekken with those Moby boots. Love to see it roaming up here, trying to look for something. Nope, because AH7 isn't there. And Pittsburgh making the most of it. Should maybe be able to pick up Herald. I'm hesitant because Bobscott is in the area.
Yeah, last time they fought, it was Breadfish that got the win, but again, this is just going to happen over and over again. Potamus jumping a short distance and walked back in. I'm not sure if that's what you wanted to do. A Buster Shot keeps him alive, but you know, this is deja vu for Duels all over again.
Little bit. This Nami into Blitzcrank pick is not working whatsoever. The good news, though, Breadfish did manage to get Herald, and they need it. They need it. Their lanes are suffering here right now, and the question now is, where do you want to try and use that Herald? Are you going to try and benefit your top laner, try and give Babes as many plates as possible? Or do you want to hold it for potentially, you know, the next Dragon coming up in a minute 14? Personally, I favor trying to get Babe ahead because I think we've seen it before. If Babe is a hit on this Jax, he can take over a game. You dropping it mid, dropping it for the pressure might get you Dragon, but I don't know if Dragon stacking is a win con, especially if it ends up being a Cloud Soul.
Only getting one Dragon, or the Infernal is there, but that's going to be the dive in, and the chase. Breadfish King is all
Is it
in on
enough?
this. He is going to get the kill this time and going to get away
Waters?
scot-free because the Chum the Waters is there to slow it down. A well-fought battle. in favor of Kawaii Arrow and Breadfish King.
And really good target selection coming through from Pittsburgh here. They've identified that, hey, last game we didn't gank the kill, and the kill became a problem. This time, let's try and keep the Kassadin down here. And the fact that they can do this, Onslaught of Shadows didn't even land. The damage portion didn't come through from Breadfish King. The fact that they can dive AH7 under turret like that is very, very good for the side of Pittsburgh.
Arrow getting jumped on once again, and Bob Scott has a lot of HP to work with. I think there's going to be one more slap to the face. Yep. No bounce out. I'll be quiet. Arrow saying, thank the Lord I had that up. That's going to be a jump out. Potamus almost gets hooked back. You got to love that difference in animation that looked like it landed. It doesn't catch Potamus. Dragon is going to be started up here. Emporia State going to go for it.
Culling is available as well for NECC Crusade to just zone them up. But Breadfish King, he's looking for the repeat here. Ghost available. Smite available.
Yeah, in top lane, we're seeing Goku actually take the fight. And again, Babe, I think this one's already done and dusted. A little smack to the face. Babe should go down here very, very shortly. That's going to be the call. Again, 3v4 now on the Dragon. You see Kawaii Arrow looking for, but that's going to be a flashing in. Duel is dead. That's it. That's gone. But now Breadfish King has a little bit of opening. That's going to be the exhaust being thrown down. And a little jump back in again. AH7 is so dang strong, and this is going to be a wipe in favor of Emporia State University. But the HP is a little bit low. They don't want to take it too fast. That's going to be a Q, but a flash in. Buster shot out, and the pull happens. Double kill for NECC Crusade. Kawaii Arrow, I don't think you want to chance this again. Your 100 HP is a little bit worse than the combined about 1,000 here. He's healing up ever so slightly. He's going to try and take the chance. I really don't see why he's staying. Going to recalled by now, but that is going to be the Dragon. Emporia State University get a crucial set of kills to push their lead even further.
And as you pointed out there, Orbital, Kawaii Arrow not backing there, unfortunately, will mean that he's got to go to lane low on health. No teleport either. So no matter when he does go back to base, he's going to miss at least one, potentially two waves. And if he sticks around, AH7 is going to be more than happy to dive him on this Kassadin here. Emporia, perfect aggro juggling at that Dragon. This patient style of play seems to suit them so much better. And we're seeing why Pittsburgh State University said that they wanted to play to the early game fast and furious, because this slower pace is not favoring them.
It's hurting so much watching this. A significant lead for Emporia State University. This is akin, I want to say, to game one when Pittsburgh State was getting their composition online, right? It feels like that's kind of there because it's a 4K lead at the start. This is ridiculous to think about, as Goku almost thought about tower diving that.
Herald dropped mid. Had to do it now. Plates were dropping. And unfortunately, all the gold goes over to Breadfish King. Rip.
Nothing to say.
Yep. Fair enough. Yep. So let's go back to plates, because all of the plates went over to Breadfish King here. And I'm not sure it's going to be enough. Why Arrow going for the gank, but it's a Mordekaiser.
Yeah, well, Mordekaiser doesn't really have the ult, and so I think it's going to be an okay fight. Doesn't even want to burn it right now. No reason to. Shut down. 700 gold, I think I saw, going into Kawaii Arrow's pocket, who is now in a significant lead, but Potamus in the wrong spot, knocked up in the air. Easy kill. NECC Crusade takes it home as Zekken takes the turret.
Okay, so we look at the lane state right now. That gank onto Goku was necessary because Goku's already dominated top lane. But it spent so many reasons. What is this tidal wave? Okay, the tidal wave came through, I guess, to clear the minions partially, buy a bit more time, but I don't see reinforcements coming. Arrow's not on the way. Babe has no teleport, and Breadfish King is still hovering nearer the Herald side. So the turret's going to eat at least another wave, and Duel...
no. Rinse and repeat. Rinse and repeat. Dive under the tower, and Zekken this time is able to take... All right. Okay. All right. So a trade back, but again, that benefits the side of Emporia State so much because they pick up their second tower.
Yeah. And before that, those double dives happen in the bot lane, I was going to point out Emporia State right now, Goku can't get matched by one person. They need to send multiple members up. AH7 is starting to scale up here. Can still hold him down for now, but you're not really able to kill him without throwing extra resources in. And NECC Crusade and Zekken 6-0-2 on this Lucian after that last set of dives. They need an extra body as well. So Pittsburgh, in order to effectively lane right now, need 2 people top, 1 person mid, and 3 people bot lane. Caster Matt tells me that's 6 people, not including a jungler right now, and they've only got 5 on the rim.
Yeah, now we're going to see a fight in the mid lane. AH7, though, eating a lot of damage and has to flash out, as is appropriate, right? 1k up. Kawaii Arrow is outputting a bit more damage, but that's 2.7 in the bot side for NECC over Potamus. So that's something that we really got to keep eyes on. Rest of the team now rotating mid to help out their mid lane. And this mid tower should be falling fairly soon.
Potentially. I mean, we did see Breadfish King and Kawaii are up in terms of gold right now. They are the playmakers, and if Pittsburgh want to force a fight mid, if they can find the priority targets, they might still win this.
Oh my gosh. All the speed boost used and gets nothing. He got absolutely none. He is going to try and barrel his way in. He's going to try his best, but takes the tower shot in response. And for everything that they burn, they get only a few HP bars lower.
They soak the pressure perfectly here. And while all this happening, Goku continues split pushing topside. 2-level advantage, by the way, on Babe. And AH7 is killing like none other. Continuing to force this up. And look at Pittsburgh State right now. They can't send anybody to stop this Kassadin. They're scared that they might get dove.
It's 3v4, and you're worried that you're going to get dove, but the Jump of the Waters is up. NECC should be dead. Flash is safe. He can't really get that far. That's going to be the kill.
Is it enough?
The knockup is there, so maybe the trade is enough. No, that's going to be a kill. Hook goes wide. That'll be a huge shutdown, I believe, into Kawhi's pockets. Again, Kawaii Arrow, only 3 kills. Those are 2 really big ones.
Yeah, really good response from Pittsburgh there. You cannot afford to get stifled against a Blitzcrank. If you clear the waves, you're not safe under your turret. Hook lands, you're dead. But they turn immediately, and Potamus...
Oh my gosh. All right.
Barely. Barely.
That was so scary. I'm not going to lie. That was so scary. I thought Potamus was going to fall, but the Tristana finally picks up a little extra. This is going to allow for this dragon to be taken. A nice pink ward in this Ocean Soul map. Plenty of bushes to drop. Random wards around. Get the cheeky vision down if you wish. Sure. Zekin is going to try and run interference, but really, what can a Blitzcrank do except to stall out and pray that they don't take it too much?
Yeah, the moment Bob Scott was down, was down, they can't really threaten that particular dragon. And again, AH7 just farm in the mid lane, push in the mid lane here. They can continue to threaten. And despite the fact they lost that last fight, they're still in the stronger position.
Oh. Twice in a row, NECC has been killed. And that is something that honestly is a little bit worrying, right? A little bit of cockiness. 6-2-2 now. Yes, you're strong, but you're still a squishy ADC.
Yeah. A little bit a mistake in the positioning there. Yes, you're strong, but you're still the AD carry. You're very squishy. And when the opposing team's most fed player is an assassin, you don't get to wander in their jungle like that. You have to be bodyguarded. Zekin needs to be with you. And this has actually bought Pittsburgh State University a bit of time around this mid-bot side of things. The top side, though, is still an issue. Goku's still pushing, and Bob Scott has Herald in his pocket here. So they're being forced to split again, and now mid, bot, top, all are vulnerable. It's up to Emporia to decide where do we want to allocate these resources.
Not only that, it's kind of crazy to see that Goku, for 19.5 minutes, is finally leaving that top lane. He has not left it at all. He is finally enabled to go somewhere else and is aiming towards that mid lane. As you stated, where is that Rift Herald going to go? Feels like it's going to be a 5-man push mid, maybe get 2 towers out of it. The hunt for Zekin and Bob Scott has been smelled out a little bit. They're going to chase. This is an opportunity. Again, a team that is needing the picks is going to find one. Zekin is going to get chomped up. Flash out even, so loses that. Not that big on a champion that takes that second flash, but still. Very, very nice win.
And Herald getting dropped there. That has to be a timeout, Herald. Goku has ult available here. Could take either of them.
Oh, but wasn't able to lay it down just yet. Doesn't think it's necessary, but is going to get jumped on. Finally finds Babe, but again, the Counter-Strike is up to block a majority of the early damage, but now the burn is going to come out. A nice route in. One more auto-attack is there.
Should be a kill.
Almost able to survive. Has to flash away, and the burn is enough. That's going to be the kill. Can they follow through with a few more? That's going to be Thunderlord coming in. Boskop saving his top laner, but almost pays the price. Bubble goes a little bit short. And that will be Goku getting away scot-free against a majority of Pittsburgh State University.
And that's why you can't gank a Mordekaiser post 6 here. You need to burn the ultimate here. That was 4 members sent to deal with Mordekaiser, and Goku gets out alive, finds a kill in return. And the carries weren't even there. Pittsburgh have done an amazing job finding the picks that they did. Emporia, the moment they split up, Pittsburgh punished great. Really well played, long lanes, advantageous. But Goku's the one person you kind of can't do that to, and you need to make sure that you have the right people. For the side of Emporia, just send Goku to the side lane and forget about him. Nobody can answer him right now.
The one thing he tried in game 1 that ended in him recalling as the Nexus was falling is now a very viable option right now. Yeah. Babe is not enjoying this 308 on the smacks to the head on a basic ability. You are crying in pain right now. A Divine Thunder is not going to be enough. Merc Treads has helped a little bit. Still is so dangerous. The rest of the squad is moving up to assist Goku as well as the rest of the team for the Babe, but Potamus uses that rocket jump to get over that ward as duels. As much as I hate to say it, that's the lesser two evils. Is going to walk away, is going to watch as Babe walks in. This might be the flag though. Need, that they're all split, they are all caught, and remember, Arrow is free to hit, but the exhaust goes down, and again, it's Goku in the back line. Babe is melted away, 2 kills go in for Pittsburgh State University without the Fizz. Actually, I lied, because Fizz is bot lane. I don't know what the heck just happened, because I think that was a duel of 1v1, and that's a win. Pittsburgh State coming out with a 3-for-2.
Kind of. It was a win. Kind of. It was, I believe, 2-for-2 actually at the end of the day there. Unless somebody has already respawned and I lost track of that. But the Fizz, I want to highlight the bot lane duel because we didn't see it on screen. And the fact that Kawaii Aero just won that, despite not having Ignite up and available, AH7 is not the point where he can free split push the way Goku can. And on that top side fight as well, sure, duels did get popped up. Oh, duels was the 3. Okay. That was who respawned and I lost track of it. So yeah, duels getting caught out right now is an issue. When you're playing an Enchanter, you don't get to ward up the way a Blitzcrank, a Leona, and Alistair gets to here. You have to play a bit more carefully, and jungler down, dragons coming up, Emporia, retrade.
And these aren't rookie mistakes that are being made, right? I want to make sure that's understood. These are not mistakes that, hey, someone's just walking in and just dying right away. These are players that are trying to get vision down. These are the right moves being made by Pittsburgh State University because of Emporia State University's control over the vision, right? This is how you choke out a team and not allow them to even get close. You block off vision, you wait for them to go in to try and get vision down, and you take it home that way. Emporia State University are playing this straight to a T and are honestly earning every single Baron that they get. This is a misclick by Kawaii is going to grant the Baron over.
That's a little painful to watch. I will say Baron probably would have gone over regardless, but maybe they could have found a kill at least on AH7 to answer. And but I do want to go back to your point about the fact that these mistakes look bad right now. But keep in mind 2 things. 1, this is ocean map, which means there are more bushes than usual. And secondly, for Pittsburgh State University, they're playing against a Blitzcrank. If Blitzcrank has vision on you and you're trying to clear that vision, that hook comes up, you're dead anyways. Some of these hooks are because Pittsburgh is trying to clear vision, but they don't have vision on Zek, and all these bushes are making it so difficult on them. And that's why this Blitzcrank pick is working out better than intended. They didn't know it was going to be an ocean map, but it is now.
It feels heartbreaking almost for Pittsburgh State after a fantastic game 1. They're struggling a bit here, and Kawaii Arrow looking for any semblance of a pick, right? And I gotta agree, that Chump the Waters is their best use of getting into a fight than anyone else on the team right now.
Yeah, he's 13 stacks on Medjai's as well. Kawaii Arrow's doing an amazing job. Now, the fear, of course, is that we saw this last game where his Lux got off to an amazing start, doing well, but then all of a sudden H7 hits 16, has 3 items, comes online. Well, H7's a level away. Seraph's Embrace, Luden's completed as well. It's not the most dangerous form of casting. We're not seeing the Lich Bane just yet, but it is going to become a problem. And while Kawaii Arrow can deal with him, I'm not sure anyone else on the side of Pittsburgh can.
Yeah, I just don't see it happening. And you know, with the items coming through, I do want to point out as well, AH7 actually opted out of getting any sort of chance.
Oh, by Crusade.
Yeah, Crusade. Actually, with the exhaust, is actually
Doesn't
able to
matter
live for quite a bit longer than expected, but it's still the kill. Like you said, it doesn't matter at all. It's going to be Baron being pushed in. Potamus, it's knocked up a little bit. Hook, again, going a little bit short. So Zekin now in this mid to late game, as expected with everyone kind of aware of what's coming, is having a little bit of a difficult time landing the hooks.
Yeah, this Baron push here, it's slow, but it's working. They get themselves a turret. And I do have to question a bit about the lane assignments that we keep seeing. The split push from AH7 before he's really fully online yet. And again, NECC Crusade split pushing. You can't split push against a Kawaii Arrow right now. The only person who gets to do that is Goku. So where is Goku and why is he with the team? He's got TP up. Send him to a side lane. Let this Mordekaiser do what Mordekaiser do.
Yeah, I hard agree. It feels like the game could have been over much earlier, but they're still giving a lot of agency over to AH7, right? They still want this Cassidy online, who has hit level 16.
16?
By the way, 2 items in, feeling okay. Now going for that Zhonya's, which is much needed, let's be real. It's crazy that he was able to complete the Sarah's Embrace without taking too much damage on his side already.
Yep. AH7 did amazingly in lane, keeping up with the farm. And since then, Emporia has done a great job funneling these resources into Cassin. Once again, AH7 highest farm on the Rift by a long shot. It's not quite the 10 CS per minute, but you're on a Cassidon being, 246 CS at 27 minutes might as well be that sort of 10 CS per minute mark. Emporia, they've had enough of this. They're looking for the ambush. They're looking for the bushwhack here. And Pittsburgh State, funnily enough, have no clue and have no intention of setting up for this dragon that's coming up in 35 seconds here.
So what you saw there was actually NECC Crusade dropping the Scryers. Okay. I love it because it's an old bait tactic. You assume that no one sees it. Oh, I don't think it caught them. They're going to dance in. They're going to get the pull. No, they miss it all. Oh my God. It was so close, but that mid lane is now going to fall. Oh my gosh. I love it so much. So again, I was trying to say it before the site breaks out, but it's an old school tactic. You try and say they're not there, but guess what? They walk into it anyway. Brentford King is going to eat all of it, but that's going to be the pull in. They're going to get the cooling off as well. A majority of Pittsburgh State are running for the hills, and a side fight is going on as it is going to be a little bit of a freeze. We're going to get a lot of action going in, and the kills, an explosion of death. Nets, Emporia State University, so much. 3 are dead. A 4th to follow. Duel can't get away. Flashing going to save you from the Rift Walk Master himself. Emporia State University take 4 as it's going to be the Babe watching as the dragon goes down. Soul point for Emporia State University.
These choke points are not working out for Pittsburgh State University whatsoever here. And the annoying part is that you're up against double hooks. I know technically it's a claw from Mordekaiser, but same concept. If either of them lands, somebody gets punished. Breadfish King there immediately had to use the Onslaught of Shadows to try and disengage, but he was already in the Death Realm as well. And it must have been a nightmare for Pittsburgh when all of a sudden out of the Death Realm ends and Goku's sitting in the middle of every single member, burning them down. Look at him, fearless in the top lane in Death Realm. The cooldown's coming back up pretty soon. It's pretty short.
Oh, that's going to be a kill. Mid lane was the one that we wanted to watch. As the tower goes down, Goku is finally going to fall, but at what cost? The rest of the base is crumbling beneath their feet. It might as well be built out of sand with how quickly Emporia State University take it over. AH7 is going to beast out on a couple Krugs to get a little bit of money in his pocket. 280 CS to his name. Gonna finish out that Zhonya's. Feel great about the coming pushes.
Bobscop still trying to contest woes here against Breadfish King, but I think no, just based on this, you've got so much gold at this point. Baron's coming up right now, and it is dark on the top side of the map. Neither team have set up for this. Emporia have been in such good control of the map here that they've have all the vision that's left. Pittsburgh have nothing outside of their base right here, but they still need to set up appropriately for the Baron. If there's one place for them to throw, it's at Baron.
And what would be the perfect opening for Pittsburgh State, right? We know they're down 10K at this point, right? They're almost about to lose the soul. What would be the perfect miracle that would happen for them if they were to start coming back in this game?
It's not even that far-fetched at this point. The miracle play or the winning play for them is to catch Emporia at Baron here. If you can get Chum the Waters onto AH7 or NECC Crusade, more importantly in the backline, Kawaii Arrow can still pop off. Yes, Goku is a huge problem, but the bigger problem right now is the burst damage that's coming out of NECC Crusade and AH7 here. Take them out and you can win this fight, but Potamus cannot afford to get caught like that.
Yeah, that's a great pull in, and the
again.
miracle doesn't happen as Breadfish King is dead. Buster Shot keeps Potamus alive, but you already use your disengage. Potamus is going to flash out, get a little bit of a jump in with the blast cone, but again, the Riftwalk is just too strong. One more over the wall.
Whoa.
Yes, it is, and an easy pickup is made. AH7 is going to easily get back out,
Arrow.
and with the finish on, he might be able to survive this engage. He is going to go into the stasis, but again, it's a little bit difficult to get away. Can't finish it off. That's the shutdown, but the Baron, the main prize, the grand prize of all, is going to fall. Kawaii Arrow is so late to this. With the playful Trickster, should get away cleanly. A 3-for-1 fight, and that's a Baron as Emporia State University have Baron buff on 4.
Vision, Orbital. It's all coming down to just that there. The fact that Emporia got their seconds ahead of Pitt State there, and they got to see what they were walking into. They caught Vision of Duels and Breadfish King, and now with Baron in their pocket, with more than a 10k gold lead at this point, Emporia are set to just brute force it. Pitt State doesn't have the safety of Baron anymore. They're waiting for a turret play at worst here.
Yeah, we are having a bit of a technical difficulty, but gives us a bit of time to kind of take a look at what's going on here. And you said it best, right? You explained all of that to us, what's currently happening and how it's moving out. I want to see where that final push is going to go through as we see Potamus as we blink forward about 10 seconds. Poor Potamus got walloped for well about 50 HP damage. That super minion hits like a truck.
It does. And unfortunately for Potamus here, you're only sitting on a Kraken Slayer, you know, a Last Whisper and 2 crit cloaks. You don't have sustain. You can't really heal back up too well here. And it does look like we are getting action. Potamus finally able to take down that nemesis of a super minion. But Emporia, just
was
group
that
up and
you
push.
piloting it, RNC? Was that you?
I wish I got a promotion. Maybe one day. I'm still a caster minion at this point. But Emporia just need to pick top or mid and just push in that. I would actually like to see them push top because you've got supers pushing bot, stretch Pitt State out, and then, you know, the moment you see a numbers advantage, just go for that dive, go for that turret. It's so easy when you've got so many tanks in your team.
Feels good, man, but with Dragon coming up here, 40 seconds to that one. It's a rinse and repeat, right? This has worked twice in a row thus far to give Emporia State an opportunity. And with Goku 4 items deep, actually. 4 full items. We haven't even touched on how far Goku is ahead. We've done it every so often, but item-wise, oh my gosh. Now we're going to see, again, a gank on the Kawaii, who was the closest target. And they are going to take their chances. So Babe now going to try and force it out. Riftwalk over the side. And oh, baby! That's a dead Nami. And that might be a dead Kassadin. But he gets the kill anyway. Double kill for the Kassadin. This might be the fight out. Kawaii Arrow is going to give it his best chance, but can't have it work. And that should be the final dragon of the game before Elder Emporia State University pick up a heavy Ocean Soul.
Babe going in on this one. I'm not sure you want this here. Goku's an absolute beast right now, and Pitt State's only survivor, Breadfish King. I'm going to be honest, Orbital, I wasn't a fan of Emporia wasting the Baron setting up for the dragon there. I thought they could have just pushed harder, and Pitt State doesn't even get the option to go for Baron, because if you do, you lose your base. But it worked out. They got an almost ace here, and they are going to be pushing in for the final win. But unfortunately, before we get to see that glorious victory screen, we do have a pause in game right now.
Yeah, this pause is actually a technicality pause. It seems that there was a bug that occurred with Fizz specifically. As many know, Playful Trickster is supposed to be able to keep you safe while and invulnerable while you're on the pole. Apparently, there was an interaction that possibly occurred when Blitzcrank was able to power fist him off the pole. So it's a little minor thing. I don't know if that's really going to make a difference, but again, it is a bug, so they are taking a look into it. So we are into this very minor pause.
I'm actually trying to think whether it have made a difference in that last fight, because no matter what, I think Arrow dies, right? The question is, can he find NECC Crusade before dying?
Yeah.
And maybe if you finish off NECC Crusade, they can't quite push in. I think there was only roughly about 40 seconds left on that Baron. And as much the game feels like it's been going on for a long time, while simultaneously feeling like a very quick game, it actually hasn't. So the death timers aren't super, super long, and not having your AD carry there to take turrets could mean the difference between ending the game and having to fight one or maybe even two more fights.
Yeah, and again, you said it right. That Chum the Waters is still very, very much a viable option. It can still be very, very scary until, of course, NECC Crusade picks up like a GA, and then it's just like, well, yep, you're screwed. Sorry. Another thing to talk about is Goku has constantly. It seems, and I say seems with all the love in my heart. It seems that Emporia State have taken your advice and said, all right, Goku, your turn. Go into the side lane.
Yeah.
Press forever and just don't give a crap about the world.
Yep, and it's working. I mean, Babe is stuck up there to deal with this huge metal monster, and it's not working out too hot right now for Pitt State without Babe there. They need that counter-strike. They need the ability to lock down these priority targets. And right now, with Aero preoccupied, trying to hunt NECC Crusade, AH7 is just running amok in the backline. Sure, you managed to kill him, but at what cost, right? If you lose both members of your bot lane, both duels as well as Potamus going down there, you could see they didn't have to sustain damage to carry the rest of the fight. Aero trading 1-for-1 or 1-for-2 is the best case scenario, and then everybody else after that for the side of Pitt State just kind of dies.
Yeah, and I will say a majority of the fight wins so far have been due to actually vision loss, and I have to give huge props to Emporia State. This is one of the best usages of vision denial that I've seen in quite some time. It's also a very difficult thing to pull off, but it works best with the Blitzcrank. It works best with these champions that can pull from Fog of War. A denial of vision is something that we don't talk about often because teams can usually battle back and forth, but when you are dark, it makes everything so much more measured. You are quite literally taking a 90-10 or like a 10% chance of not dying, walking in there to try and get vision of your own. Like it's so small when you go dark, and it's almost like going rogue, right? You're like, okay, just pray I don't walk into a minefield, pray I don't walk into a guard, whatever you want to say.
It's 10% walking anywhere, but when you go towards an objective, it rockets up there. You've got to assume that they're in that bush, and Emporia have shown their willingness to set up random death bushes. You point out the blue trinket trick used to be the clairvoyance death bush back in season 1, where clairvoyance was a summoner spell, and it showed like an eyeball, where you're using it, and then you'd say, okay, we're gonna use it here. They're never gonna think we're in here. They've shown willingness to set that up. You've got to assume that any objective there you don't have vision at, that they are waiting for you to walk into the man. At this point, they don't need the entire team. They can send the Mordekaiser, send the Volibear to do the objective, even if it be Baron, even if it be Elder Drake. They can send two and have everybody else, the Blitzcrank, the Cassin, the Lucian, set up the Death Bush, ready to pick off whoever walks in instead.
Yeah, and I'm very happy to say as well, I'm glad you touched on it. I'm glad in NECC Crusade we're seeing him not step into a lot of those fights anymore. That's something that I was kind of harping on him in the mid game, especially with I think it was 6-0 at one point, and then we saw him kind of walk twice in a row into those points, kind of like, I'm strong enough. It helps so much, and that's why we saw kind of this shore up of the defensive stature and like kind of the win condition rolling forward. He's been playing a much smarter game, and I really like seeing that. You need your captain alive and in the right headspace to lead you to the rest of the victory.
Hey man, if he's dead, he can focus on shot calling, right? But again, right? Like, you want to make your death worth it. Walking in like that for no reason, that puts you at a disadvantage. Even if you die in the fights, as long as you can draw them out, make them burn summoners, it's definitely worth for it there.
Yeah, and so, of course, we did get word that the discussion is still ongoing. So, of course, we will go to a very short break, make sure everything is set, and hopefully that things are resolved by the time we come back. Please don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with some more League of Legends action. And we are back. We are ready to go for the game. A decision has been made, and unfortunately, we are not Riot as much as we wish we were. We wish we had the chrono break. It's a fantastic thing, but we are going to get back underway with the original game and have to kind of decide later about what happens.
And just for clarification there, the bug was basically that unfortunately Kawaii Arrow got knocked up while mid-animation for that troll pole there for the Fizz escape. They're supposed to be untargetable, but it looked like the Blitz Power Fist somehow got through there and knocked him up. And again, unfortunately, we don't have the ability to go back and change things here. It will be under review by the board of directors and they'll decide what they want to do. But unfortunately, the show must go on here. And there's actually supposed to be another best of 3 after this. This series has been great. It's been absolute fun to watch and cast, but unfortunately, the other series is getting pushed back here. So we are just waiting for the players to ready up, and then we should get back into the game. And if you've forgotten what's happened, Emporia State just won a decisive team fight at the Dragon Pit. The only remaining member is Breadfish King, and he's facing a team who has Ocean Solons ready to push and just end the game.
Yeah, and for all that we talked about that bug, right? For all we talked about, it's still a nigh insurmountable lead. Before that bug occurred, it was an 11K difference, right? This is a lot of gold into the pocket of a lot of the Emporia State University squads, plus a lot of extra items, right? Zanya's just completed, I think it was on the Caston, a GA about to be completed on the Lucian, right? It's difficult to say if it would have been a major turning point, and that's what, maybe some of the frustration is coming about too. But a huge thing to Emporia State University over the course of the entire series so far. It is a mental win for them. After that game 1, it can be frustrating. I know that much to lose in a 4 enchanter comp. It's painful. But to be able to come back and play this clean of a third game, I think speaks volumes.
Yeah, and I think when I spoke to Emporia State Esports here, they were always confident that their mechanics were good, that they were fundamentally a strong team here. So they were more than happy to engage in traditional, more meta-based compositions. And I mean, game 2, I wouldn't exactly call that meta, but here in game 3, the drops have been solid and they won every single lane. The only place where they kind of lost out was the jungle here for Bob Scott, where he did fall behind, but that's why you pick the Volibear. It doesn't matter if you lose on the Volibear. You have the utility, you have the tankiness. All you need to do is kind of be there, soak the damage, and make sure you smite at the right time.
Yeah, all you have to do is just press R. Then you're good. You bring down the pain, you bring down the thunder, and everyone's like, well, crap, scatter. And it's worked, right? Taking a look on the far side as well, I want to talk about Potamus, right? Potamus was a player that in game 1 had a phenomenal game, I believe, on the Seraphine, and it was kind of the crutch of that bot lane. We said it, really, it's the apprentice trying to beat the master, and so far the master has sunk his fangs and bared its fangs and said, you're not ready just yet. In this situation, he is currently, I think, 1-5 or 6 or so, and consistently has been a little bit further behind due to the champion selection that kind of occurred here.
Yeah, and the other thing too is it's hard to say that Potamus straight up lost to Naked Crusade, because I really think a lot of this bot lane has been less about the AD carries and more about the supports. It's not Potamus getting hooked by the Blitzcrank and then dying. It's been duels getting hooked by the Blitzcrank and dying. And we already said Nami into Blitzcrank is a brutal matchup for the Nami. You've got to dodge every single hook. And we've seen that, at least for the side of Zekken here, he doesn't even need to land the hook. He's willing to run at the Nami. And if you don't land that bubble, Power Fist comes in, you did either way. So I feel a bit bad for Zekken that they haven't had necessarily that 2v2 matchup that you want to see. And so far in the games as well, the Tristana with the Lethal Temple, we said later game, it could do more. It could be able, it can output damage, but they have it out for this Tristana. AH7 has just been diving that Tristana on repeat every fight. Even if you have to die for it, it's worth it.
We're right back into it here. 33 and a half minutes, or about to crest 34 here. And you can see that it is, again, those 4 death sirens. I think getting back into this, as much as I hate to say it, it feels like the game is already coming to a close. Top lane inhibitor is getting smacked away. Mid lane as well. That might be the end of it here, as, again, we're trying to catch what's going on. But I think it was game over. This is one of the spectator bugs that we know and love.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no. What happens after a pause sometimes is the game needs to buffer when we get back in there. So that's all that was. Final push coming in. 15 seconds left on Kawaii Aero here. And Pitt State just need to wave clear. Survive and wave clear. You need all 5 to have a hope. And you've got double turrets here. This is your last final chance. Lose a turret, and it becomes so much more indefensible.
Oh, but Breadfish gets hooked and immediately gets pulled in. Goku is going to take his life. Follow through with AH7. Look at the damage. AH7 going ahead and taking a 9th kill for himself. Now a dive into the back line. Duels is going to go ahead and get finished off. Kawaii Aero is going to dance his way back into the fight. More to URF is you are a playful trickster, but that's all you are. You are a trickster. So as the final Nexus tower falls, we are probably going to see that very, very large game over screen. The victory for Emporia State University as they go ahead and pull in a nice mini reverse sweep.
And congrats to Emporia State. We mentioned that, before this, they were 7th in the Emergent Cyan League, whereas Pitt State was 3rd. Potentially needed their score updated. They were at 3-1 record, whereas Emporia was at 2-3. And with this, they're at 3-3. They're clawing their way back up here. And it's not just about the standings. It's also about the bragging rights. And Nay Crusade gets to keep those bragging rights right now.
Oh yeah, it's so much fun to have, and it feels good, but at the same time, these are 2 teams that I also feel can possibly meet in future in the playoffs, right? That is something that we do have to kind of watch out for, and maybe that time is going to be a little bit different. Maybe we're going to see the cheese comps come out a little bit more, because that one actually, for as much as we dislike it, he got the job done. I'll give it to them. Anyway, we are going to go ahead and send it to a break as we get our next matchup of, I believe, MCU versus UBC Lapis. Going to go into that game, and we'll have Zephyr and Jim Lowry coming out to cast that final set. So once again, from us here, Orbital and Random Indicaster, thank you so much for tuning in. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NECC. We're finishing off the night with one last series here on the board. Emporia, or my apologies, Marymount versus UBC Lapis here. I'm Zephyr, once again joining you for one last time today, alongside Coach Jim, making our debut together for the very first time.
Zephyr, I didn't know you were casting from a closet. Where exactly are you right now?
I'm in a corner. This is not a closet. You're the second person to bring this up live on stream. I hope y'all all understand that I've got plenty of room here. This just happens to be the layout.
You know, I'm just saying it's a nice little jail cell. They even gave you a guitar and a microphone. It looks really good, Zephyr, and I'm just giving you a hard time, and everybody in chat
with everybody
knows that this is what I do. I bust people's balls. But we're gonna have a here. Marymount, UBC Lapis. UBC Lapis trying to play spoiler, and Marymount trying to keep their playoff dreams alive.
Yes, Marymount super close, that knife's edge here, on the cusp of potentially being out. They've got a lot of wins on their belt, but they're still 3-3, actually right on the border. If they lose this one, they are challenging what could potentially be their last moments here at the NECC. So every match counts, and especially this one. Earlier today, we actually had the lovely opportunity of seeing King's College play spoiler against Lee's McRae, and they were able to pull it off. So no dream is dead yet.
This is true. As Zephyr mentioned, it's our first time casting together. I'm looking forward to it. I've heard good things about people casting with Zephyr. I was told we do want to send out nice thoughts for Ethan Dolan. Currently going through some health issues, so we're hoping good things for Ethan and hoping he's back with us next week for the last week of the regular season. But as I said, I'm looking forward to working with Zephyr here. Zephyr, looks like they're picking in order. They already went through the pro draft. Why don't you tell us what we're looking for through here?
All right, start things off here. I just want to put this right out on the field. When we look at Marymount, we're looking towards that mid lane. The Vladimir pick is big, and you don't usually see that one, but Karamatsu is the guy this team typically plays through here, and Origins does a great job of setting that one up. So early aggression, name of the game, especially with that Kane, more than likely going to be playing towards that blue Shadow Assassin, get in your face. But I will say it's not going to be easy. On the opposite end of the bracket, UBC Lapis, they look to be going toe-to-toe. That Mordekaiser and Renekton looking to fight every step of the way.
Yeah, absolutely. Renekton looking to get up on the Vladimir early. Vladimir does have a bit of a power curve. He does take a little longer to get started. So if you could put him in a hole early, you can stop him from ever reaching the peak. On the other side, though, I like the Ornn pick in the top lane. You can play it so many ways. I've seen it played super defensively. I've seen the offensive Ornn play. It's really fun to watch someone who's really good on Ornn push the envelope and do as much damage as any bruiser on a pure tank.
100%. And Keels for Fun has played these tanks time and time again. That's pretty much Keels' role here at the NECC. It's just tank weak side consistently. So playing in the Mordekaiser should be, I would say, relatively at ease for him here. There's definitely a chance for Axe to pull this one off, especially if Ben is able to root up there early. We've definitely seen that kind of horizontal take where you start on what is that blue side, rotate up, and try to find something early. So potential here for UBC Lapis, but I don't think I'm going to give it to them. To finish off the draft, though, we've got that Misfortune Soraka versus the Kaiser set.
And here, I'm going to give this one to UBC Lapis in the bot lane. I love Soraka. I love playing Soraka. I think that silence is an underutilized ability across the board. But early game, I think Set is just going to be a bully in every sense of the word.
Menace. Absolutely. Right in your face. So a lot of early aggression here that can work itself out, but with some good mid to late game scaling from UBC Lapis. They're not just all early. You bring that Kai'Sa up in the play. If the set's able to bully out that bot lane at really any given point there and push UC Nate and Pangolaker behind, then Ming's got full reign to find good position into that mid late when you really see that Kai'Sa shine. On the other end of the bracket, though, you've got that Misfortune, and has been strong consistently here for these last few patches or so, can be a great tool for zoning. And UC Nate, while not the star of the team, she definitely can perform well when necessary.
I agree with what you were saying. It's not an only early game comp. I do think if UBC Lapis doesn't get ahead early, though, their scaling's not going to come into play. I think we need to see the Set and the Renekton and even the Mordekaiser going off early. I think they need to get pressure early, and I think we need to look for Ben 9664 to get the first 2 neutral objectives.
Really?
I need to see jungling coming from the side of UBC Lapis. I need to see those early objectives getting taken. And talking about late game scaling, if you can get a Lilia to late game, they can delete.
That absolutely can't agree with you more there. And I would love to see UBC Lapis perform with that. But I'm going to bet on the opposite end of this one, of course, once again here. I really do think, especially since there's a lot of one-dimensional healing here. If you take the time to get one of those Grievous Runes on your belt here, and maybe you don't have to win that early game, but even if you can draw it out even, I think there's a lot of potential for Lapis to just route this one forward with either the Kai'Sa or more just when that pulls. I do think the Renekton falls off and does not have as much impact compared to what Karamatsu will likely do on the Vladimir, but it's a very tight path here for both these teams, right? If one doesn't find that particular lead, there's definitely a lot of options, say, even for Marymount here to find it in their own self.
I think every minute this game goes past 30, it's another percentage point in favor of Marymount.
Marymount, okay.
I think the longer this game goes, I think Marymount's just going to get better and better.
Well, you know what? When we take in those Orin items into account, that's unstated gold that just simply does not exist for UBC Lapis. I mean, that adds a 3,000, 4,000 value that you cannot even compete with, quite literally. So, yeah, definitely there. I think later and later and later, once we're in the really deep flows of the game, 5, 6 items, there is absolutely no chance that we'll be seeing UBC Lapis here. And I'll be honest, it is a very tough game for them already. They're coming into this one sitting, 0-4 in the standings. They would have to make it a miracle, find their first win of the season.
Like I said, if pre 30 minutes, I'm going to give it to UBC Lapis.
Okay.
I'm going to go on record saying if this game ends pre 30, UBC Lapis will take the victory.
What do they call that professional that writes all that in writing, say in the courtroom? Stenographer?
A stenographer.
Yes. All right. We've got a stenographer out back. He's keeping track of what Coach Jim's up to. They'll read it back to us later.
No, I have a feeling it's going to be a fun one, though.
Oh, absolutely here. It's when teams really get, back up against the wall here that you start seeing them kind of elaborate, try to find something a bit more spicy because they know they're done. They already know that there's no hope for them to find their way onto playoffs. And if they're here playing whatsoever, they're either just looking to improve what they can in terms of cohesion among themselves or just mix it up, limit test, try a bit of anything.
And not only that, but playing for pride. There's something to be said about playing for pride. Somebody who said some people love to play the spoiler. In a community as toxic as leagues, some people love to play the spoiler.
I'll tell you what, the mental stays with you for quite some time. If you're able to pick up a win for like this right here at the end of the season against someone who has been winning it all, and now they're being thrown into what could potentially be an end of their season, it hits more than anything. That's enough. The spite to fuel you onto your own victory. That's the job.
Nothing fuels better than spite. Let's be honest. Nothing fuels better than spite.
I didn't think we'd be reading into the mental emotions, the inner machinations of what League can bring to these players' minds. But you know what? If it's what fuels them, it's what fuels them.
If our producer is saying that they're ready to go, I'm paused and ready to go.
All right.
Count us down, production.
I'm here to count whenever, but I don't get that proper adage in my own right. I just go along for the ride here. I'm at the win of Michael. All right, and with that one here, folks, we are finally underway. Game 1, Marymount, California versus UBC Lapis. Of course, if you're just joining us, I'm Zephyr, going to be your play-by-play caster, joined alongside Coach Jim as my color.
Glad to be here, Zephyr. Glad to be here.
Absolutely. So let's start looking towards that early setup here. And I think this is really going to give us a nice look at what UBC Lapis is trying to pull off. We talked about Ben. You yourself brought this up in draft. We want to see some early contests, not just on those neutral objectives, but putting these lanes ahead. Most notably Bernie, that Renekton in the mid lane. Plenty of time to work out something against Karamatsu here.
Oh, yeah. Plenty of time. We're not going to see any spicy invades. So it's going to be a standard default.
How boring.
I don't know about boring. It's just the standard.
Well, if it's the
boring
standard, how is it exciting? You know, you want to see those 5-man renegades.
No, boring is when one team goes 5 men invade top and the other team goes 5 men invade bot and nothing happens.
Hey,
That's boring.
At least you get some vision out in those scenarios, so you get a little bit of the early information that may provide for your team in those first, 4 or 5 minutes or so of the game. But for now, even footing. Nothing to truly build upon. You got both junglers starting what will be that bot side, so either routing up towards that mid lane or the top side. We'll have to keep watching this path.
I will say, Zephyr, I think Marymount wins on the fashion show, their bot lane matching skins.
Sadly, I don't have access to the camera, but once that pans back around, I'll give you my top 10 there rating on what I really particularly think regarding UC Nate and Pango Laker, especially if they're matching. You didn't inform me on that one, but I can assume, yeah, baby, they're matching. They're looking fresh as fine here, and can't say the same for Red Mega Knight. That's just the base skin.
Hey, but I like Set's base skin.
Oh, it's suave. It's smooth there. It gets all the ladies with that skin. Well, not really skin, but you get what I'm saying.
Oh, there's skin in that skin.
Yeah, there's plenty of skin in that skin. That's what I'm seeing
right
here. Nice face break, a little bit of poke, more than a little bit of poke, taking Pango Laker leg. If they're able to dodge out most of those skill shots, they can keep pressure up here, which is surprising. I never knew when it happened, but at a certain point, those Hail of Blades really made Kai'Sa into such a dangerous tool in the early game, and it's been providing for quite some patches for a long time.
Hail of Blades on Tristana as well is the other one. Those two are the two ADCs that I think Hail of Blades on the best.
100%, because when you look at it right now, they've got so much control over this lane, which you wouldn't particularly expect, especially knowing that you have the safety to poke out if you're talking about UC Nate here. A little bit of trades, though, up towards this top side. Kills for fun still coming out on the bottom end of the barrel here, but that's no surprise. Tank. He loves to play these weird sides.
Something to note, the Soraka and Soraka build can go either way. Soraka is on the Relic Shield, so not on the poke item, but is on the farming item.
Looking to play it maybe just a little bit longer. I would assume playing towards what will be that level 6 around some of those windows, more the team fight orientation for when that comes about here. For now, though, we take a look back towards our junglers to see if we get a bit of a guise on what their route is. They both made some massive full clears here across the board, now taking what will be those skulls. And I would be not surprised if we see Ben here maybe even swoop around the back end here. He's going to get a little bit of that information to see
Origins
that.
coming to bot lane. Origins is coming down.
Oh, no. Ming stepping up, Red a little bit too far forward here. He pulls through with that haymaker. Going to be forced to flash here off of the back end. Ben, though, on his own hunt here. Karamatsu here. Maybe didn't even need Ben. Either way, the burn from the bowling ball secures that first blood for UBC.
And just unfortunate there for Marymount. I thought theirs was the better gank setup. They had him dead to rights. Perfect flash there by Red Mega Knight. And then in the mid lane, Bernie just doing his best to keep Karamatsu in the danger zone. Ben came in and closed the door on him.
Had to expend the flash there, of all things, from Bernie to make sure that they landed that one. So caught Karamatsu at surprise here. Ben, phenomenal on that rotation. We saw him pull very deep into that blue side jungle. And then after he had secured the information into his favor, turned right around, made the gank his own here. So now UBC Lap is doing exactly what we called for, putting that Renekton in good footing. While the kill didn't go his way, it's enough pressure to keep this Vladimir in line. And Ben, maybe looking for more here on the top side.
Ben definitely looking at the top side. He's going to need Axe Dragon to get there. There's the flash out of Keels.
Keels flashing away here. You can see the slam come through. And there it is, though. Axe finally pulling the trigger, knowing that he's going to have to pull he's going to have to expend what is that flash if he wants to make sure he gets that kill here. And now Red Mega Knight able to find the face breaker, a little bit of the hammer, but no damage to be secured here. But going to show that UBC really putting metal to the pedal, I suppose.
I was talking about Set being a bully. If you look at the farm difference in the bot lane, there's your answer, whether or not Set's a bully.
Well, Origins here maybe looking to capitalize off of that early aggression once again. The exhaust coming right down on top of him. A good true damage secured here onto Origins, but remember, no flash available. Sadly, Ming unable, but it is going to be the Ignite, though, from Red Mega Knight to secure that kill.
And that's just so unfortunate. Origins coming back, trying again. Once again, perfect position for that gank, and just the unfortunate occurrence that the Ignite, the last tick, took him down.
It's got to hurt there because you want to kind of shore up the weaknesses that you're seeing here from Marymount. And if you're drawing up even, sure, you've secured the one, but as a result, that gold is a net neutral, especially when you're throwing it onto the carries you don't want to see ahead in any right here.
And you see on the minimap there, Bernie from the mid lane going to deep ward onto the blue buff.
Lots of control. I like this. You saw that ward earlier placed in position by Ben from his early gank, and then Bernie now rotating forward to keep this information online. For now, though, it's Red Mega Knight actually rotating up from the bot lane on this set here, looking to maybe favor another gank potentially. Hasn't quite come back down yet. Actually, positioning out what maybe be another ward? Another deep ward there on the minimap?
Yeah. I think he's waiting for Komatsu to get pushed back behind tower. I think they're looking for a tower dive if Bernie can push Komatsu behind tower.
Ben's coming
Lily
up.
is there too. Oh, they're going to push this. They're going to push this. This is going to get hot. This is going to be a defining moment of this match right here.
Raptors secured. Remember, though, Origins, he's on the opposite end of this one. Could shadow if necessary, but I think if the trigger comes through at such an accelerated rate, there is no way that they get the opportunity. For now, though, they've wasted too much time, taken a lot away from each of these lanes, respectively, so they're going to rotate back to their proper places.
But here's the thing, though. Oh!
X-Flash. It's found. Facebreaker pulls Penguin Laker back. A big flash over the wall to put them in a safe position. Ben could dive, though, with this wave crashing.
What I was going to point out is that Kai'Sa, Ming on the Kai'Sa is level 6 already. So with set out of the lane, Kai'Sa able to hit level 6.
All the Forge God, all pulls back. Remember, Origins has that Umbral Trespass, going to pull himself into safety, even though he's in that Delta Run, expend the time necessary to make this gank work out here. It's a quick burn, and maybe just one more slice there from Origins to pull this one back.
And, great gank there, but they're giving up the Infernal Drake on the bottom side of the map. Not worth a death, but definitely not something for nothing.
I would have liked to see the rotation from Origins. You've cleared that top side. You know it's safe and pulling in your favor. And while, yes, the teleport is still in the hands of Axe, usually in moments like these, you go for that handshake. You've got priority. Turn to the Rift. Blow that one out of the water while you've got the chance.
Bernie taking a plate there. Gutsy move, getting close enough to take a plate.
Vlad's not too scary just yet. I don't fear him. Nor does Bernie.
Origins got caught out on that ward in the tri-bush.
Caught it out. I don't think they're not going to be able to kind of pull off the chase this time around. So both those summoners looking secure here. No flashes to pull out. It's got to feel bad, especially with Origins. You've managed to succeed recently, but not there.
Marymount spending a lot of time and energy with their jungler coming bot. That's the third gank bot lane. We're not even 10 minutes in.
Yeah. Well, I will say it may be positioning quite a bit towards that bot lane, but it has secured at least those 2 kills here into the favor of Origins. And if he is going to be going towards that blue side, we haven't gotten quite the whiff yet to find out, but he does sniff out this Rift Herald between Ben and Bernie. We see the Dominus expend immediately. Nice response to blow them up in the air as Karamatsu is going to swing by here. Heals for fun, the first one to the take. A flash forced out of Bernie, but the steal has already come through here from Marymount. Knock up. Bernie maybe to step back in, but no. Axe Dragon going to be taking the brunt full force. Don't quite find the brittle stack as Ben is back into this one. Big flash forward and a stun to follow. Umbral Trespass deep there as Ben is still so deep. Origins to find one. Karamatsu on his own. Marymount 2 off of their rotation.
And that's just unfortunate there for UBC Lapis. They were on the Rift Herald. It wasn't warded. That was just a blind. Origins just went up there blind looking at it. And he found them out, and the rotation came through from Marymount first. And UBC, up until that point, had everything going their way in this match.
Right. Marymount now finally kind of pulling the reins on this horse here, slowing that one down. And Axe already back towards this top side, looking to take fight. Kills for fun here. Remember, it's got no mana, no abilities left available. It's a great knockup from Origins to save the day, but it might cost him his life. Remember, no Umbral Trespass available. Flash to follow through there. You didn't quite see it, but we did pick it up there on that mini-map. Either way, no kills secured there. They're going to just
That's probably the best call there.
Hey, but Origin's looking good.
Dead heat, according to the money, dead heat statistically right now.
What does that mean?
Oh, it means that UBC Lapis did not get the early advantage they needed.
Ooh, okay. that's a bit more.
Oh no! Did you see it, Zephyr?
I happen to see it, but I will not make a further comment there. We'll just say it's a faster back.
I will. Kane finding a way to die to the blue buff, I believe.
Well, blue dropped.
As Red Mega Knight making himself known in the mid lane.
Wow. Either way, yeah, like he said, making himself known. Karamatsu to fall once again. Another kill found here onto Red Mega Knight. Would have liked to see that shifted over once again towards someone who could maybe make more use. Either way, priority is, of course, found here. And you see the rotation come out from UBC Lapis. They're already towards this bot side. Potentially looking for dive. They give themselves away. I know they cleared that board out, but not much to be found.
Not much yet.
Origins picking plates now.
Yet. However, less than a minute till the next Drake is up. The vision got cleared out. And if you look at the bottom side of this map, UBC Lapis owns vision.
They may own vision, but they don't own Origin. Going to be able to pick up those 3 plates towards mid. Gets the knock
He's
up
gonna
in
get under
response. Umbral Trespass is found. Could go over the wall, but not quite. Karamatsu's deep there. The pool is a burn. It's the Hemo Plague to find that one. Bernie, though, gonna see if he's gonna let that one stand. Going in deep there. A bullet time, and it's a double for Karamatsu. And now Marymount can walk forward, finish off this mid lane.
And that is huge right there with Karamatsu getting the double there. He was being held in check, and now he is exactly where he needs to be to make his play later in the game.
Later? How about right now? Already deep here, tier 2, to find 1 additional kill onto Ming here. Red Mega Knight, remember, is already back up. Those cooldowns are low here, but Marymount doing a great job to pressure the fight.
That they were. I think they could have got the tier 1 tower. I think breaking the tower with Karamatsu now on 4 kills and needing to go back to get an item. I think breaking the tower possibly might have helped them more than a Cloud Drake. We will find out.
Oh, either way, putting Karamatsu in heavy priority, giving him those kills to usher a great source of gold here is enough to definitely give him priority back into the lane to find the tower inevitably. I would have liked to see the plates to stack the additional chunk of change into their pockets, but either way, the priority to find the spacing available once you knock that tower down is just as good.
And you talked about it, Red.
Maybe a little bit of gank. Realm of Death here. I don't think you're ever going to really be finding Ornn off of that one. He's actually going to expend what is the call. The Forge God comes out of the Realm of Death, but unable to hit the Ram on the back end. But like I said, far too tanky. You just can't take that man down right now.
Now, you talked about it earlier. It's what I started to say when the gank came through. They play through Karamatsu, and they a little bit play through Origins. And if you look at the board at the moment, that is exactly who Marymount is playing through right now. They are the only 2 members on the team with kills.
Hey, and if it ain't broke, don't fix it here. Marymount knows how to play this win condition exceptionally well, and they're doing just that, like you said. I'd like to see them carry that forward, maybe put a little bit of the extra gold towards UC8, but if it doesn't come through, Karamatsu's already become a dangerous tool in the arsenal of this team here. So now, as we make our way towards that 3rd Drake, the Baron and Rift that will be potentially on the board here next 5 or 30 seconds when we talk about Rift, those are when those major team fights start coming live. Those 4, 5-man skirmishes that more than likely will play into Marymount's favor.
The one thing to talk about, Ming with a 50 CS advantage down there in the bot lane.
Well, UC8 here, not one to be known for the bot lane presence, and she's going to be taken out quite aggressively there under turret. You see the full 3-man dive, or almost, as Ben was trying to get into a little bit of the action as well. Either way, they sustained that kill as well as a response into the turret here in the mid lane. We're going to see the Dominus expended by Burning Lung there as Origin comes out to play. The flash actually blown just as well to make sure that this Crocodile finds his way back to the pond.
And it looks like they're giving up the bot tower is UBC Lapis, but it looks like they're giving it up for the Rift Herald.
I mean, tier 2s, they'll fall, or my apologies, tier 1s, they'll fall inevitably. Hopefully this time around, UBC Lapis can come out on top of taking this Rift Herald, and they don't quite get blown away by another collapse here. But the Wave, not really in the best of positions to crash and take this tier 1 as of yet, and you've already got heavy rotation there from Bernie, looking to pull towards this bot side, and actually no. Sees the clear there from Origins, and obviously smart, doesn't want to step into that one, knows he could get pinched off.
My hashtag might be Coach Jim is wrong, but that one I call it right, Zephyr.
That you did there, that you did. I would have said, I don't know, but Origins, he was playing towards your side tonight, Jim.
But no, it's going to be interesting. There was a fairly late second Rift take, so it'll be interesting if they hold it or try to drop it early. And it'll be interesting to see if they try to go for a tier 2 in the mid lane or try to go for a 2 tower drop in the top lane.
Well, for now here, Origin's looking to start something up of his own regard. Can't quite find the knock-up to get this team fight into play, and the bullet time, while it does damage, isn't really in the best of positions there. As a result, while the damage is taken, no kills are secured. Rotations now coming through. Bernie and Ben here on the sidelines looking to collapse if necessary.
No, we talked about the kills being on Red Mega Knight might not be the best use of the money.
I mean,
but he was doing some damage there. Unfortunately, he just got deleted when Karamatsu showed up.
Yeah, Karamatsu now here looking to carry this fight that much further forward. Bernie and Ming put far too low to keep themselves alive, but they're going to stick around towards this turret. I don't know if I like that one. That's dangerous. You know this one's about to collapse here. Origins still unable to find the knock-up. Burning Lung back in here, stunned to be found, but that's easily going to be punished out. Karamatsu with another kill.
Karamatsu now just an assassin. Yeah. He no longer fears any champion on this map.
I'd be scared here. That Darkseal is sitting at 8 stacks. If it pushes towards 10, I don't know. Medjai's doesn't seem too bad. Vladimir's quite the safe champion. It's definitely feels bad when you do see it come out there, because it feels like your opponent is just absolutely BMing on you, saying, yeah, there's not much you can provide here, and no way you're going to kill me.
Still holding on to the Rift is the Lilia as the third Drake comes out. Soraka not at this fight for her ultimate, able to make a difference anyway.
The Wish hopefully will be back up in time. If they pull the trigger right now, it actually won't for the split 5 or 6 seconds that they can find the burst, but not quick enough here. Red Mega Knight able to find the Facebreaker. Call the Forge God, though, with a fantastic quadruple knock-up here. The follow-through on the damage is absurd, as what is 4 members are down for the count there. A quick response, a triple kill found for Karamatsu, as well as the Dragon secured for Mary.
And just a great use there of the stopwatch by Karamatsu. Was absolutely dead to rights when he came out of his pool, except, oh, look what I have in my pocket. And
it was
everybody was fun. Everybody was so focused on him that when they couldn't target him, they took all the damage from his entire team.
Right. Quickly blown out there. Able to find Dragon, now the priority. They push towards mid lane, but once again, like I said earlier, the timer's just far too low right now. You get to capitalize off the one objective, but not really able to push towards more, especially with the Wave. Not much outplaced, but either way, you still sit on what is an 8-2-in-1 of Vladimir, something that is far than hard to come back from.
Yeah, that's a scary Vladimir at the moment. And if they don't end up with a solution for him, they're not going to have a solution at all.
Okay, Jim, let me point this out here. Could you look at the item sets sitting on UBC Lapis and point out what is currently wrong? Remember, there's a Vladimir and a Soraka.
There's no MR.
There's no grievous wounds either.
There's no Grievous Wounds either, but there's also not a lot of MR cooking.
Neither.
I would love to
found.
see some MR.
I'd like a little bit. You get a taste of it. A little bit of what is the Merc Shreds to be found. Not too much, but you see a bit of the build towards the Null Magic Mantle found on Ming. Here's what that will build into there for the future. But
so we'll see if that comes about.
But
I've never looked at boots as being like, oh, I've definitely got this.
It's something to work with, but definitely not really the cherry on top of the cake that'll add to your sugar fiend here. And I will just reiterate though, just because it was kind of this. There are no Grievous Wounds. There is a Soraka,
none,
which is massive in terms of healing when we talk about not only herself, but the wish that comes through. And then the Vladimir. If you do not have that as a response for this Vlad here, especially now that he sits more than just an early game Vlad, he is definitely towards that mid-late game scaling far earlier into the game, you're never going to shred. You're never going to get your burst off because he can heal through all of that.
Yeah. Now, they could be looking at Grievous second item.
I would hope so. I would want it now. It's far too late already.
I also want it now, but they could be looking at a second item. I'm looking at Karamatsu waiting patiently in the brush next to the red.
He might be waiting, but Origins is doing nothing of the sort. Far and deep beyond. Lilting Lullaby going to put him to rest here as the follow-through. Ming, killer. They throw the showstopper down as well to stop him in his tracks before he finds his way over wall. So what was a level of aggression is, of course, punished.
And a big note there, that was a 650 gold bounty on top of the 300 gold for the kill. Ming gets almost 1,000 gold off that kill alone.
Not good to throw that one away. You're already doing super duper well. Throw it just safe. You said it yourself. This comp scales exceptionally well. We get towards that 30, 35 minute mark, and there's really nothing for Marymount to worry about. So giving away things like that, while yeah, you want those kills, it's not worth it in the grand scheme of things.
It really isn't. And you know, a second full item for this Kai'Sa on top of her 200 farm could be a problem. That could be the win condition here for UBC Lapis.
Playing around Ming would be the big one to work their way into this. You're not going to get too much in a Bernie at this point here, sitting now almost 25. It's that point where, yeah, you may throw that Renekton into the backline, but the level of control that was once held is no longer as scary here. You rely a lot more so on Axe Dragon. Split this fight up, take away what is the scary parts, whether I would hope it would be taking out Karamatsu or something of the sort, or just getting rid of what may be that jungler when you go for the takes here around these.
The one thing that Bernie could be really useful for is getting a stun onto Karamatsu so the damage can come through.
Yeah. That'll be a start. Oh, there's our first Grievous Wounds on the board. Get the orb there out of Lilia. I like that. That's a start. Let's keep that one rolling. We'll check back in later.
Less than 45 seconds till the next Drake is up.
And no priority, by the way. None whatsoever. And you look at the vision control already there on the blue side. Ben's going to come through, clear out the majority of it, I would assume. Ooh, Karamatsu here under bush, able to find massive response. Yeah, he's saying low, pulled into the death realm. Call the Forge God thrown back, only finds one, but Karamatsu easily able to sustain this one out. Meanwhile, the rest of the UBC Lapis team might be just shredded. Axe the next one to fall, 2 for 2 here. Origins here on the backline. Red Mega Knight able to sustain for just a bit longer. Ming here, exhaust down onto Karamatsu, forced to flash his Origins. Getting a little bit of a width of the fight back towards River, finally comes to reclaim his control. And now on top of Ming, able to find the shutdown, which is huge before he goes out.
2 kills there for Ming. One of them, the massive shutdown, 1,000 gold shutdown on to Vladimir. Up to 4 kills now for Ming, but 2 of them have been massive shutdown.
And look at what he gets cut. Look at what he pulls off immediately there on the back.
Oh, yeah.
Full completed Ginsu's already onto that longsword, which I will hope will be converted immediately into the Executioner's Calling. Either way, lots of gold sustained out for Ming there.
I'm not as excited about the Ginsu's. I'm excited about the Wit's End. That's the one that I was looking for.
That's been there.
I know. I had the tab down. But I am excited about the Wit's End. And that, although that fight looked bad, the monetary situation did not change all that much across the board. And
they pulled Dragon.
And UBC Lapis stole the Dragon.
UBC Lapis was able to secure that. Drake pulled through there. So continuing to even the game up here. Origins maybe a little bit caught out. Great knockup found there onto Ming, taken to half health. Maybe an Umbral Trespass to follow through here. It takes him even lower, and the secured kill is found. Maybe one more there onto Ben, maybe three, as Bernie is down and out as well. With all those members off the board here, including the jungler notably, that's going to be Baron.
That will most likely be Baron unless something crazy happens. Usin 8 there with a great use of the bullet time, throwing down the damage, keeping everyone low. And just a great play there by the Misfortune for Marymount.
I'm always surprised Origins in such a position where you feel like, oh, well, in any other situation, a champion would easily be decimated. But the tools, the freedom that comes through with this Kayn, the ability to sustain more than anything for such a period of time proves me wrong, literally every time.
On both the Kayn and the Vladimir, just the ability to keep yourself alive, to keep the team fight going, to keep the attention on you, allows the rest of your team to put down the damage so that when you finally have to come back to the real world, you can one-shot an opponent and pick up the gold.
Well, for now here, it has ballooned. We do sit with a little bit of a, I would say, 7K lead found here for Marymount, expanded from what was only about a 3K difference just a moment's notice ago here with the Baron on their belt. I'm curious to see how they push this one out. Remember, Kills for Fun has that teleport available, so can constantly side lane split here, as maybe we'll see that 4-1 come out.
Now, Origins right now, the big boy on the map, 14,000 total gold, 14,500 total gold in their pocket. Something to note, though, Karamatsu and Ming are dead even on gold right now. There's a 5 kill difference, and they're still dead even.
It's the CS. Flame Horizon came and went a while ago. I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, so just crazy to think that it's just a CS advantage and the shutdowns, keeping Ming in the game, Ming keeping their team in this game as well.
Well, for now here, I am curious to see what the next back will entail for Ming. I'm very interested to see if there'll be item spike there, whatever it may be. I know they've been funneling gold for what is the last maybe 5 minutes here, so a full back could be big. Origins once again towards this top side. They do have the bowling ball set up here from Ben if they want to pull the trigger, but Axe in the Death Realm, that's going to spell your end, buddy. You cannot take that 1v1.
Just an unfortunate there. I as well as Axe Dragon played in the early game, I think they've been found lacking here in the mid.
Yeah, I was going to say I did want to see a little bit more out of this Mordekaiser here. It did exude some decent control over Kills for Fun, but not able to secure that, like you said, towards that mid game. And as a result here, hasn't provided much of a tool, especially when you want to see the duel. Now, though, Origins in the back end here. A throwaway as Karamatsu is able to step up and clean up the majority of this fight here. And the next one to fall as 2 are down. A great call. The Forge God into bullet time there. Going to blow the flash right out of Red Mega Knight. And with your major carry down here, all Marymount have to do is walk this one out.
Unfortunately, Ming felt like they had to go in there to make a play.
Hey there, bud. Okay, I was about to say, what you waiting for? Get into the fight there. This is your last shot to work this one out in your favor here. First Nexus turret to fall. Bernie's deep there. Dominus trying to work his way on the Usine, but a wish absolutely monumental, keeping this team more than healthy to keep the fight alive. A bit of a dive there going to be punished, but either way, Marymount, California finding their way to winning game 1 here of the series.
Well, it didn't go over by much, Zephyr. It didn't go over by much. However, this game did pass the 30-minute mark.
Oh my gosh, I was going to say, it's not quite over. Ming came back alive, and for some reason they weren't able to sustain the fight out much longer. Karamatsu's going to try. Pull down, able to secure that first kill on the Ben. Goes gold, which is going to give him those cooldowns back up. More importantly, the red bar that keeps him healthy. Finally, as those final autos come through, that's a win for Marymount, California.
I spoke soon, but it makes it a little bit better As I said, if it went past 30, my bet was on Marymount. If it went past 30, 30-42 is not a lot past 30, but it is past 30.
It's past 30. Technically is. We can give big congratulations out to Coach Jim here. He was able to secure his bet, at least in the end. Either way, though, I don't think time mattered here. Marymount was way and far ahead even before that scaling became a question at all. It didn't really ever feel like UBC Lapis got their hands on this game.
Now, UBC Lapis, they had a good start, a super good start, and then just two really great picks on the side of Marymount, and the snowball started the other way.
Right, and Karamazov just got out of hand, and it was not just the two picks, it was the one here or there, the maybe a few found in the mid lane, a quick response where they're a bit far forward, and then once the Dragons started coming on, when the team fights came out to play, there's so much available to focus there, and when you have such slippery targets on both Origin, on that Kane, as well as Karamazov, continuing to live throughout these fights like we discussed in game there's not really much you can do in terms of focus.
No, not much at all. And unfortunately, like knowing that those two were going to be able to take themselves out of the way, they still kept looking at them. They needed to force them into using their abilities and then look at everyone else. Usinate, Pengolator, Heals for Fun did not have the greatest games. They had very good games, but they were not the greatest of games. Pengolator, only had, and I'm going to say only had 13 assists. Only had 13 assists. You're a healer. You're a healer who gets credit for your healing, who gets credit for your ultimate, who gets credit for your silence, and who gets credit for actually doing damage with your Q. You get credit no matter what ability you use. And that just tells me that Karamazov and Origins were doing it by themselves.
There's plenty out there on the field, potentially for UBC Lapis to do, and so might have been a good game, as in the words here of Coach Jim, but it wasn't the worst of games to be had in comparison to UBC themselves. Like he said towards the end, Ming was really the only strong suit that was keeping this team on its last beating edge here, and as a result, we literally saw Ming fall there in that last fight, and it was nothing. It was just a quick collapse. Obviously, there was that little blemish towards the end where they didn't quite touch up that Nexus, but they finally came through.
And I think we might see something spicy here in game 2. I think it's going to really come down to the pick ban. And I'm not a big guy for throwing out the baby with the bathwater, but I think you have to get rid of Kane and Vladimir. I don't care if you're giving them their mains. You have to get rid of Kane and Vladimir. They just extend the team fights, and that's not the game that UBC Lapis wants to play. They don't want to play the long extended team fight. They don't want to have to play the positional game. They want to get in, do their damage, and go home, maybe drink some coffee, get up and do it again tomorrow. And they weren't allowed to do that in game number 1.
Oh. We'll see if UBC Lapis can find their way onto tomorrow, or maybe they're just stuck in the night itself here. As for the desk, we're going to be working our way towards a break as we get into the next lobby. Stick around, stay tuned for what could potentially be the final game of this series. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NECC. We apologize for such the extended break, but we're back. We're live. We're handling once again Marymount, California versus UBC Lapis. I'm still Zephyr, haven't changed, still in my asylum cage, whatever Jim would like to call it. Of course, joined alongside him himself.
Thank you, Zephyr. And first band coming out was the Cane out of UBC Lapis. Good band. Good band.
Couldn't go wrong with the Cane here. Definitely showed its prowess and didn't want a single darn thing to do with it. I don't think the Vex was too bad either. The way we're going to see some of these first picks coming out. And Kills for Fun already on that Shen. No surprise, playing it low and slow once again. And Axe going to take it even quicker. Not quite the Mordekaiser, but this time the Darius.
And something to note, they are picking in order at the moment. The pro draft has already gone through. So we're seeing them just pick in order. So it'd be fun to know what was actually picked in which order. I didn't see the pro draft. Zephyr,
I can let you know. The Darius came through. My apologies here. Pulling through. Looks like came through afterwards. Yes.
All right. And there's a Vladimir ban. Fun to see. So they did exactly what I said. They banned the Cane. They banned the Vladimir, making them play champions that don't extend the team fights quite as long. And Ming gonna be back on the Kaisa.
Well, that's definitely something I like to see here. That was one of the more strong suits, but that's not going to shore up the entirety of UBC Lapis's weaknesses. And the fact that it's playing already into the same matchup, you see Yusin already on Misfortune, definitely bodes well. Past that, though, this time around, we talk about that Darius, that Sejuani, the Seraphine. These are the major differences that might spell some victory. Also, the Blitzcrank coming out, a little bit more toe-to-toe in terms of the engage, but could be definitely picked off considerably so compared to the set.
Here's what I like. Okay. Set has to get into the opposing team to do work. Has to get into the opposing team.
Be in their face.
Blitzcrank brings the opposing team to you. He is a pick machine. That's all he does. All he does is pick. Pick. That's all he does. Put him in an apple orchard, he'll pick the thing clean. And with that being said, I liken the jungle pick in the Sejuani. Don't get me wrong. Lily is a great pick if you're looking to carry. Sejuani is a great pick if you're looking to be able to go further in those team fights. A pure tank, if there was ever a pure tank, you can build it pure tank. You're still going to get a lot of damage coming out, and 2 different stun options available, and a knockup CC machine right there on the Sejuani.
Right, and it's not just that. It's the fact that it orients into this composition in terms of pick. You talk about the Blitzcrank, well, everybody's on the same field in that regard. From Seraphine, Sejuani, and the like, you've got major tools that will collapse not just team fights, but just a single target into smithereens here. Now, your follow-up damage can be a little bit questionable. Seraphine isn't relatively known for Immaculate Burst, but that Kaisa, once it pulls online, or that Darius, if it finds its way ahead, can definitely provide. On the other end of the bracket, I know we've discussed the Misfortune Soraka, but the Akshan coming here through for Karamatsu. This is supposed to be that big pick, the one that's going to save the day here for Marymount and lead this team to victory. And I don't know if that's the way they want to go.
Not as many escape tools as the Vladimir has.
Not as close.
And if he gets picked off early, his abilities, really aren't as good. He's not as big of a carry as the Vladimir.
Mm-hmm. Notably, has been dramatically nerfed ever since the release of himself on one of these more recently coming through on the Ruination patch here. So I wouldn't say going to be the star here. Now, the Mordekaiser for Origins is something that I also find a unique pick. Something that he excelled in game 1 so well at was the fact that he had the tools, had the pacing to be wherever you wanted and not just survive for the extended period of time, but just get there. Mordekaiser is the opposite direction of this. While he has the Realm of Death to play through, which can be very dramatic for ganks post 6, having the opportunity to find his way in is nothing in comparison to what we saw of Kane.
It's really not. And unless he's going to be targeting specifically Ming on the Kaisa, or getting the Sejuani out of the way so there's one less tank to go through. I don't like that pick. And Origins is a good jungler. We saw that in game 1. I think what made them really good, though, like you were talking about, their ability to get across the map. I would almost love to have seen like a Talon jungle more so than the Mordekaiser. Just the ability, like Kayn walks through walls, Talon just says walls, what walls, as he just jumps over everything in existence. I think this is a much slower team comp on the side of Marymount.
Yeah, definitely.
Much slower.
Absolutely. More than slow here. It's like molasses coming out. And if they're looking to play towards team fight, I can understand it here. You have a lot of safety on the board to play through and find that success, but you're putting heavy reliance here on not just Karamatu, but someone like Yusinate. And we've seen Yusinate perform in the past. She has done well here in the bot lane, but if game 1 is anything to go off of, that's a lot of faith to have.
Something to note, Bernie Lung on a champion with a little bit more agency, especially in the middle of a team fight. There are a lot of things which could absolutely be destroyed by the Seraphine ult. If Misfortune gets charmed at the start of her bullet time, it is a wasted cooldown.
100% here. I mean, Bernie Lung having that tool as a whole here adds to the destruction of this comp full throttle, right? That encore
and a little bit of healing.
Oh yeah,
not a lot of healing, but a little bit of healing coming.
But enough to change the pace. All right, enough to prevent and stop everyone in their tracks here. So I'll be, of course, looking out for that Seraphine here. I think it's a major tool that will impact those teams.
I'm looking for the picks. I'm looking for Red Mega Knight to have 60% KP based on assists alone.
Okay. All right. That's the Coach Jim prediction of the day here coming into match 2. Not quite the minute mark, but the 60% kill participation here.
I'm getting really specific. Call my bookie. I'm getting really specific. If Red Mega Knight has a 60% KP based on solely assists, I think UBC Lapis wins game 2.
Okay. I would go out on a limb and say 50% KP sitting on heals for fun on the Shen. If we're talking about safety here, and we're talking about pick potential, the safety given by what will be that Stand United is going to be crucial for Marymount to find the victory. Now, he is in the top side, so I lowered the number a little bit, but that's my bet.
Production, I'm ready to go. Okay. Zephyr, are you ready to go?
I'm always ready to go. Count us in. All right. And with that here, we're on our way to game 2. UBC Lapis versus Marymount, California. If you're just joining us, we're coming off of a Marymount, California win. They do it well, and they do it dominantly through both Karamatsu and Origins. As for the desk, it hasn't changed. Still Zephyr and still Coach Jim bringing it to you live.
And like I said, playing through Karamatsu and Origins, it's their win con. They're going to have to maybe find something a little different. Origins not going to have as much agency as he did in game 1, but it looks like we're going to have an early invade here.
This time around, playing around Red Mega Knight on the Blitzcrank, and what I like is they know. Marymount already knows. The wards in place, Pango, Laker, and UC they are as far back as can be here. Now, what I would like to see in moments like this, when you got the full read on enemy squad, you have all the right to walk into the opposing jungle, place a ward, and play it in your favor. Notably, that area in between what is Raptors and Red, where you can spot out jungle rotation, that is a huge source of information that could be capitalized on.
What's interesting there, Marymount was not actually seen until they turned the corner. So that's interesting to point out that the ward was there, but they didn't actually get seen until they turned that corner. So just early prediction on the side of Marymount.
Now, Marymount, they step up eventually there. You see that poke positioned out on the Axe, which is basically nothing in the face of a Darius. But they are able to string down that last ward at the possibly last second to give them as much time as possible to throw it there onto the Raptor. So when, and inevitably, when Ben comes up, more than likely going to be spot out. So while it didn't occur during the invade, it still kind of came out eventually.
And already. We still see in the bot lane Ming with an early, I mean, it's super early, but with an early advantage in the farm, like we saw in game 1.
I'm curious to see how this lane transitions now that they don't have the set. We talked about in your face. I think Blitzcrank himself is just as much of a threat, albeit it is more of a like, look at this right here. He's not in your face doing damage, throwing the face breaker. He's waiting for a perfect hook. He's waiting for that moment that will poke and put Pangolanker to half health, which is just as dangerous as, say, something like the set, even if it isn't as flashy.
The big thing there is that if they could get somebody pulled past the minion line, every single missile on Kai'Sa's Q will hit them, and that'll just dump damage.
It already has done so. Pangolanko, though, no surprise there, easily able to heal through on that one, being that Soraka there. So going to sustain, stick around in this lane, but if the current state of the wave is anything to go by, there is no way in hell that UC8 is ever going to get a chance to touch these minions.
Something else to talk about that's different from game 1, Kills for Fun down a lot of farm in the top lane.
I mean, I'm not particularly surprised that Kills for Fun is down. Like we said last time around, plays those weak sides, plays those top lane tanks here. I now want to see how that transition, especially once we hit 6-0. For now, all he's got to do is stay alive. I mean, doesn't have to fight Axe, doesn't have to do much else. He's just a press R.
Keels was keeping up, though, on farm in game number 1.
He was. I will give you that. For now, though, Ben might be capitalized on here. Forced to flash there finally as the poke comes out from Origins. The claw, though, going to return the pig to home. A bit of the smite keeping Ben healthy, but the damage continues to flow through here. That is a lot of pressure to expend upon Ben here on this Sejuani. And as a result, gonna give away those Krugs here to Origins. Not the best of prizes, but the pacing's good enough. Yeah, Axe Dragon. Good. He's definitely got a lot more sustain than anyone usually expects, so actually able to find
True, but Keels was hanging around, though, and you got to be careful when Keels is hanging around there.
Yeah, he had the ward. He had the ward in River, so he knew where Keels was. He wasn't stepping up without risk of that knowledge, I would say.
30 seconds to first Drake here, Zephyr. Who do you think's going to play for it?
UBC Lapis. UBC Lapis has complete control of his bot lane. You've already got Ben in position. They're going for the clear on vision. All they have to do is pull the trigger. Well, maybe not
Speaking
quite
of
the
pulling
drag
the trigger.
there. Oh! That's not quite how you do it. Looking a little bit faulty there on the rifling, and we'll have to get that one back to the shop. But for now, maybe Ben can shore up those weaknesses. Positioning out on this tri-bush. Got to be careful. Doesn't know the Origins is just shadowing. Not too far behind.
Do they have vision there is my question.
Not.
So Origins is there by accident. That is not a purposeful counter gank position. Origins is just hanging out. I think if a pull comes through, Ben will come around the corner.
This is so smart, by the way, from UC8 and Pangolanker. Any other 80 carrying the bot lane, seeing that they get access to full pressure for once, would step up. They would step up looking to capitalize on the fact that that wave has finally kind of relieved and pushed into position. Instead, it's a back. It's a reset. And because of that, you save yourself from the inevitable death. So they get a great read there on what was potential gate from Ben.
Unfortunately, though, because they played it back, they are now down over 20.
Yeah. Kind of inevitable, I would say, in the face of Ming, an absolute monster here in this bot lane right now. And I would like to see maybe a little bit more poke. Not so much out of position poke. I don't want to see them just go balls to the walls blazing, just slapping that one in. But
good communication. I'm sorry for interrupting, Zephyr. Great communication there. Ben was looking mid lane. Karamatsu had pushed up, and the good pings coming out from his teammates gave Karamatsu time to get out of the dodge, because he was in a terrible position going up against the Sejuani deep in lane.
Either way, continues to live for now, but I would say not quite on the accelerated position as he was last game. We talk about those early 2 kills that really fostered the speed that kind of pushed Marymount to victory. Not on the field here this time around, and I will say Akshan can just scale off of farm for farm here, but when it is your major win condition, I'd like maybe a little bit more of an impact. It's been a bit slow from these junglers, and you got to blame it on that Mordekaiser. Doesn't really have the tools to get in your face in comparison to that game.
With that being said, he has lived in the top side of the red jungle. He has taken Krugs more than Ben has.
Well, it's going to sit him back. What is 19 CS here for Ben, but it's like Malphite. You can put Malphite behind, and Malphite will still do his job, right? Same concept for Sejuani. It becomes a problem when Origins gets to the point where he starts walking into your team, taking full Realm of Death. Hold the thought here. A little bit of poke, but ooh, bit of a miss on the last skill shot there. Doesn't quite capitalize on full passive. Either way, to pull back towards my point here, you can lose out in that jungle there, and you will still have Glacial Prison being such an annoying tool coming into these fights to provide pick control.
Let's be honest, the knockup
just that
coming
alone
through a wall. The knockup coming through a wall, the dash for a closer to get in range of something. There's a reason I play Sejuani in the jungle. It's because you could be the most annoying person in the world, and you don't even have to be ahead.
Well, for now, it's a slow game. Both teams respecting the pacing. The Axe Dragon tries to step up. It actually finds the pull. A little bit of the block going to come there from Spirit's Refuge, and a follow through. Finally, it's the Noxian Guillotine to secure the first blood for UBC Lapis. That level of aggression that we were waiting for out of this Darius finally comes to Earthside.
And also with that, they're going to get a full wave, and they're going to be able to back here if they so choose, or they'll be able to take a plate. Something to notice, Ming has not yet backed. Ming has not yet... Ooh, nice
with picks like that, I don't know if I'd want to back. It's going to come through right now, though. Let's watch. Let's see that back. Let's see the buys.
They are so far ahead right now that when they back and grab item, it will be crazy what they come back.
So... full Noon Quiver, straight into Pickaxe, boots as well, almost already all the way through onto that mythic item coming right out the gate. 9 minutes in, next back will easily pick that one up here for this Kai'Sa. So already becoming such a problem. And we talked about this in draft. By spreading out the damage, not giving your team at least a level of engagements, especially where you want it in terms of Paramounts and Origins, you put faith in UC, right? You give her a little bit more responsibility to make things happen. And while some of those bolt times were good, it wasn't as dominant or as controlling as necessary here for the Misfortune. So right now, Ming already scaling, already far and more than ahead, sitting 45 CS in lead. I mean, that's not playing towards your win con.
It's really not. Unfortunately, a free Rift Herald goes the way of Origins.
More than enough damage to secure that one. More than enough. After that back, that is absolutely monumental there. And now they can secure not just the kill, but the plates. That's huge.
Not only that, but with no presence in the bot lane, I think this will be a free Drake as well. So it's that Rift Herald could have been free. Instead, it looks like the Rift Herald will get traded for the Drake, but maybe not.
Here.
Ben decided to get rid of Vision instead of going after it. They had no mid presence, and the rotation is coming from the side of Marymount. We might have our first team fight of the Drake. The teleport's coming in.
Remember, Stand United is available, so this is technically a 4v5 when the trigger will be pulled. Origin's going to be the one. They utilize it on a quick pull back here, and that's it for Ben. No jungler on the field for this Dragon, and easily Marymount can step up and quickly steal this one away.
And just unfortunate there. You look, Darius players generally don't play with teleport, and this is one of those times where you wish you would have had it. Because if they could have got Axe Dragon into that fight with the advantage that he has, he could have been a presence.
Well, Darius definitely could have been a presence, but Ming becoming one of his own there, finally securing his first kill of the game, and it's no surprise who it's on. For now, though, they take that Rift Herald that they secured earlier on. They're going to pick up first turret here in the mid lane. Let's see if Ben and Bernie can maybe punish them for this level of aggression. Origins continue to step up. They've got the stun available, but they just don't have the damage or follow through. Red Mega Knight, though, here on the back end, looking to get the rocket punch in. trying to find that knockup, is able to secure on Karamatsu. Big flash over the knock-through, and the killer instinct expended by Ming to secure another kill here onto this 80 carry. Axe flash forward, a bit of the pull back here. Going to secure that third, fourth, now fifth into the Nox and Guillotine to finally get those 2 kills away.
And unfortunately, there a solo kill on the Axe Dragon. I say unfortunate, and actually no, it wasn't a solo kill. Somehow, Red Mega Knight got an assist there. So Red Mega Knight sitting currently at 60% KP based solely off assist, 80% if you count the kill they have.
And technically, Heals for Fun's 100% KP.
Technically, yes. Technically, yes. Gotta love the technicalities, folks. We are technically correct, which if you watch Futurama, we all know is the best type of correct.
Absolutely. So far, both of our predictions come true, but that's nothing in the face of what will be this end here when that inevitably comes. For now, though, UBC Lapis, great position, but they were in something similar for the early game last time around. The difference this time, Marymount hasn't really found what they want in any regard here. So now 13 minutes in, the 1 kill on the board, sitting pretty on the Origins, not exactly the best place where you want it.
I think the one thing to look at is how far Ming is ahead of everybody right now. Just head and shoulders ahead of the world.
Remarkably, I would say on equal footing, just the same as Axe Dragon. They only sit 8 CS apart, but they both got the 2 kills on their belt. The assist going to swing that goal just a little bit more too, but right now, those 2 major carries definitely turning heads here. Origins on his own red, maybe looking to lop some off. Gets the pull back onto Ming, taking him half health. Realm of Death expended. That bullet time not quite going to hit, but does it matter? A sustained kill as Origins is pulled deep into turret. Sadly, no static field's going to land there as Bernie steps up. They've got to be careful, though. Karamatsu's on this back end.
Absolutely what Marymount needed, getting Origins not only a kill, but a shutdown. He's one of their carries, and they need to get him going.
Well, definitely going. I am curious to see if we see the sack come out here from Ming. There's a lot of presence on this Mordekaiser already, and that 1,300 gold will definitely be worth it. For now, though, Heals for Fun, a little bit of an engage. Nox and Guillotine going to come through there, but remember that Spirit's Refuge securing what is the last remaining auto to prevent the full passive stack there. So going to back off. Either way, this still gives priority over to Axe. For now, though, Karamatsu spotted out, looked for a rotation there when he went to help out that Darius. Red Mega's going to be punished, but is that killer instinct into a secured kill here? There's Stand United, big heal from the Wish, going to make sure that Red Mega Knight goes down, but now Heals for Fun, maybe a little bit too far forward. Stun comes through, his Origin steps into play. It's the Axe and the swing to secure that one out as the passive stacks down. It's a double for Ming. What started out on a good rotation goes awry.
And unfortunately, Axe Dragon survived there with the healing and
was able
trade
to secure,
which could have come.
Well, for now, you sit pretty. Another kill onto Axe Dragon, but two more found onto Ming, as well as the additional assist. Swings back to base, of course, able to pick up the Kraken Slayer, but now quickly on his way towards what will be that wit's end. More than likely.
To be fair, Zephyr, he's had that Kraken Slayer for a while.
Yeah. All right. Well, it tastes a little bit of my own medicine. All right, see. Either way. Dragon's up.
The second Drake looks like a mountain. It's coming up in 10 seconds.
Vision cleared out here. Heals for Fun. Actually making his way all the way down. Remember, he doesn't have that Sand Unite, so he can't sit pretty in a side wave this time around.
We might have a full 5v5 team fight here.
Remember,
no!
UC8 has Flash, though. Going to be expended there. I already knew that was coming out the minute we saw the hook started up. Origin, very far forward. He does have that Realm of Death. Going to look to use it immediately here on to Ming. Ming trying to kite this one out, unable to do so. Origin now has those stacks on him as this bullet time shreds through the back end here. A good encore puts Marymount on their heels, but it's not enough to prevent them from securing this Drake. So deja vu here in the river.
And the Wish coming out of Pengo Laker, not only saving themselves, but keeping everyone on the team hale and hearty. No trade there, just a simple 2 for nothing and a Drake.
I mean, that feels bad. That is quite literally, identical to what occurred at the last Drake. You had Origin step up, and then the response was immediately into the Death Realm there onto Ming, right? So my biggest question here is now, yes, you want that Wit's End, but you don't have a summon. You don't have that cleanse, which is usually utilized here into the face of, say, something like Morkaiser.
Oh,
I really think the
QSS is being built.
I was going to say, that Null Magic Mantle does build into Wit's End here. I would love to see just a bit of time.
Oh, no.
You know how important
Wit's End is coming first. Wit's End is coming first.
Get the sash. Get the sash. You've already been decimated twice in a row because you don't have it. At this point, I just pulled the trigger. You're already far ahead in terms of damage of everyone else. Wit's End will come. Your presence will not. For now, though, a little bit of an engage. Axe Dragon, of course, in the realm there. Taken out quickly. Kills for one. The one to pick that one up. A nice root from Birdie from afar. As Origin's going to go down here. Secured onto Bernie as Karamatsu's deep into the backline. Straight on the bend. And so much CC from this Sejuani to keep him in place. Ming now shredding as this guy is able to step up. A follow through his Ben keeps running this one forward. Finally, it's the swip from the mace to secure that one out here. 2 kills found. Now the push potentially to ensue.
And a 2-for-1 there, just getting rid of the advantage that Marymount picked up at the Drake.
And remember, no Realm of Death. So this time around, easily swings in UBC's favor. Easily. It's like night and day.
I think this is going to be a tower here in the mid lane. I don't think there's anything they can do. A great pull. Oh, no.
Yeah, there's nothing they can do, especially not in the face of that.
And there's the pick. There's the pick. Pick. Go apple picking with a Blitzcrank. You can sit down in the shade, drink some lemonade. The trees will be clean, let me tell you.
Well, a little bit clean, but I hope they provide me a little bit of apple juice. I know he's not much of a squeezer, but hopefully he can get the job done. For now, though,
I'm sure there's a juicer somewhere on his chassis. Come on.
Somewhere? Yeah, probably somewhere in the midst of that one.
That's a big chassis.
For now, here.
Getting past the blue buff.
At this point, just funnel as much gold as you want into that carry. Anything to get the job done. At this point, just hand it away. Ben doesn't need it.
Ironically, Origins has the most money on the map, but the rest of their team very far behind their counterparts.
Ooh, they step into Axe. I don't know if they know this one's in store. Ben quickly steps up there. It's a nice knock up into an easy secure the Nox and Guillotine. That passive is already ready to go. Flash forward into the second Nox and Guillotine, and it's the burn of the bleed. No chance for the ult to come through there. Glacial Prison does not work its way in because of the Death Realm, and Origins, of course, able to pick that one up.
Origins with a great pickup there.
They're losing bot lane.
They lost 2 turrets there. It went 1-for-1 on the kill board, but they lost 2 turrets. That cannot be an even trade.
That's not an even trade. It's far from an even trade. 2-for-1 losing turrets as well. UBC Lapis here finally on the forefoot, and it's crazy to say, but this really started to go wrong from the draft.
It really did. Origins needs to have more agency. He is trying with everything he has to carry this team, but he literally cannot be everywhere at once.
Absolutely not. And I really do think Akshan, while he was an impressive pick to behold on release, has truly suffered here into these most recent patches, is not as dominant. Now sitting 1-4 here. Karamatsu, which is usually your primary carry, your pillar of success, is nowhere to be seen here, which is very scary for Marymount, California. I mean, it's kind of sad to say that their win condition is that one-dimensional, but there's a reason this squad is on the brink of potentially being out of playoffs right now.
Let's be honest, though. If you're thinking, oh, I've been surviving late in team fights, I've been carrying late, Akshan is the perfect champion, because then anybody who dies, you get to bring back.
Yeah, I mean,
but
he's got
to just picking him off early.
Yeah, like he's got to survive though, which is the hardest part right now.
They're playing it perfect. They're playing it perfect. Less than 45 seconds on this next Drake here. It's going to be an Ocean, which would be great on the side of UBC Lapis.
This is the return finally. Going to be able to play around what could potentially be the 4-stack on the Ocean Drakes, which would be monumental for dealing with such the absurd amount of burst and damage that they have to sustain through when they try to push some of these lanes out. So finally, a return. Muppets, they get their first strike of the game, and hopefully will continue to do so here.
Hey, Zephyr. I don't think we're seeing a sash.
Yeah,
I think Ming's gonna
straight into Ginsu's. I saw
straight into Ginsu's.
Saw it and I was so. Here's the two routes that you can play this one out. You can go Sash and pay the 1,300 tax, right? That comes with the Mordekaiser pick on the enemy team, and great, you win, you survive. Or you could go full damage, and the best defense is offense.
Yeah. And with the Wit's End, you're not taking as much damage from Origins on the Mordekaiser. And if you're in the Death Realm, your Q only has one target.
Oh Lord. Right now, I still think Origins comes out on top in that 1v1 for the time being.
For the time
being.
There
will be a point, I will agree, when Ming gets just absolutely insane in terms of how much damage this Kaisa is able to pump out. But as it is right now, Origins is just as equally ahead.
Yes.
Usually, when in situations like that, you want to be far and beyond what the Mordekaiser is capable of. And obviously, then you're just going to pump out the damage when he throws it into the realm. Right now, he can take that fight.
However, at the moment, Origins does not have an equally fed counterpart, whereas Ming has Axe Dragon on the Darius, who is equally fed.
The sad thing is when you pull Ming into the ring, you allow Axe Dragon to run straight in the backline. There's no major front other than Keels for fun, and if he doesn't find that taunt, then there's not a lot of hope for Pangoliker or Usinate.
Couple of big purchases. Moonstone Renewer finished on Soraka. Akshan finished Lord Dominic's Regards, but on the Seraphine, Archangel's Staff has been finished.
That's absolutely massive. Gonna keep pumping it out here. We haven't seen too much out of Burning, but great poke and a lot of some good roots there. I'm curious to see what that next Encore will look like, but for now, it's Red Mega Knight stepping into this fight here, quickly pulled back by Origin. And yeah, they're going to throw that man straight into the realm. Origin steps up quickly. They throw the Ignite onto him as he will fall here. Here's to see if they want to continue to take this fight, but unsaid and done. A bit of a misplay from Red Mega Knight. He didn't even make the flash initially. He just stepped into that one.
A misplay, yes. However, it is down. So if they make a play now, Ming doesn't have to worry about the Death Realm.
But he's still got to worry about Stand United. And Encore, though, turns this fight around here. Kills for Fun continues to tick, but Pangoliker is on the back end with the heals to keep this team healthy. Ultimate coming through, a nice block from Ben there, but the pull from Origins as a result to capitalize. Then to first fall, the swing from Karamatsu to get one more. Ming turns around with a bit of the exhaust, but it doesn't matter. Usinate's on the heels as well to make it 3 here for Marymount, California.
Similar to game number 1, where are the Grievous Wounds items?
Nowhere to be seen. Well, they've got one. They've got at least the Bramble Vest sitting on Ben there, but that's far than enough here, as especially we got to see that massive heal there onto Karamatsu.
This could get interesting. This could get interesting if they try to play this for a pick and let the Baron go.
It's a big hook. It's a big axe. Deep into the back line. Remember, they didn't quite make the steal. Now they got to look to escape. Karamatsu hot on the chase, but unable to find the kills. Either way, it's a full 5-man Baron for Marymount.
Unfortunate there. I was hoping they could get on Pangoliker. They were so low, and they can't heal themselves. Outside of their ultimate, no self-healing on Soraka.
Some big some big items finally coming through here for UBC Lapis. You've got that full Thornmail on the field for Ben, so extending what will be the Grievous Wounds. That's definitely something in the field midst of these team fights here. But the Ginsus, that is done now for Ming. Really want to see what that next item is. I hope
they finished their Berserkers as well.
Yes.
That is new. The Berserkers are new as well. So a lot of extra attack speed now coming on Ming's Kaisa.
I would be more than honored to see either the Executioners or the Quicksilver Sash, but for now, it's just the obsessive amount of damage. Dragon up in 10 seconds, and not as much priority this time around for UBC Lapis.
Not quite as much, no. Their Darius was in the back. So I think if they play this, it'll have to be play for a pick. Not exactly the worst way to go, though, with that Blitzcrank playing for a pick.
We're going to clear out a little bit of the vision here. Let's see what they can do. Remember, Origins has that Realm of Death available if they go for a play like this. Unable to step in. They lose the dragon, putting Marymount on sell point. And now, yep, UBC Lapis, they just have to walk away.
Yeah, no, good walk away there. They had at one point a 4,000 gold lead. That is now gone. However, it's an even game. It is an absolutely even game. And you have two people who are quite fed on the side of UBC Lapis, so they're not in a terrible spot. It's not not the same spot they were in game number 1.
I see that null magic mantle. That's the right path if we're talking Quicksilver Sash, baby.
And that would be huge.
Yes,
absolutely.
That would turn fights completely. That'd be a nail in the coffin, I would say, for Marymount, because once Ming is out of that death realm, can finally work its way, and more importantly, the Killer Instinct is the saving tool. Yeah, yes. Sadly, no hook.
I am really trying to figure out why Marymount is not playing a 1-3-1 right now with all 5 members with the Baron.
Axe Dragon suffering there, unable to find what he wants in terms of passive. They are able to sustain the kill on Mango. Remember that Realm of Death is, of course, down here, so the damage is going to absolutely blow onto Origin here. The follow-through with the skill shot. All coming through from Karamatsu. Deep here on the Burning Long is able to secure that kill, and as a result, Origins is back into the fight here. Now Red Mega Knight gonna have to run away quick as he can. This robot doesn't grow no rust, but it might just mold there. Karamatsu to swing through, and yes, finds the kill finally.
And finally, Karamatsu getting a couple kills. He went from 1-4 to 4-4. Finally got the passive off to get the resurrection. And that's huge. That was huge. Bringing Origins back without a cooldown is massive right now.
Oh, absolutely, because now they can continue to push this one out. I know they don't have those Baron empowered stacks to work with in terms of crashing these waves, but it's just enough to apply pressure. Bernie, though, finally back on the board. Acton continue to take this fight. Remember, Realm of Death no longer up here as Ming steps forward, so Origin's going to get absolutely decimated as a result here. Tower still falls here. Let's see if they maybe can capitalize a little bit more, but not quite.
You know, it's something in that last team fight, something that we didn't get to mention, how quickly Pengo Laker just deleted by UBC Lapis. One moment they were there, one moment they were gone. With Origins off the board, though, the majority of the gold for Marymount is off the board. So this is going to be a tier 2 tower trade.
Tier 2 tower trade there. To look to push this one a little bit deeper. You got rotation from Axe Dragon down towards the bot side, so if they look to play for the 5 once Origins back up, I don't think it will bode well, but UBC Lapis, no, it's the Glacial Prison. Can't quite find the pull, but it is Ming deep as it goes. A taunt is found there in the response. It's a quick bullet time. Now UBC Lapis has to walk away. Alt there from Karamatsu, unable to source out the damage that they need, but at least they find not just one, but look towards that bot lane, 2 towers to behold.
And they broke the base, so 2 tower advantage now for UBC Lapis. That was a great play there. They took 2 tower shots they did not need to take. They were losing their minions. They needed to stop and auto the tower. The Seraphine had to throw 2 autos at it while it was shooting her teammates. If somebody else had turned around, they could have taken down the tower earlier, and that health could have come in handy. Maybe could have got them a kill before they had to left base.
Either way, I will still say UBC Lapis comes out on top. They continue to bolster the little lead that they still have, but this game is more than even enough here. Next Dragon up in a minute. This will be the major fight, and timers sitting at 30 minutes are long enough. If you get wave pushing towards that mid side and you come out on top here with maybe a full 5 or even 4 for UBC Lapis, they could end game.
Big purchases came out on that back for everyone. Blitzcrank picked up a redemption.
Hey!
Soraka picked up a redemption. Darius picked up Spirit Visage. Akshan picked up Infinity Edge. Kaisa picked up Last Whisper. And Seraphine, importantly, picked up Oblivion.
Not just that.
Sash has been there a while. Has been there a while.
No, we're fighting. I swear it was not in the last fight.
Get on my level. Get on my level,
Oh my
Zephyr.
gosh.
I even said the sash was there. You can go back and check the VOD.
Either way, Sash is there here, and now this is the turning point. Origin to step in. He's got to know that's a problem. Uses the Death Realm, of course, on Red Mega Knight now. Comeuppance onto Ming, but going to be blocked by Ben in full force.
Flash!
A big flash from Red Mega Knight going to keep him alive inside of that Death Realm. And look at the triple encore from Birdie. Axe Dragon in the back, but a nice bullet time. Ming over the wall using that Killer Instinct to bring us to 4v5. But the rest of the squads looking healthy. Karamatsu going to capitalize in the face of Ming here, even though the exhaust comes down. Now with no Ming on the board here, it's looking like soul here for Marymount.
And it looks like they're gonna give it up.
Choice.
Great move there from Red Mega Dragon, pulling the fortune out of the bullet time. But probably needed to give up the Drake there to keep Ming on the board, because this might be a very easy Baron on the side of Marymount.
Oh, more than easy. You do not have Ming, and Ming is your home in terms of what you need to win here. So without that Kai's on the board, there's not much they can do. Axe will look to step in, maybe a steal from Ben, but Kills for Fun are doing a good job to get rid of that blast. Baron secured.
A great pull attempt there by Red Mega Knight. Didn't hit, but it was a good attempt.
Well, for now, that's two Barons, I believe, in the favor of Marymount, California over the course of this entire game.
It is. I would like to say the money even in terms of team cash. However, it's spread out better on UBC Lapis. If they can get rid of one of the carries, they're going to have a better time cleaning up the rest of the team.
Now, this is interesting. Ming sells the sash.
Ming sold the sash.
Ming
they're saying
sold
it's
the
not
sash.
worth. They're saying it's not worth.
How much you want to bet? We noticed it because we have omnipresence here. I would be curious to see if Origins changes his strategy in terms of who he pulls into the Death Realm. He already made the assumption off that last fight. It was very obvious that he knew Ming had the sash, so he didn't ult Ming. He went for Red Mega Knight. I would be very keen to know if he's paying attention, because now that strategy is back up on the board.
Yeah, but now I think Ming might actually be able to win that 1v1.
It's better than nothing. Pulling Ming out of the fight gives time for Marymount to find something.
Both top laners, opposite split push here, so it looks like we might lose tier 2s in both
There's
lanes.
no teleport for Axe, though. If they crash in here and take this inhib, what does he come out with? Yeah, he pulls tier 2 turret, but I don't think with these extended or quick recalls from Baron, he's going to be able to secure inhib.
Here's the thing, though. If you take the inhib...
Big hook.
Oh, big hook.
Ult time. Wish comes down immediately to pull out the damage available. Nice heal there from Seraphine to keep Bernie in the fight, but the push continues to ensue there.
3 siege minions in that lane.
3 siege minions, and Axe still pushing out that top side there, and they're just going to keep this one rolling here. I don't think this is worth it. You got to fight this one.
They gotta get rid of those.
That is such an excellent hook. Finds it straight on a Yusin 8 there. Comeuppance going to come down straight onto Ben. Ming on the other end, able to pick off Tango Laker. No problem there.
You gotta take out the siege minions. The siege minions are destroying you.
Origins is deep. He's on to Ben there. Doesn't utilize the Death Realm onto Ming. Ming now swinging forward there. The exhaust going to keep him from killing Karamatsu as well as that Seeing 90, but now that that is down, can work his way back into this fight. A good taunt, though, from Kills for Fun may spell otherwise, and as a result, Ming is down and out, and Kills for Fun still more than alive. Karamatsu to swing this one back around far and away from Axe, unable to get what he needs in terms of a passive, and Marymount might just be able to pick this one up. An absolutely phenomenal play from Karamatsu.
Unfortunately, and this is what I stress to my team all the time, they didn't go after the siege minions. The siege minions were what were destroying their base. The champions weren't going after the towers. The champions were fighting a team fight. The siege minions were absolutely wrecking their base. And as soon as you lose your towers, you're gonna lose that team fight. You're a champion down. Axe Dragon was in the opposing base. It was a 5v4. You had to keep your towers standing.
I don't care what it is there. Marymount comes out on top, finds their way through 2-0 here in the series. Even when it looked like it was all said and done, UBC had found their way onto victory, playing off the back end of Ming there. And that last team fight, it's got to be a bludgeoning. The fact that one, I really don't think Axe should have been split putting that top push. I get the concept. I get the trade for what is that top inhib there, but that composition will look to dive you and will look to fight, right? They have all the tools to do so.
If they could have taken the fight, if they could have saved the base, it's a great maneuver. It's a great move.
But they can
if you can play defense. And that's the thing. It's an all or nothing move. It's either gonna save you or you're gonna lose. It was an all or nothing move. And at that point in the game, I don't think they had to make the play, but I respect them for having the faith in themselves to make the play.
I really don't think actually. I don't think they were playing that appropriately with that decision in mind, right? And so
he needed to teleport. He needed
the teleport, but he's on Darius, so I understand why he has the ghost, right? That gives
I
him
understand
I get it,
but he needed the teleport.
Right? Either way, even in that last fight, past Axe not being there, the way it was played out, they came out on top for a little bit, but they extended so far trying to kill Karamatsu there, and he was quickly sustained by the Stand United coming through from Kills for Fun, and then the absolute sheer level of skill from the stopwatch into sustaining into the further kills, what were found onto Ming as well. I mean, beautifully done by Karamatsu, but an absolute blunder from UBC.
All they have to do is back up when Stand United comes through. Just back up. Just
that taunt comes through and it's done.
And because he got 2 resurrections off that. Just
doesn't even matter
up.
about the resurrections.
Well, it doesn't matter, but just back up. You can defend your base. Just back up. He's not going to come back at you without a tank. He's not going to come back in without Origins there, and you've survived. And what I was going to be saying, ironically, what I was going to say was, if you lose 2 inhibs, but they don't take your base, you've got extra cash marching to you.
Yeah,
you just got extra cash.
Baron's down too.
There have been pro teams who have said, we're going to leave the inhib up and open because we don't want them having extra cash.
Right. And I think the bigger point to note there with that in specific is the fact that Baron was down. So your clear rate in terms of those super minions goes up exponentially in terms of when they do tend to crash. Right. So it wasn't the end of the world until they pulled the trigger in such an awful way.
If they back up and survive that with Axe Dragon taking the inhib, then it's fine.
Yeah.
Then it's fine.
Because then you got pressure on both bases, technically.
Yeah. Then I mean, you're still down, but you're not out of the fight. At that point, when this game ended, they were only down 2,000 gold. They were only down 2,000 gold. They were up a kill. They were 1 kill up. Talk about a team game, though. UBC Lab has 41 assists total in that game. Only 30 assists on the side of Marymount. A chink in the armor there for Marymount. They're looking for single 1v1 kills. They don't stack up the team fights. They did have a couple, but they're depending on the 1v1s. They're depending on Origins. They're depending on Karamatsu. That could be what spells doom for them when they make it into the playoffs.
So now, I mean, that's what we should bring up here. They are more than secured in the face of the playoffs, now sitting 4-3. They could lose the next one and still be happily on their way here. But as you brought up, it's super one-dimensional. There's plenty of weaknesses to be had here, and a better team that knows how to close out and can find more success past just, say, their AD carry or potentially multiple lanes would definitely put a stop to what is Marymount right now. But I'll let them wallow in that later. For now, it's a victory tonight.
Absolutely a victory. Marymount played very well. I would like to say I am so glad Axe Dragon came back and had a good game here in game number 2. We were a little bit mean. After game number 1. Axe Dragon did not have a great game 1. Came back and showed, hey, casters, specifically, hey, Coach Jim. No. I'm standing here. I'm playing top lane. You're stuck casting, so maybe you should shut up.
They all come out on top either way in my book. Lots of lessons to be learned. As for us here on the desk, that's going to be all here. I hope you enjoyed an absolute slew of NECC action here today. 9 hours worth of games and fun to be had here. We're not quite done with our group stage just yet. You'll have to take part in our last week here of the split before we move on to playoffs next time around, more specifically next Friday. But for now, me, of course, Zephyr, and Coach Jim, being an absolutely lovely man to behold here as my color, are saying farewell and good night.